Championship match of the season. I'm Adrian Harms, and delighted as ever to welcome Richard Ray, who's the BBC Leicester commentator. Hello, Richard. Good to see you, and an exciting game in prospect, not least because both teams really need to win.
Morning, Adrian. Good morning, everybody. It is, as ever, an absolute delight to be at this lovely cricket ground and at this very hospitable cricket club. And as you say, both sides absolutely have to win. Sussex definitely.
Yep.
I suppose it'd be those of Leicestershire persuasion who'd say a high-scoring draw, as in bonus points, keeps them just about in the hunt. But frankly, with Yorkshire and Durham to play after this, the Foxes, given Worcestershire's lead in second, really do have to win all three to have a serious chance of promotion. So, yeah, absolutely. Let us hope both sides are very positive. Pitch looks greenish.
Yeah, it does, yeah. I'll just do a quick shout-out around the ground, actually, just to make sure. There we are. There's my good friends over in the Spenkham Pavilion, waving their hats away. Julian, who's just returned from a holiday in Estepona. I don't know where he gets his money from, to be honest with you, but anyway, he's been over in Estepona in Spain. A couple of other waves in the back row, so thank you, gentlemen, for getting in touch. We know it's going out loud and clear. Yes, the pitch is slightly green. Just to say that I'm told that this is the same pitch that was used for the game against Worcestershire, where there were plenty of runs, but a very good finish. Leicestershire have won the toss and decided to bowl. I must admit, it's a really hot day and it's only going to get hotter. So from that point of view, I was a little surprised, Richard, which makes me think that maybe Leicester think there is a little bit in this pitch.
Yeah, for sure. It is all about the pitch, their decision that is. That's why they've decided to have a bowl. And Sussex supporters, I think, will be very interested to watch Chris Wright come, I would think, down the slope, because they'll be watching a lot of him next season.
Yeah, they will. And I think there were, as the umpires, Ben Debenham and Paul Baldwin make their way out to the middle. I think there were a few eyebrows raised, only because of, he keeps himself very fit, I understand, but just because of his age, you're signing a quick bowler, you think, maybe there's a bit of a risk there. But you say, he keeps himself fit and he's been terrific for Leicestershire.
Fantastic. He's, assuming he stays fit, and I appreciate that's an assumption.
Yeah.
You're almost guaranteed 50 wickets from him in the county championship, certainly in the second division. So on that basis, there's not too much risk involved, assuming he stays fit. And having seen the state of his home gym, although obviously he won't be there as part of the time up in Solihull, I'm not surprised. He keeps himself extraordinarily fit for a 38-year-old. Watch him break down after two balls.
I guess I was a little surprised, only that Leicester have had such a good season, Richard. I was thinking that's quite a move, because you've got to the one-day cup final, you're in with a chance of promotion. I mean, it's been a good season for Leicestershire.
It has, and I can only assume it's the basis of length of contract, partly, that he's been offered by Sussex. 2 years at 38. They take him into his 40s for a pace bowler is a little bit of security for him. And look, who wouldn't want to come down here anyway for a couple of years towards the end of one's career? Hopefully, and I'm pretty sure he'll contribute. Decent bat as well, but primarily, of course, a swing and occasional seam bowler.
Well, it's going to be Chris Wright who is going to open the bowling. He's going to open from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. We do have a third member of our commentary team who we'll introduce at 11:30 today. It's going to be Chris Wright who's going to start bowling to the left-handed Tom Clark. 3 Toms and 3 left-handers at the top of the Sussex order.
I remember this, yeah, the Toms.
Yes, sorry about that. So 3 slips and a gully as Chris Wright, the first ball of the match, is running in down the hill bowls, and Clark is beaten outside the off-stump. That was a good delivery, pacey delivery from Wright. And Clark pushing forward. Our commentary position here is down towards fine leg for the left-hander, and we are probably 10 cut strips away, so kind of difficult to judge playing and missing an LBWs, but I reckon he played at that.
I think he absolutely did, just pushed across him. Let's just see if it did seem a little bit. While you're watching the real action, I'll watch the replay. He did.
Yeah,
moved away beautifully.
Right. On a hot morning here in Hove, in and bowls, and Clark is forward, defends down the track, and there is no run. So Sussex unchanged from the side that so disappointingly got beaten at Durham last week. No disgrace in losing to Durham, who are a fine side, but from 110 without loss, Sussex bowled out for 266, and Paul Farbrace said at the end of the match that's when the game was lost. You can see Paul Farbrace making his way around the outfield, actually. So Sussex unchanged. There was some thought that Ali Orr might play in this game. He was in the squad. right in and bowls. Clark is forward, punches to mid-on, there is no run. But I understand he's going to play some second 11 cricket before maybe playing for the first later in the season.
Has he been crocked a bit?
Yes, he hurt his knee very badly at the Oval in a T20, the second T20 of the campaign, and hasn't played since. He then dislocated a finger really badly playing in a club game for Eastbourne, fielding, strangely enough. So we haven't said anything about it. That's been a big miss for Sussex at the top of the order. Right in again, bowls. Clark covers up, plays down the onside of the pitch, and there is no run. We've got an update to give to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, and then we'll be back on live commentary.
And 55 into tomorrow with areas of cloud in places to start.
Right, wanders back to his mark.
Sunshine, some patchy cloud developing in the afternoon. Cooler, still warm. The high is 24 Celsius, 75 Fahrenheit.
Right, wheels around in front of the tall block of flats at the far end of the ground. He's in and bowls, and Clark drives, looking to drive that one through the covers. He was rather squared up, played it to mid-off, and there is no run.
Trending downwards.
3 slips a gully.
For the time of year.
There's a point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg just down in front of us. We'll just do this update.
Yeah, someone's on a jolly, watching cricket somewhere. Let's find out the details. Here's Adrian Harms.
Well, we were in Durham in the northeast of England last week. This week we're back down on the south coast. It's the penultimate home game of the season for Sussex. They're playing against Leicestershire. It's really a game, Joe, where both sides need to win to really have any chance of getting in the promotion race. So we're looking forward to an exciting game. In terms of the news from the middle, Leicestershire won the toss and on a hot day, perhaps surprisingly, decided to bowl first. Haynes and Clark opening for Sussex. Sussex are 1 without loss. No game for Surrey this week. They will resume next week in their quiz to retain the county championship. But here at Hove, Sussex 1 without loss. We just had the 1 over.
Top banana, thank you. Adrian Harms commentary continue.
So there we are. And it's going to be Matt Salisbury who's going to open the bowling from this, the end of the game. In terms of the Leicestershire side, Rich, I guess a blow that VM Mulder, who I think is a tremendous cricketer, he's not playing, which is a shame for Leicester and a shame for the crowd, actually.
Yeah, he was very disappointed. He unfortunately caught COVID, or tested positive anyway. His symptoms were pretty mild, and he was feeling an awful lot better, so much so that he was sort of pressing to play, but given the proximity of the one-day cup final, it was generally felt to be safer that he wasn't around the camp over these sort of few days. The last thing Leicestershire would have needed was 3 or 4 players to go down. They had an outbreak of illness that wasn't COVID related a couple of weeks ago, which saw Scriven and Hull and a couple of others miss out. Matt Salisbury has been great in recent weeks, comes in and bowls fullish, rather jammed out towards mid-on where Chris Wright fields. Again, there was a couple of those in the first over, so it just might be not quite coming on in the way that the batters expect. Clark, of course, another left-hander down at that far end. Some bits of scaffolding around on those flats behind the Cromwell Road end, or on the Cromwell Road, I suppose. In goes Salisbury and bowls down the leg side, turned down there. Did it come off the thigh pad? It's going to run too fine leg, cross the ropes, can't get there, and it is going to be signalled leg byes. It was spot. Thigh pad just went very fine, and although it's up the slope, the outfield here is absolutely perfect, as is usually the case, and it's very, very fast.
Yeah. But no VM Mulder, which is a shame. But Riyad Ahmed is playing there. It's great to see.
Rehan loves playing county cricket. He says, well, he loves playing red ball cricket. He insists it's his favourite form of the game. How much he'll actually play remains to be seen. Salisbury is in, brings Clark forward, thick outside edge, and somehow escapes the grasp of Budinger, who's in there at gully. It's usually Louis Kimber at gully. Kimber not playing in this game. And Budinger has moved across there. Seemed to get a hand on it, but wasn't able to stop it. So Rehan Ahmed, who's at backward point, had to complete the fielding. Clark picks up a single, moves on to 2. Tom Haynes yet to score. Will be facing Salisbury. economical, if longish, run goes in and bowls straight, and Haynes is solidly forward, playing to mid-on, where Wright habitually fields.
We're enjoying lovely sunshine here, Richard, but I see the games at Lancashire, Warwickshire and Glamorgan are all delayed, presumably because of rain. I think there's a bit of rain around in the west of the country.
A few thunderstorms, perhaps, or maybe the humidity has broken up there. Perfect when I left Leicester at 6 o'clock this morning. In goes Salisbury and bowls again down the leg side. Again, it's helped on its way, and again, it's going to be 4, attempted to be helped on its way. This time, Haynes did get a nice little inside clip on it, and it flew down at a rate of knots to the fine leg boundary for 4. Well, the man on the boundary behind square on the leg side is very wide. It's Umar Amin out there. He's at almost backward square, very much a wide, long leg, and absolutely no chance to get around to fine leg. Wouldn't work in club cricket.
No.
You have to be fine in club cricket, don't you? Salisbury is in bowls. That's straighter and is defended. Not a big stride from Haynes, but solidly behind it, pushing it out towards Leicestershire's skipper, Hill, at mid-off, end of the over. A relatively unthreatening one as far as Messrs Clark and Haynes were concerned. Sussex, after 2 overs, only beaten once the bat, 10 without loss.
If you'd like to get in touch throughout the game, the email address is up and running, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. You can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport, or Richard, you are...
Yeah, if you want to use X or Twitter or whatever it is these days, at Foxes Crick, CRICK 2023 will get to me.
Foxes Crick 02...
2023, 2023, as in the year.
Sorry.
So...
Chris Wright, carrying on from the Cromwell Road end, racing in bowls to Clark, who nudges that one past, well, between, from our angle, it looked like it went between third slip and gully. There was applause around the ground. I'm not sure Tom Clark intended that to go there. Nonetheless, he'll take that. He goes to 6, and Sussex to 14 without loss. Just to reiterate, Leicestershire winning the toss, deciding to bowl first here this morning.
Unfamiliar figure at third slip as far as I and Leicestershire supporters are concerned. Scott Curry making his debut for the Foxes on loan for the last 3 championship games of the season from Hampshire is at third slip.
Brad Curry's brother, as in comes Wright and Moles, and Clark is 4, plays into the offside. I thought at first that was a risky single, but then it was played well to the right of mid-on, and Clark was able to go through for a comfortable single. He goes to 7 and Sussex 15 without loss. John Malone has been in touch. Hello, John, over in Bexhill-on-Sea, just down the coast. He says, hi, Adrian and Richard, coming through loud and clear on the stream in a very warm Bexhill-on-Sea, just about to take the grandkids and dog home after a sleep over here. Then maybe I can settle down and watch the cricket. Hope for a Sussex win. Yes, hot weather for dogs. Hot weather for everybody. And although Sussex had said they'd sold in advance of this game, given away about 2,000 free tickets, it can all quite be in yet, as in comes Wright and bowls, and Haynes is beaten outside the off-stump. Pacey delivery by Wright. Taken by Ben Cox. On loan from Worcestershire, or is this a permanent signing?
No, I think technically he's on loan until the end of the season, but he's signed a 3-year contract, which starts at the beginning of October. So, very much a permanent Leicestershire player. I think it's just a sort of formality that theoretically the last bit of this season is a loan, and then it becomes permanent.
Right. And again, bowls to Haynes, who drives through the covers. In fact, I thought he caught that, or hit it rather more sweetly than I thought. It was rather mistimed into the offside, and he picks up a single. Does Tom Haynes? He goes to 5, the total 16 without loss. And he'll be useful in all forms of the game, I would think, Ben Cox. I remember seeing him get runs against Sussex in T20 matches and limited over games as well.
I don't know whether he bowls, but certainly hopefully he'll be a useful keeper and a batsman.
Yeah. Right. In his 3rd over here, running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, bowls, and Clark whips that one away down to fine leg, fielded just down in front of us by Matt Salisbury. It's another run to the total. Clark goes to 8, Sussex 17 without loss.
But he's got a 100% record, having played last week in his first game.
Yeah, that was a good win for... It was a game Leicestershire needed to win. And that's all you can do.
In the end, it was good, yeah. They were very short in terms of their bowling. All their batters were there, but I think there were 5 bowlers down, bless them. So
yeah, they've had a wretched season in Gloucestershire.
Very tough for them.
Right. Bowles and Haynes, his forward plays to mid-off. And there is no run. The end of the third over of the day. Over that cost 7 runs, and Sussex, having lost the toss, been asked to bat this morning, are 17 without loss. Tom Clark is on 8, Tom Haynes is on 5. You're just listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray, your commentary team today, and we'll be joined a little later. I'm going to make a mess of pronouncing this now, for which I apologise profusely to Sandoki Nagulendran. Oh, he's giving me the thumbs up from the back of the box, so Santoki will be joining us at 11:30 to bring his analysis and summaries to the game.
Leicestershire fans will remember Mayshall from last week and a couple of other games. Well, he's a fellow of Mayshall's on the Caribbean Cricket podcast. In goes Salisbury and Bowles on towards middle and leg. Weight on the front foot from Clark, defends it back down the pitch towards Salisbury, who stops the ball in his follow-through. Yeah, kudos to the Sussex club. Free entry today. It's great.
Yeah.
1,000 or 2 hopefully in. You had to apply online for your ticket. You can't just show up. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. That's right. Yep, it was, absolutely.
But so they've got your details.
Yeah.
You might get a few marketing bits and pieces as a consequence, but it's worth it. In goes Salisbury. Bowles just outside off stump, leaning forward again. Is Clark guiding it rather than driving it out into the extra cover region, and it is wide of Umar. Has to move to his left to field and does so. A comfortable single is taken. Clark on to 9, Sussex 18 without loss. Remember, after having been put in, sun goes behind. A little bit of cloud has been just to build actually, coming from over the sea, looking direction of the clouds as Salisbury is in. It does drive this time, and beautifully timed as well. And one of those drives where you don't have to run at all. It was a lovely shot from Tom Haynes outside off stump. It was there to be driven away, and down the slope it runs to the deep extra cover boundary for 4.
We're just hearing that they've lost commentary around the ground, so I'm just wondering if that's on the stream as well. I'm just going to make an inquiry of our colleagues next door, Richard.
Keep going on the basis that hopefully you can still hear us on the stream at the very least. Umpires Ben Debenham and Paul Baldwin. Ben Debenham, first half of the game at the C end, so he's behind the stumps now as Salisbury runs in and bowls and goes past the outside edge. That's a better delivery from Salisbury, better line from him. Little bit of wobble. Haynes wasn't absolutely sure whether to go forward or back. It was a sort of neither one thing nor t'other, and the ball just drifted past his outside edge. 22 without loss. Just see if I did a little bit. He just seemed to play down the wrong line slightly. Pushed across him. Salisbury, slightly round-shouldered action, goes in and bowls onto the leg stump of Haynes and calmly turned out towards mid-wicket. Tom Scriven has to run across towards square slightly to field, and by the time he does so, Clark and Haynes have crossed for a comfortable single. Haynes into double figures now, moves on to 10 from 9 deliveries. Sussex 23 without loss. 1 or 2 remarks already coming in from Leicester supporters to the effect that, what are we doing bowling first? Hove is usually a bat first ground. Salisbury is in, bowl straight, pushed back past him. I'm going to have to hurry a little bit. Hill got to the ball, scampered across to his left and underarmed the ball at the stumps from almost directly behind them, but the throw missed, and I think that Clark had made his ground anyway. He joins Haynes in double figures. 10 apiece. 24 without loss after 4. overs. Both batsmen have been beaten once, but you kind of expect that early on. The pitch looks to hold no real terrors at the moment.
No. Hopefully the commentary is back. I had a message to say that the commentary had gone down, but it's now back. So.
I love the way you get the hat wave.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it was. There was a gentleman using the office next door, and the plug had been pulled out accidentally. That's why. Thank you for letting me know. Right, in bowls to Clark, who beats him outside the off stump. Pacey delivery by Chris Wright beats Tom Clark's outside edge through to keeper Cox. No run. It was a good delivery. Clark goes and does a little bit of gardening. Still 3 slips in place. People making their way into the ground. If you're coming down, if you've got one of these free tickets today, I would have said sun hat essential, sun cream essential, and gallons of water, because it is really warm. In comes Wright. Bowls. Clark plays into the offside. You need to get a bit of. In fact, it was a well judged single. In fairness, played to mid off, and Tom Clark goes to. It's about very quickly on the scoreboard. My word. 25 without loss. Clark to 11. In fact, there is a bit more cloud around. Richard was saying, particularly to the southwest, it's more. I mean, yesterday was absolutely gorgeous blue skies. I was down at West Wittering on the beach yesterday, and it was a glorious day. The tide was out, and it was just a beautiful day. The sea was,
Did you have a swim?
I did.
Good man.
I wouldn't say it was warm, but it was fine. In comes. Right, bowls, Haynes drives to mid-off, there is no run. You'll be having a dip or two, will you, this week?
Hopefully. Had a dip yesterday in a lake, albeit.
Right.
Leicester and its environs being a fair way from the sea, but it was gorgeous. That was just before park run. That was...
So you did a swim and then park run?
Swim and a park run, yeah. Just to sort of lower the body temperature.
You put me to shame, Richard.
A bit.
So what sort of temperature would the lake have been?
Apparently it was about 22.
Right, okay. That's quite nice, isn't it?
Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Right, again, the sun has disappeared. It feels quite humid as Wright is in bowls to Haynes, who gets a streaky boundary. Again, just past that gully fielder, runs away down to the boundary fence. Haynes goes to 14, 6:29 without loss.
So I see that the stream is fixed cameras here, isn't it? So it's... square
yes,
camera.
no, correct. Yes.
Either side.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's just fixed on the sight screen at the far end and then at this end of the ground as well. Commentary box end. Right, I remember from our game down here last year, we had Ricky Clark summarising.
We did, yeah.
And he was a great mate of Chris Wright's. I remember coming out I think they were meeting up after the game or after a day's play to catch up with each other. In comes Wright, bowls, and Haynes is beaten outside the off stump. Good pace. He does bowl with good pace, Chris Wright, doesn't he? That was a quick delivery.
Yeah, it's sort of early 80s rather than sort of late 70s for occasionally, especially when he's coming down the slope early on. And it's lively for sure. Again, admirable given his advancing years.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. In again, bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays it into the offside and picks up another comfortable single, just dabbing it into that offside. Tom Haynes goes to 15 at the end of Chris Wright's third over. 3 overs, no maidens, 0 for 14. Sussex having lost the toss here. There's already been asked about first. 30 without loss. Haynes on 15. Clark is on 11.
I know that didn't really work for Sussex with and Steve Finn, but Wright is a different sort of character, and I'd be reasonably hopeful from Sussex's point of view that they'll get value for money from Chris. Famous last words, but certainly many at Leicestershire sorry to see him go.
Yeah.
Salisbury will be one of those looking to sort of step up and fill the void left by Wright. Is in bowl straight, looking to drive Haynes. Check the shot a little bit, might have been a fraction of movement, pushes it out to Hill at mid-off.
Because certainly with the season that Leicestershire have had, reaching the One Day Cup final, outside bet for promotion, it's been a good season for Leicestershire. So that's one or two people I thought, why would you move when Leicestershire seem to be on the up? But as you say, it seems to be more like length of contract than anything else.
I think so. Salisbury turns. Runs in past umpire Debenham and bowls, rather squirted out into the offside by Haynes. It was a touch squared up, but he's got it square past. Budinger has to run back towards the electronic scoreboard. It used to be a manual scoreboard there. It has a couple of clock on top, not dissimilar to that on top of the scoreboard at the Milligan Road. The still manual scoreboard at Grace Road at the Upland Steel County Ground. That's a touch of elegance with the flags on either side, the Sussex flag and the Leicestershire flag. Salisbury is in bowl, plenty of time there. Haynes just turns his wrists on that one, pushing it firmly out towards mid-on. Picked up by Wright, who then sort of examines the ball, holds it away from him a little critically, polishes it on the bottom of his Leicestershire shirt.
Slightly worryingly, the one-day international between England and New Zealand, the start's been delayed in Southampton because of rain.
Just up the coast, and it does look grey.
It does look grey in sort of that direction, towards the southwest. That's a concern.
Salisbury is in. Bowl straight. Haynes solidly forward, playing down the pitch on the off side.
They simply did say today that there was, the weather forecast I heard on the way down, they said thunderstorms around, but they said mainly confined to the southwest, to Wales, northwest. And the suggestion here was that it was going to be pretty good.
Maybe all moving a little bit faster than they anticipated in the Met offices.
I don't find some of these longer range forecasts very accurate, to be honest, Richard. We were discussing that last week.
Salisbury bowls. Haynes again looking to drive again. It's slightly squared up and the ball squirts out into the covers with Umar Amin in pursuit. He picks up a couple, but having seen the shot, Salisbury, who's a relatively undemonstrative character, stopped at the end of his follow through and having hands on his hips and looked slightly affronted, as though he'd sort of beaten the shot, and it, unfair to concede 2 runs as a consequence.
He seemed to take his hand off the bat, Tom Haynes, didn't he? That was a strange shot.
Sun now behind cloud as Salisbury is in bowl straight, and Haynes plays straight as a consequence, back down the pitch on the offside, picked up by Hill. End of the over, the 6th of the Sussex first innings, and well, they'll be very pleased with the scoreboard that reached 34 without loss. 11 to Tom Clark and 19 to Tom Haynes.
Yeah, and Paul Farbrace is always very open and honest in his post-match interviews, and he was pretty scathing of the Sussex performance up at Durham, and spoke about the need for Sussex to need more experience in the side. Clearly Chris Wright will form part of that next season, but also said that one or two of the younger players really need to perform in the next 3 games, because he said otherwise, there's question marks about whether they'll be part of the Sussex team going forward. So there's a lot to play for these Sussex players in this match, and a lot to play for in the next 3 games as well. In comes Wright, running in down the hill, bowls to Clark, who's forward, plays down the track, fielded by Wright of his own bowling. There is no run. And interviews available on the Sussex website.
Might have concentrated a few minds.
Well, definitely. There's a few that need some runs, and he was talking about application and also talking about fitness as well. So it was pretty in depth from Paul after the defeat at Durham. That was Sussex's first defeat in the Championship in the season, but I think we have to remember both games against Yorkshire. I think they would have lost had it not rained. In comes Wright, bowls. Clark is forward, plays into the offside. They think about a single, but it really isn't there. And there is no run, fielded out there by... is that Matt Salt? No,
it's Tom Scriven.
Tom Scriven, thank you.
That's down here at long leg, looking not particularly enamoured of life at the moment.
Yeah. And now, so that darker cloud is sort of drifting indoors. It's pretty high stuff, so hopefully it's gonna drift away. But there's not much breeze here. The flags are just about fluttering on the clock tower scoreboard as Wright is in again. Bowls, Clark up on his toes and defends down the track Like misfields of his own bowling, but it doesn't matter. The ball runs to mid-on, and there is no run. Fielded by the skipper, Lewis Hill. Very smart in his green jacket coming out. I like to see that. Does he always wear his green jacket?
Yes, for the toss.
I like that.
It's a Leicestershire tradition.
Lime green, but not quite lime green, is it? It's a lightish
We've decided
green.
to call it sort of Leicestershire green.
Okay,
but
that's
it's a
fair enough.
racing green. It's it's lighter than that, but it's arresting.
Yeah. In comes right again, bowls, Clark, he punches down the ground, he doesn't defend, he's going to get runs here, at least a couple of runs. Hill is after it down towards the Cromwell Road end, a diving stop, and he can't prevent the ball going across the boundary for 4 runs. So, nicely timed by Tom Clark. That was a good shot. I thought he just defended it down the ground, but clearly it was beautifully timed, and Richard made the point earlier that the outfield is lightning quick, and it raced up the hill. And Tom Clark gets his 15th run, 36 without loss. So far, the decision to bowl first perhaps hasn't worked for Leicestershire, but there's a long way to go. And Sussex were in this position last week, a very good opening partnership of Durham of 110 and then all out for 266. So Sussex have got a bit of previous. In comes right, bowls, Clark defends into the offside, and there is no run.
Former Fox Ben Rain went past 50 wickets, didn't he, in that game?
Really good, yeah. And then another former Leicestershire player played against us in the One Day Cup for Northampton, Tom Taylor.
Yes.
Smashed the ball. A game that Sussex...
Heading to Worcester.
Is that right?
Yeah, he signed a deal at Worcester for next season.
Good player. Yeah, and nice to see Leicester have brought their flag as well, Julian says. Not everybody brings their flag, but Leicestershire have today, fluttering away. In comes right, bowls, Clark up on his toes, plays down the offside of the track. And there is no run. So end of the 7th over of the morning. And Sussex will be pleased with their start, having been asked to bat here. Clark on 15, Haynes on 19. Sussex off to a decent start, 38 without loss.
Leicestershire's acting 12th man. There's a few of them have travelled. Josh Hull comes out with a drink perhaps already. It's hard work as the sun comes back out.
Yeah. Nice to you saying about Via Mulder and there's a bit of it about now, isn't there? I was reading, isn't there a new strain or something?
A few people have said yes. That,
That's all we need. And I guess the Leicester, from the Leicester camp, they'll just be desperate that no one else picks it up. I mean, it's a big day for you guys next Saturday.
Exactly that. Yes, they want to stay with the side that has got them into the final, pretty much, of which Josh Hull is an integral part. Sharpest left arm seamer, still a teenager.
Yes, he bowled up at Grace Road, didn't he, earlier in the season?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, he did. I'll check the figures, and I think he bowled quite quickly as well, from memory.
Yeah, he's lively.
Yeah.
Salisbury's going to have a go around the wicket at Tom Haynes, see if he gets get him on that off stump line, goes in and bowls on the legs, and he's turned on the back foot, but only as far as Scriven at mid-wicket.
Yeah, we lost the first up at Grace Road to rain. I remember, Richard, we hung around all day until about 5 o'clock, didn't we? And then it didn't. Well, it cleared up. The sun came out, and then the umpires called it off for the day.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, first innings, 17 overs, 2 made, 0 for 67. Josh Hull. Sussex only batted once in that game, and it petered out to a draw on day 3.
Salisbury is in. Haynes is driving very pleasantly, and no need really to run. And Hill in pursuit, but only in terms of picking it up over the ropes at extra cover. The pursuit turns very quickly into a jog. Just lent into the shot. You don't have to overhit it here. Just beat the infield, especially when you're facing the bowling from the sea end. And you're going to almost certainly pick up 4. Salisbury, 3.2 overs, none for 20 at the moment. Looks comfortable to deal with from the point of view of Messrs Clark and Haynes. Haynes on to 23 from 21 balls, waits with bat raised. You can hear him banging it into the hard surface as in goes Salisbury, driven for four again. He's overpitched outside off stump, and Haynes with something of a flourish. Didn't have to make a big stride to that one, cracked it away. Slightly wider this time. Waited for it, and between Budinger and Umar Amin to the boundary alongside the electronic scoreboard.
Just look at VM Mulder's performance in that match at Grace Road back in May. He took 5 for 63 in the Sussex innings, and then he made 102 not out. So he's a fine cricketer. He was capped that day during that match as well, I believe. And a little presentation in front of the scorebox. So he's a big miss and he made a big 100 here last year as well in that run fest.
He absolutely did, yes. He was very much looking forward to coming back. Salisbury is in to Haynes, who is playing firmly, but on the onside this time, down towards Chris Wright at mid-on. No run on that occasion. Yes, he's been extraordinary. He's almost an ideal county all-rounder, pretty much international class, but doesn't always get called away. He's sort of on the fringes of the South Africa international setup, although he's played all forms of international cricket. So in a way it's kind of ideal from Leicester's point of view. Salisbury is in, this time clipped towards mid-wicket. Scriven can't get there, dives over the ball. Wright isn't going to cut that back, and that's 3 fours in 4 deliveries. Salisbury looks hurt almost at that, gets a pat on the back, but lovely shot, and that's the 50 partnership in just 47 balls. We've only played just over half an hour, and Sussex put into bat have made an absolutely flying start. They're 50 without loss, and we have had only 7.5 overs.
I think that Salisbury every reason to be a bit disappointed there. I think that probably should have been cut off.
He's one of the better fielders from Scriven, but just did seem to dive over that one. Salisbury is in. Haynes leaves. What happened there? Because
he went to leave it, and then it came back.
Did it hit the top of the bat and bounced down for second slip as he tried to pull the bat out of the line of the ball? I think it did. I have to look at the replay on that one. Either way, there was no great excitement out there. It was no potential celebrations. End of a very expensive over for Matt Salisbury. 4 overs, none for 28.
Yeah. We're going to have a little change in the commentary box. I'm going to have a break, and I'm going to leave you with Richard, and we're going to, for the first time today, Sandoki Nagulendran is going to come in and join us, and I hope I've pronounced that correctly, Sandoki. He's going to join Richard.
I'm hoping he's going to tell me that he's known generally as Sando or something like that. We'll find out in a moment. In goes Wright and bowls, leaning forward is Clark, playing out into the offside, and there is no run. A pleased, satisfied chatter around this lovely cricket ground, full of people who haven't paid anything for their tickets. Well, I suppose the members have in a way, but it made it a really good atmosphere. As Wright turns, comes down the slope from the Cromwell Road end, bowls, goes past the outside edge for 4th or 5th time. He certainly looked the most likely, Sando, hasn't he?
Yeah, good morning everyone. Lovely day for cricket, beautiful weather. Haven't been affected by rain, as a few games seem to have been up and down the country. And yeah, strong start from Sussex, almost like an ODI game at the moment, 50 over game, the rate of scoring from Haynes and Clark here.
It's a fast scoring ground when the outfield's like this. Pitch has been used before, as Adrian was saying, for the championship game against Worcester. As Wright is in, bowls, thick outside edge and caught, carried. Well, Wright probably deserves that one in the end. He was beating the bat with a certain degree of regularity, pushing it across the 2 left-handers. And on that occasion, it found the edge, flew low to, I think it was 2nd slip, or was it 3rd in the end? And it just carried. Let's have a look at the replay. He's taking a wicket with a 2nd ball. Good effort. To gully, in fact, it was all the way to... It was a thickish outside edge in the end, and gully has been Budinger. I'll have to check on that one. Either way, Clark goes, and Leicestershire, and from their point of view, not before time, after putting Sussex in, have their breakthrough.
42nd wicket for Chris Wright this season, leading wicket taker for Leicestershire. And you felt it was coming. He'd beaten the off stump a few times in previous overs, had been bowling really well. So a deserved reward for him.
Applause for Tom Clark, who made 15 and looked in pretty good order out there, actually.
Yeah, he looked
disappointed about that.
Very comfortable, very pacey outfield, as Adrian was saying previously. So this is the big challenge for Sussex now. Obviously, Paul Farbrace, after the loss at Durham, had said, whilst Clark and Haynes had put on a strong opening partnership, the middle order had slightly let them down, that lack of experience. So let's see if there's a reaction from the squad to those comments.
Allsop. Another Tom comes to the crease. 681 championship runs at 45. 17 innings he's played, with 2 not outs amongst them. The 2 centuries, 3 half centuries. So pretty solid, really, in championship season. But top of an order, you want 1,000, don't you? Really, but 800 isn't bad.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have thought. So a pretty decent season. Wright is in, bowls 2 Allsop, who's turning it through mid-wicket, and he's going to pick up at least 2. Hill sprints back from mid-on, quickly turns, picks up, gets his throw away, brings Cox out from behind the stumps, but the key was turning quickly and getting his throw away, and Allsop and Haynes decided not to risk a third. Would have probably made it in the circumstances, but why take the risk?
Yeah, we just saw how pacey the outfield was there. Also, almost a defensive shot. Almost ran away to the boundary. So, very good pitch for batting so far.
Yeah, there are runs to be made, aren't there? Rice is in and bowls. Allsop again is tucking it away off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket, this time straight to Umar Amin, so no runs on that occasion. Ben Cox, the wicket-keeper for Leicestershire, alongside him Rishi Patel is at first slip. Colin Ackerman, it'll be very strange to look up and not see Ackerman at second slip, where he's been for the last 7 years for Leicestershire. Scott Curry has gone in at third, and Budinger is in the gully in place of Louis Kimber. At the moment, Rehan Ahmed is at just backward of point as Wright is in. Allsop is on the back foot, dropping the ball out towards Ahmed from just outside off stump. And Wright has his first success, and a polite, not to say desultory, round of applause. A few Leicestershire supporters here. There's a few Sussex supporters sporting Southern Brave shirts, which are not, well, they're both green, entirely dissimilar to Leicestershire, sort of one-day colours.
Am I right in believing this is Ackerman's last game for Leicestershire?
It is. Now he's been selected for the Netherlands for the World Cup.
As a West Indian fan, I'm loath to mention that the Netherlands and the World Cup, after their infamous elimination of the West Indies in ODI World Cup qualifiers a few months ago.
Yeah, they're not a bad side though.
Yeah.
As Colin himself, he says the Dutchies. He says that's what he refers to them as. Change of bowling. Scott Curry, first ball for Leicestershire, round the wicket, bowls, and he's on driven for 4. Oh, it's a full toss, and pretty sure it got to Haynes on the full. Well, Haynes has already shown he's in pretty good touch out there, and didn't waste that opportunity, just pushed it firmly back, very straight past Curry, going up the slope, and once beaten, no chance at all for mid-on and mid-off to get back to cut it off.
Lovely drive from Haynes there. 35 of just 26 balls so far, so a very fast start from the opener here.
I think that's 4 fours in his last 7 deliveries. In goes Curry, bowls to him. It's appeal for leg before. Sounded a little bit, although it was inside edge to me. But anyway, umpire Debenham turns it down, but it was very full and it was much quicker than his previous delivery. Let's have a look, see. Well, we're just showing the replays at the moment of the on drive, which was a nice shot, but you would have expected nothing less from that low full toss. Let's have another quick look at that. Hit him from outside the line, actually. I don't know whether there was an inside edge, but I think it hit him just outside the line of off stump. In goes Curry, and bowls on driven for 4 again. Well, he's bowling full. But Leicestershire leaking boundaries from this end to an extraordinary degree at the moment.
Almost an identical drive there from Haynes for another 4.
It wasn't quite a full toss on this occasion, but it was a volley, wasn't it? Haynes has charged on to 39 from 28 balls. I think his last 5 scoring shots have been 4. Maybe wrong about that. In goes Curry. Bowls. Edged. Caught by Ackerman diving to his right at second slip. Or was it again Budinger from diving across from third slip? Well, Curry has a wicket in his first over for Leicestershire. He finally dragged his length back. Took him 4 balls to do it. But once he did find the right length, he drew Haynes into the drive. Thick outside edge, and a very promising innings comes to an end. I think it was Budinger diving across from third. Took a good catch, and Ackerman was waiting for it, so it was as well he held it, put it that way.
Big scalp so far for Leicestershire. We saw these 2 openers put on a 110 run stand against Durham last week, so they've lost both of them within the first hour, first 80 minutes. So Leicestershire marching on.
That will make Curry feel a little bit better about life, having gone for 2 4s in his first 3 balls. But it does look lively. It's a bit of pace around him as the cloud continues to gather away to the west. Except when you look up, it's kind of moving across from... It's a curious business at the moment.
Yeah.
60 for 2 after 9.4 overs. The game has moved on quickly.
Yeah, and out we have captain Chetesh Pujara coming up to bat. Averaged 60 this season, so he's really going to have to stand up here when Sussex need him.
Class act, isn't he?
Yeah, beautiful batter to watch.
Means 39. Did we say 29 balls in the end?
Yeah.
Budinger showing he's got a good pair of hands. He's been fielding at point most of the season, or backward point, so not in a close catching position, but the way he hung on to those 2 hands to both, didn't look like really dropping either. Find himself promoted for the rest of the season and into next. Maybe he'll take Ackerman's spot at second slip. So, back over the wicket, understandably, goes Curry to Pujara, who leaves extravagantly outside off stump, extravagantly as in a big stride forward and bat lifted over the line of the ball. He'll feel a bit better now about putting Sussex into bat.
This has certainly been a memorable first over from Curry in Leicestershire colours.
Yes. Very tall, 6'5". Should get good bounce. To work hard up what slope there is here. In he goes and bowls. Pujara is wristily turning it down towards fine leg. Ahmed. Is it Ahmed out there, or is it Army? I think it's Umar actually out there. No, it is Rehan.
Yeah, Rehan, yeah.
And couldn't get there. And it goes under the covers and onto the advertising hoardings in front of the deck chairs over there at fine leg. So 3 boundaries from the over, but a wicket, and probably on the whole, as long as he got the wicket as well, he would have just about taken it.
Yeah, I think he would have taken that. So Sussex 64 for 2 after 10 overs. It's been a very, very action-packed first 10 overs to the game.
It has. Right. He usually bowls 6 or 7 overs in his first spell, and with that wicket to his name, and coming down the slope, he should have plenty of energy left as he comes in and bowls, squares up, Allsop, and where's that one gone down to? He looked in a bit of... I wasn't really sure how to read that one. We had an odd angle here. I don't normally sort of fine leg is okay, but we're a bit wider than that. We're almost at long leg, and it's A little bit hard to follow the ball sometimes. That's my excuse. I'm having to glance at the screen. It was the thick edge. It did bounce just short of Curry. Third slip right is in. Allsop on the back foot, just tucks it out to square leg. Umar closes quickly on the ball, but he's a right-hander and he had to sort of move across the ball before picking it up, and as a consequence it was a good call. You would have thought that was just about Pujara's call. He called Allsop through for a single.
Be interesting to see how Pujara sort of plays innings. Naturally a more defensive batter, but with the pitch being this fast, he's obviously going to have to take his scoring opportunities when they come.
Takes his time, takes his guard from umpire Baldwin, looks around him, sees 3 slips and just about got his almost 4th slip, isn't he? Buttinger, really. There is a slight gap as right over the wicket to Pujara, who leaves outside off stump. First right-hander. Sussex lineup. Cox. He's one of those who likes to wear his shirt outside his trousers, and keepers tend to be quite neat.
Yeah.
And Cox kind of doesn't look neat. It's a slightly scruffy look, isn't it? But he's a very neat wicket keeper.
Yeah, interesting observation there, Rich.
It is in and bowls. Pujara defends the outside edge. Buttinger, another having his shirt outside his trousers, tumbles to his right. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that wasn't sarcasm.
No, it wasn't.
It could have been. But
I'm now scouring all the players to see who has the shirt tucked in and who doesn't.
It's one or two of the Leicestershire players have gone down this road now, and I'm not entirely sure I entirely approve, but there you go. As long as they're playing well, that's what it's all about. Right, flopping is in. Bowls outside off stump, short, cut away, and that might actually not make it. Yes, it will. Umar puts in the slide, can't quite get there. Hit it a little bit bottom edge into the ground, but it still had just enough momentum to get over the rope. So the boundaries continue to flow here at Hove.
Yep, 69 for 2. Pujara 8 runs off 5 balls. Very uncharacteristic fast start for him.
Not exactly heavy grey cloud, and the sun is coming through from time to time, but it is building, no question about it. Leicestershire would love to get Pujara early. Capable of batting a long time, Cheteshwar Pujara. As he has shown on numerous occasions, he waits as right is in. Bowls to him, turning his wrists on a sort of walking defensive push out into the onside. Ball in Tom Scriven's hand. Scriven uses sweat from the back of his neck to polish the ball. It's funny when you watch him, he always reaches behind his neck, must gather there, and there he goes again. End of the over. 69 for 2 after 11.
Yeah, so a massive week for Leicestershire, pushing for promotion, and also that 50-over final on Saturday. Rich, you mentioned there was a straw poll amongst fans about what would you rather take, promotion to Division 1 for the first time since 2003, or winning that 50-over title on Saturday.
And it was unanimous, has to be said, as Curry goes round the wicket to Allsop, who favours the back foot again, gets up on his toes, drops it out towards backward point, and there's no run in favour of the cup. But it's been a long old time, 2011 since Leicestershire last lifted a trophy. That was the T20 for the 3rd time. The general feeling was that promotion would be great, but it would be tough next season, potentially in the First Division, whereas the Cup, permanent record, so to speak. Curry is in bowls full, jammed out, big puff of dust from the ground there as Allsop comes down on the ball on off stump.
Yeah, I guess ideally, as a Leicestershire fan, you'd want to win both promotion and the title, but I guess that ODI title, or 50-over title, does give you a magic moment to sort of remember for years to come.
Yeah, and I haven't been too too many of those of late for. I can see Scriven warming up now, so it may be right. We'll have one more, but you never quite know. In goes Curry and bowls on off stump. Ball sort of leans forward, blocks it out into the offside, picked up by Matt Salisbury. Salisbury wasn't really at his best this morning, but he hasn't been opening the bowling, and I'm not sure he is an opening bowler really. It's been Wright and Mulder who've opened the bowling for the Foxes with the red ball throughout most of the season. If not all, actually. In goes Curry and bowls. Allsop clips him away through mid-wicket. Nice shot, nice piece of timing. Stepped right across and Curry didn't adjust his line. A nicely timed shot by Allsop. How many boundaries have we had? In the 73 for 2 after 11.4 overs. Certainly well into double figures.
Yeah.
We'll have a look.
Would say the Sussex card are getting their money's worth, but it's free entry today, so a packed crowd today.
Curry is in. Also leaves again extravagantly outside off stump, lifts the bat over the line of the ball in a sort of parabola. Curry's conceded 3 boundaries. Wright has conceded 4. 7 there. Salisbury.
13, is it in total?
Yeah, I believe so. Curry staying round the wicket again. Allsop leaves. Suggestion from Rishi Patel that it was quite close to off stump, but let's say Rishi Patel is an inveterate Anara, and it might not quite have been as close as he implied. End of the over. The 12th, 73 for 2. The Sussex score. An exciting first 50 minutes or so.
You mentioned Vian Mulder there, obviously unfortunately ill, so missing this match. What's been his impact, the South Africa Test International? What's been his impact this season on Leicestershire?
Well, as fantastic as it was last year, to be quite honest, he's a very, very high quality operator with ball, bat and in the field as well. I think I've only ever seen him drop one catch. He's taken loads of catches. He's a brilliant fielder. A very, very fine batsman, especially once he's in. Very, very powerful time with the ball, very correct, and gets movement at a decent lick with the ball, and loves work. And you've got to be careful not to over bowl him. They did that at Worcester, searching for the win, which they should have won that game. I think that's where Leicestershire, if they don't get promoted, that's the game that they will look back on with huge regret. And here's going to be Scriven, taking over from Chris Wright at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Comes in and bowls to Pujara short and wide, and Pujara up on his toes again. Doesn't quite time it. Had to reach for it a little bit. Will still be 2 as Umar Amin runs back to extra cover. He sends Tom Allsop back. Never really looked like there was going to be 3 there. Pujara leaves his left hand raised in warning to Allsop. He moves into double figures now. Runs continue to flow. 10 off 7 for Cheteshwar Pujara. Does usually swing the ball.
Yeah.
Tom Scriven has been good in recent matches in particular. And he comes and bowls. Pujara gets a better length delivery. That doesn't really move too much, straight-ish, and played back down the pitch on the on side. Scriven this season, 24 wickets at 26. Last time up was his best match figures in his fledgling first class career. 7 for 73 against Gloucestershire, 4 for 30 in the first innings, and you'd have worked out 3 for 33 in the second. Runs in and bowls. Pujara on the back foot, defends slightly short of a length delivery of off stump. Fielded by Scriven in his follow through.
How much Leicestershire would love to get Pujara's wicket before lunch. Such a key wicket to take here.
Hutchinson on the stream. Strange decision to bowl first in a must-win game. He would have liked to see Leicestershire bat first and then go on to bowl last, with Ahmed and Ackerman spinning the ball. Scriven is in again, a little bit short, up on his toes, and playing it firmly away through the offside is Pujara. Again, it's going to be 2, as this time Budinger wins the race after the ball ahead of Umar. But again, Pujara, as I say, picks up a couple.
It's an interesting decision. What did you make of the decision of Leicestershire to field first?
It sort of made sense looking at the pitch. It looked greenish. It's usually pretty good here. If there is anything in the pitch, it tends to be quite early. And Leicestershire's strength in recent matches has been in their seam bowling.
Yeah.
So, just about understood as Scriven is in, it bounces and it's much too high. The leg before, but it came back in to Pujara and hits him. Maybe he'd been on the back leg, but it was above the, for me, above the, actually almost above the pad itself, let alone above the knee roll. But movement.
Yeah, there's a bit in this pitch, so
if they can pick up, if they're 4 down Sussex at lunch, then Leicester will say right decision.
Justified,
probably. They've taken 2 in the first hour, albeit that they've conceded 77 runs in so doing. Scriven is in. Pujara's advancing down the pitch, implying that there is the movement there. And he defends it in the end, pushes it back down the pitch to Scriven. But if anyone is going to get seam movement as well as a little bit of swing, Tom Scriven tends to be the man. Former Hampshire all-rounder, so he'll be familiar with Scott Curry.
yeah, you can just see that uncertainty in Pujara's choice of shots.
A little headset switch, I think.
Updates time, so Adrian is going to come back on. If he comes back on, he's going to take over briefly from Sando, and then Sando will come back on in place of me.
Yeah. Just do this update and then we'll... is that okay? And come back in place of Richard, as in comes Curry, clipped away to the leg side by Allsop. Sorry about that, I suddenly realised it was 11:30 and we needed to do our update. Allsop comes back for a second. It just seems to me to be getting muggier by the moment. Even here in the commentary box, it's getting quite muggy. And in fact, I need to end Sussex's run of bad luck, so I go off commentary and they lose 2 wickets. It has been a feature of Sussex. I mean, up at Durham last week, 110 without loss, and then they lose a couple of wickets, and suddenly that precipitates a bit of a collapse. In comes Curry again outside of the off stump, taken by Cox behind the stumps, and there is no run. In fact, Brad Curry played in the game at Leicester. I think that was his one county championship performance of the season, actually. The drawn game earlier on this season. He looked to be taller, just Scott Curry than Brad. But he's picked up a wicket, and an important wicket as well. 79 for 2. Update hasn't quite just happened, as in comes Curry bowls, driven by Allsop into the offside. Fielded by Salisbury, gets in the throw, and it's 1 more to Allsop. He goes to 10, Sussex to 80 for 2. And just when you've got an opening stand like that, Santoki, you just want to press on, don't you? You know, and it's been a little bit of a feature, and Tom Haynes slightly playing away from his body perhaps as well to get caught in the slips.
Yeah, you really want to build that foundation, and with Haynes and Clark losing their wickets now, the pressure is on Pujara. Someone in that middle order is going to have to put together a big score here for Sussex.
Curry over the wicket bowl to Pujara on his toes, plays into the offside, and there are no run. Rich was talking about the cloud, which is increasing out to the southwest. If you're sitting in the Spencama, you won't be able to see it, but you can see it is building. I mean, it is pretty high, and there are patches of blue, but it just feels incredibly close.
Yeah.
And I think actually, if these were the conditions at the start of play, you could understand why Leicestershire wanted to bowl.
Completely, yeah, completely.
In again, bowls to Pujara's up on his toes and place it into the offside, and there is no run. For all of that, I suppose if you've been put into bat and you're 80 for 2, you don't think it's a bad return.
Yeah, exactly. They'd be disappointed to lose both openers, but
Yes, he would, most definitely.
it'll be interesting to see what the reaction, as you alluded to earlier, Paul Farbrace's comments after the loss at Durham.
Yes.
Will there be a reaction from that middle order now?
Yeah. Did you hear the interview?
Yep.
Yeah,
Did.
he wasn't happy, was he? Well, he was reflective. I think he was looking at the way forward for Sussex. In comes Curry bowls and Pujara defends into the offside. And there is no run. End of a tidy enough over from Brad Curry. He's bowled 3 overs, no maidens, taken 1 for 19. Sussex have been asked to bat here this morning, got 80 for 2, also on 10. Pujara is on 12. Clark for 15, Haynes for 39. The men out here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Sandoki, and I guess another wicket here for Leicestershire, and they'll feel that it's fully justified, this decision to bowl.
Yeah, definitely. If they get another wicket before lunch, then yeah, it would have validated their decision to field first. Amidst a few question marks in the comments on the stream about why they chose it to field, so they'd want to justify that decision by ideally getting the wicket off Pujara.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and I think I was surprised. I think 1 or 2 people around were surprised that Leicestershire decided to bowl first. As in comes Scriven, bowls to Allsop, lets that one go outside the off stump, through to keeper Cox, and there is no run. I haven't seen too much of Tom Scriven. It looks like he bowls with good pace.
Yeah, very good pace. Very impressed by him so far. And going back to that Paul Farbrace interview, it's always refreshing to hear such an honest assessment of the side from a head coach.
Do you know what? I couldn't agree more. You hear so many interviews these days, which are, particularly in football, which are so bland, and it's the same thing. And I admire Paul. He says what he thinks, and that may upset a few people, and I get that. But he speaks from the heart. Scriven in bowls also lets it go outside the off stump. My feeling is that might have swung back a little bit, Sandoki. It was a good leave by Allsop.
Yeah, it was, and it'd be interesting to see the reaction from the players to that assessment. I'm sure he would have said it to them, to their faces as well.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes it's interesting, isn't it? How do players respond? How does anybody respond? I mean, do I respond well to criticism? I don't know really. I think if you think that criticism is justified, I'll just do this. It's right. You can leave that on, Sandoki. That's fine. As in comes Scriven.
With the word radio or text the word radio.
Bowls, and Allsop looking to flick that one down the leg side. There's an appeal for Ben Cox, who thought that flicked the glove on the way through.
How ill he is for yourself, you could call Whisper.
And there is no run.
Well, I don't say I didn't warn you. Today, another hot one.
Oh, there we go.
Spells of sunshine.
I think we've got the update coming after this.
Expect someone to have a cold in. Some patchy cloud will edge into the
Just the 2 slips in place now. 2 slips in a gully. There's a point cover mid wicket,
28 Celsius,
and a fine leg.
Tonight, lengthy clear
Scriven.
spells, just a few patches of cloud into the
Running
evening.
in towards us from the Cromwell Road and bowls to Allsop. Lets that one go outside the off stump through to keeper Cox. And there is no run.
Will then soon clear to have plenty of sunshine. Some patchy cloud developing in the afternoon. Cooler.
This is a long weather forecast which is going on the radio, Sandoki.
It's almost a monologue at this point.
Yeah, it is.
Likely in the afternoon, sunshine between them. On cloud on Wednesday with a few light showers as well. Then
We could talk a bit about West Indian cricket actually after when we come back on, because I know that's very much your
That's the weather.
your domain and expertise.
And for northeast Hampshire. Should we see what's happening?
Comes Scriven, running in bowls. Yes, thanks very much, Joe. It's a pretty cloudy, overcast Hove, and it's getting increasingly humid here, which is perhaps the reason that Leicestershire have taken a couple of wickets. Sussex were asked to bat this morning, perhaps surprisingly on a hot morning, but they are 80 for 2 with both openers, Tom Clark for 15 and Tom Haynes for 39 back in the pavilion. That's after Sussex had reached 50 for 1, 50 without loss in the opening forays this morning. So 80 for 2 now, Sussex. Allsop is on 10, Pujara is on 12. Sussex losing the toss here this morning and batting first.
Cheers, Harmsy. Thank you very much.
Here comes Scriven and bowls. And is it caught? What a catch that is! What a catch. That is magnificent. I think that's Budinger again, who I think was taken out of third slip. It was clipped away by Tom Allsop, and that is a brilliant catch. Low down to his left-hand side. And Sussex were 50 without loss. All of a sudden they're 80 for 3. Catches win matches. But that is an absolute belter.
Just see the replay. Yeah, brilliant dive there.
Or was it Patel? Either way, it was a brilliant catch. Low to his left-hand side. That was absolutely magnificent. Clipped away. It's always annoying, isn't it, when you get caught in that area?
Yeah.
Because when he clipped it away, he probably thought that's 4 runs. We're just seeing the replay here. Yeah, I mean, he's clipped it. That's a really very, very fine catch.
Yeah. Just coming away from him, got that dive. So it's fair to say momentum now firmly in Leicestershire's hands here.
Well, that was a brilliant catch, and all of a sudden, Sussex are really up against it. I think it was Umar Amin actually took the catch. So, on third time of asking, Adrian gets it right. So, my apologies to Umar, but that's a brilliant catch, and it brings out James Coles. And all of a sudden, this game has turned on its head.
Yeah.
Santoki.
And we talked about Leicestershire wanting one more wicket to justify their decision to bowl. They've got it.
Yeah, they have.
Still half an hour to go. Still an hour to go before lunch. So. Sussex really need to dig in here.
Well, they do. And James Coles is the new man coming out to bat, who's been a little short of runs in recent weeks as James. He's made 200s here this season. One against Glamorgan and one against Derbyshire. Both high-scoring games. But he'll feel just needs to make some runs coming here at number 5. And all the time this increases the pressure on Checheshwar Pujara as well.
Cole's still only 19, right?
Yes, he is, and he's a fine player. He's just had 1 or 2 dismissals in recent weeks, which have been perhaps a little sloppy. I think that's probably fair to say. In comes Curry to bowl to Pujara. Kept a little low. Pujara plays it onto the onside, and there is no run. Yeah, your expertise very much around West Indian cricket. I mean, somebody sort of grew up in the 80s, or 70s and 80s, loved watching. It's just really sad at the moment to see that the West Indies, not, for example, in the World Cup. I mean, it's just a terrible shame.
Yeah, I think the World Cup, not qualifying for the ODI World Cup, was a new low for West Indies cricket, having won the first 2 editions, and sort of, as you alluded to, that side in the 70s, 80s.
In comes Curry, bowls, Pujara defends into the offside, picks up a single, does Checheshwar Pujara plays it into the covers. He goes to 13, the total 81 for 3.
Your personal favourite West Indian players growing up?
Well, I'd have to say, Vivian Richards as well. But I remember, Greenwich, Haynes, Richards. I used to love watching Malcolm Marshall bowl. I remember being at the Oval and watching a one-day international against India, and Malcolm Marshall, from memory, came on second change. I mean, just extraordinary bowling from the Vauxhall end. I mean, I couldn't see the ball; it was so fast. Bowling against the great Sunil Gavaskar. Just magnificent. Clive Lloyd in the covers. Just all these, they were just magnificent. In bowls, and Coles is surprised by one with a bit more nip. I think they're taking him on the glove. The ball bounced out onto the onside, and there is no run. In fact, my younger brother was lucky enough, he got a ticket to go to the 1975 World Cup final. The West Indies won against Australia. Wonderful 100 from Clive Lloyd. And I think ever since then he's just been watching these wonderful cricketers, and it just seems a shame that we're not going to see them in the World Cup in India.
Yeah, definitely a real big shame for the region.
In comes Curry bowls, let go outside the off stump. I mean, we hear lots of talk about the reasons why the other sports that younger people are interested in, basketball and so. Is that the reason, or is there something more endemically a problem?
I don't think it's. I think the basketball thing is more of a myth. Not many. I mean, if you look at the NBA, how many players? I don't think there's any players from the West Indies from the region who have played NBA. I think it's more just to do with the growing inequality in cricket at the moment in terms of the resources, and also we don't get as many West Indian players playing county cricket, for instance, and that level of the game.
Curry in bowls. That's a good delivery. There's a bit of extra bounce in this pitch. It goes through to Cox waist high, and there's no run.
Yeah, so I think it's just lack of resources and sort of the growing inequality within cricket. I would love to see. Obviously, we've got Kimar Roach has been a stalwart sub for the past few seasons. Craig Brathwaite is currently at Warwickshire. I'd love to see more West Indians playing county cricket and just being able to develop their trade, and that can only benefit the side.
Yes, because I guess there's not a lot of West Indians playing county cricket. Once upon a time, there'd be plenty. In comes Curry again. Again, bowls with good pace. The ball carries through to Cox now. End of the over. Curry 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 20. Sussex 81 for 3 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms alongside Richard Ray, but currently talking to us, summarise a lovely meet of his first visit down to Hove, to Sanduki, Nangli Redran, and we're talking about West Indian cricket. You're Guyanese.
Yep.
Larry Gomes, was he from Guyana?
Trinidad,
was he?
Rohan Kanai, Alvin Kalicharan.
Oh, wow.
Basil Butcher.
Oh. Well, Alvin Calitran would have played in that 1975 Cup final.
Yeah.
I think he was out caught hooking, actually, hooking Dennis Lilly, I think.
Yeah, he was.
In comes Scriven, bowls, and Pujara sit on the 5-pad. The ball bounces onto the onside, and James Coles calls him through for a single, and there is no run. And what about facilities? Are they an issue at all around the Caribbean in terms of...
Yeah, I think facilities are really poor in the region, which is why you would realistically, to develop, West Indian players would need to go elsewhere to play sort of 4-day cricket.
Yeah.
At least. Obviously, our first class season is only 5 games at the moment, so you don't really get a chance to build that sort of develop your game.
And when would that season run from, the first class season?
So it's generally from April to June.
Right, okay.
And then obviously the problem with that is a lot of players are in the IPL, so they won't be able to take part.
Scriven in over the wicket, bowls, and Coles is forward, placed to backward point. There is no run, and also it's the start of the English season as well. So I guess English camps might be saying, well, if you can't come to June.
Yeah, exactly. It's not enticing for camp.
No.
It's not beneficial. Personal favourite of mine, Shiv Narayan Chanderpaul. I know he had a few stints, Derbyshire, Lancashire.
Yes, yeah.
One of my all-time favourite players to watch. Just that remarkable stance he had.
And Jofra Archer obviously plays for England now, but from the Caribbean, we've had Chris Jordan here as well.
Yeah.
Scriven down the hill, bowls, Coles defends down the track. There is no one. A quick shout out for the Sussex Cricket Museum, which is open today. If you're listening on the headsets around the ground, lots of people coming here today, perhaps for the first time, who've bought tickets online. The museum is just next door to this Spenkarma Pavilion. And it'll be open today, staffed by Keith Ridge and his merry band of volunteers. So go and have a wander around. I made the mistake of thinking museums are all crusty and uninteresting, but it isn't. And there's lots of really good stuff in the museum. So please go and have a look around if you're here today. In comes Scriven, bowls, and Coles flicks this. That's a favourite shot of James Coles, just playing that backward square onto the leg side off of the hip. He picks up a single. He goes, that's his first run, 83 for 3.
Thanks for that, Adrian. Yeah, I'll need to pay my first time here at the ground, so I'll go to the museum. And
please do. No, please do. And there's lots of old, lots of new, and the volunteers do a good. And sometimes they have a book sale as well, Sandoki as well. I don't know if there's one today, but there'll be lots of people over there happy to show you around. So
excellent, brilliant.
Go and have a little look around. It's free. 2 slips in a gully. The Scriven is rushing in down the hill. He bowls to Joe, takes us a step forward again, plays it through the gully region. It was a misfield, and not a great misfield to be honest, by I think that's Scott Curry in there. Pujara picks up a couple of runs. Not sure he should have picked up a couple there really.
No. Such a pacey outfield at the moment.
Yeah, it's a beautiful outfield. It's in wonderful condition. He goes to 15, 85, 3. One other thing I was going to talk about, Santoki, just regard to West Indian cricket, and we've had the review over here into cricket, and there's a lot going on. But one of the things that was pointed out was the, trying to make cricket accessible to everybody, particularly because cricket equipment is expensive, and trying to get kids into cricket who perhaps come from families, I don't mean disadvantaged necessarily, but it's a lot of money for a cricket bat and a pair of pads and a pair of gloves. It's not a cheap game to get into, and I know here at Sussex and other counties they're trying desperately hard to reach out to the communities. In comes Scriven and bowls. Pujara sits on the pad, that's tight. He was off balance there, Pujara. The ball bounced out into the offside, and there is no run. 85 for 3. Pujara 15. Coles is on 1. What's the situation in the Caribbean? Are there the funds around to get children from, whose parents perhaps can't afford cricket, get into clubs? Is that an area that needs working on as well?
Yeah, definitely. I think the whole region as a whole just needs some sort of investment. As I said, the facilities aren't up to scratch. I'm sure if you go to, for instance, Guyana, the facilities would be reminiscent of what you saw in England in the 80s, perhaps. Like, it's not. Ravi Chandran Ashwin recently complained about the condition of the nets when India were over in Barbados recently. So just overall, I think this is something which, it's a long-term issue, but there does need to be some sort of funding because... Yeah.
In comes Scott Curry, bowls to Coles, who's up on his toes and punches into the offside. And there is a drum. Because I'm just a massive believer that there must be so much talent. And in this country, I think one of the problems has been, cricket. We all know it's not new. Cricket isn't played in state schools, so it's basically kids who go to private schools who get into. If you went round and did a straw poll, the majority of kids would come through the private sector. Now they do pick up kids from the state sector who then get scholarships, but in comes Curry bowls, Coles defends down the offside, and there is no run. But there must be a huge pool of talent if you can get these kids interested.
Yeah, well, you mentioned Joffa Archer. He's someone who didn't get the opportunities in Barbados, so came over to England. Shy Hope, he went to school in Dulwich, I believe. He got a scholarship. He said he was 50-50 whether he committed to playing for England or the West Indies. Such was the tough decisions he had to make. And within England, I guess you got the ACE program at the moment.
Yes.
Ryan,
Yeah.
Great work with inner city communities, London, Birmingham.
Yeah, and from a Sussex point of view, as in comes Curry bowls, Coles lets that go outside the off stump, taken by keeper Cox. There is no run. They've started a big community project in Crawley now, where there's a big, there's a dense population. And trying to get kids from all backgrounds, all races, all ethnic backgrounds in it, and a lot of cricket played around the Crawley area as well. And so there's been, Sussex have done an awful lot of work, but it takes time, doesn't it? You need to unearth the talent. You need to, so I think clubs are trying hard here, but it's making up for a lot of lost ground in years gone by. Curry bowls, Coles clips onto the onside, and there is no run. In terms of the Caribbean League, because does that bring money into the game, or does most of that end up in players' pockets and agents' pockets and everything else? I mean, does that really get invested back into grassroots?
No, because the Caribbean Premier League, it's a privately owned tournament, so obviously it doesn't really get reinvested in terms of Cricket West Indies facilities. So again, it's problematic as to sort of how we get this investment.
Comes Scott Curry bowls, Coles up on his toes. It's much tighter now from Curry, settling to a decent line of length here. 5 dot balls in the over so far.
I mean, you always hear the famous line, cricket needs a strong West Indies, so I guess it's sort of all stakeholders across the game sort of need to work. We've seen a lot of talk about Test cricket being dominated by the quote-unquote big three, England, Australia, India, but you do want to see the likes of South Africa, West Indies, New Zealand being competitive.
Pakistan, everybody. Absolutely. Otherwise, it can make it really, everyone just says, it's only England, Australia that matters, which it doesn't.
Exactly.
Curry in bowl, Coles cuts this away to backward point. There is a good maiden over from Scott Curry. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. And Sussex are 80. I can't quite see on the angle here. Sandoki,
85 for 3 after 18 overs. So
Thank you. I couldn't agree more. And I just think all the great West Indians down the years, and it's just such a massive shame that we're not going to see them in the World Cup. Let's hope things change.
Yeah, definitely, hopefully.
But someone who really needs to grab hold of it, doesn't it?
There needs to be someone needs to be proactive.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're just going to witness the decline, growth steeper and steeper.
Tom Scriven is going to carry on. He's bowled 3 very good overs. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 71. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester, Adrian Harms, with Richard Ray and Sandoki Nagirendran on commentary here today, and played into the offside by Pujara. They're just tempting him to take a single. There was Sol Bodinger running back from cover to field. Keeper Cox standing up for the stumps. I do like to see this. Yeah. Because Scriven is not short of pace, and you've got keeper Cox standing up to the stumps. I think it's the true test.
Rich mentioned earlier on commentary, Cox unusual in not having his shirt tucked in as a wicket keeper. Is that something you have an opinion on? I hadn't noticed. Probably, I would like him to have his shirt tucked in, but I'm probably a bit old-fashioned and old and miserable and boring. Scriven in bowls, Pujara defends on the onside. There is no run. I just like seeing the keeper out to the stumps for all sorts of reasons. He's seen Pujara taking a couple of steps down the track, and he's thought, the one way to help your bowler out is to stand up to the stumps. Now, I guess from Scriven's point of view, he's thinking now, I didn't let one drift down the leg side, because that's probably going to be 4-leg buys or 4 buys. But I think that's good from Cox. Yeah, it's certainly going to add pressure to Pujara. He's going to be aware of that as well. So.
The best wicketkeeper I've seen here this season, or indeed anywhere this season, was the first match of the season watching Ollie Robinson for Durham. What a wicketkeeper he is. In comes Scriven. Bowls. Now that is down the leg side, and it's just as we said, wasn't it? He spears that down the leg side. In fact, a little bit of a A little flick from Pujara, faintest of nudges down to fine leg, and you can't do that if you keep. And I'd say that's poor bowling by Scriven, who's bowled actually very well here. But your keeper's standing up; he's got absolutely no chance. And probably Pujara wouldn't have played the shot if he'd have known if the keeper was back.
Yeah, correct.
But Ollie Robinson was and he kept really well last week. He did put a catch down, having said that, but he got a terrific stumping, and I think he's a terrific wicket keeper.
Yeah, I think Ollie Robinson, Ben Folkes as well.
Yeah,
been two highlights of the season.
No, totally, and he bats as well, Robinson.
Well, yeah.
Scriven in bowl, taken by Cox outside the off stump, no run. Yeah, I mean, looking here, he made last week up at Durham. In fact, he was 4 not out in the second innings. He made 67 in the first innings, coming in at number 5. I mean, just ideal.
Yeah.
And it was interesting to talk about recruitment of players. We were talking last week to Marcus North, who's the director of cricket at Durham, and they were talking about Ollie Robinson. They pinpointed they needed a wicket keeper. They're very proactive in their recruitment, Durham.
Yeah.
You know, they got him up there for the T20s last season. They got, you know, they showed him what it was like. You know, for both parties, a very good bit of business. In comes Scriven bowls, taken by Cox, and there is no run.
So Sussex have Chris Wright coming in next season. I'm imagining they'd want to recruit a few more experienced players.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, the policy here has been to give youth a chance. I think the feeling that we gathered from Paul Farbrace's interview last week is that maybe that policy needs to come. He didn't say it needs to come to him, but he said we need some more experienced players. So you could, you know, and some of the younger players, he said, may not be part of the plan going forward. So there's a lot for stake here for these younger players. And Farbrace has clearly come in. He's had a look and he said, this is where we need to go. That's his vision. Scriven in bowls, Pujara defends to mid-on, there is no run. Now, whether that's a view that's shared around the club, I don't know. That's a question for the chief exec, the chairman and others. But I think what Paul Farbrace said last week, he made that a very clear statement. This is what I want. If we're going forward, I believe this is what we need.
Yeah.
And I guess it's a case of whether the people who make the decisions around the club agree with that or not. And I guess we'll see with recruitment here during the winter.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at this top order, Tom Clark, 22 years old, Tom Haynes, 24, James Cole's just 19, Ollie Carter, the leading run scorer, 21. So it is a young squad. With that, you do get potential, but also you do lack that experience to sort of put together consistent performances. So it'd be interesting to see who they bring in.
In comes Curry, bowls to Coles. Does that go outside of the off stump, taken by a diving Cox? There is no runner. I mean, and you're right. What I think people would say is that this is the third season for some of the younger players, and they have had quite a bit of experience now. And the other thing that Paul Farbrace made last week as well, he said, I'm not sure it's doing younger players a lot of good if they keep on failing. You know, just there come a time when you have to actually, you know, just maybe take players out the draw. You know, do they then play second 11 cricket? You know. It's not to say they're not good. They're not going to become good players, but perhaps just now at this stage in their careers, they're not quite ready. In comes Curry bowls and Cole's defence into the offside, and there is no run. So there's a lot of debate around the club, and I think, you know, Paul Farbrace's interview last week certainly grounds for debate, and we'll see which way the club decide to go.
Someone who's certainly not lacking experience, Chetesh Pujara. What have you made of his time at the club as a leader and sort of captain of the side?
Well, I think there's no question the volume of runs that Checheshwar has made. Was he averaging 60 this season in the Championship? And comes Curry, played to mid-wicket by Coles. There is no run. I mean, I just think his influence around the dressing room, and when you talk to the players, I think his influence around a very quietly spoken man, I think that can only rub off on younger players. And if Sussex were to make it to the First Division, which I think is unlikely this season, you know, his kind of influence around the dressing room is huge, and the fact he makes so many runs is fantastic. In comes Curry, bowls, played into the offside, there is no run.
I think if you're a young player and you've got Pujara who's played at the highest level for such a long period,
absolutely,
you have to take notes and listen.
Well, you know, if you're James Coles batting out there now and you've got one of the top batsmen in the world at the other end, you'd be crackers not to be. And if I was on an away trip, I'd want to take Pujara out for dinner every night. You know, I would. I'd be saying, how do you do this? What? And maybe the guys do, I don't know. But you would absolutely be pestering him, wouldn't you, for knowledge the whole time. In comes Curry, bowls, Coles, lets that go outside the off-stump, there is no run. And possibly the younger players do, I don't know. But that's why some, you know, because he's been there, done it, got the T-shirt, there's no question about the man's ability.
yeah, you'd imagine he'd be a fountain of knowledge.
Yes, you would.
Played in all conditions, all countries.
I wonder whether perhaps as skipper of the side, whether maybe you might think, well, we just want him to score runs and just not have to have that pressure of captaining a young side as well. You know, it's not to say he's a bad captain, I'm not saying that, but I'm just wondering whether that should be, maybe as a skipper you look up to him, I don't quite know. In comes Curry bowls, that's a poor shot. So that you know, that's a ball that's wide outside the off stump. Now James Coles doesn't need to play at that. He's made one. He's faced 19 deliveries. He's got frustrated there, and he could so easily have gone out. And I think that's probably talks about inexperience. No need to play that shot. Half an hour till lunch. 3 wickets have gone down. Leicestershire have got themselves on top. That could have easily have been 4. And I would imagine Cheshire is now coming down, having a word to James Coles, saying, "Look, no need to play that shot. Let's get through to lunch. Let's not lose another wicket." But I think that's the sort of shot that probably, if Coles had got out then, that's the sort of shot when Paul Farbrace is saying, we lack experience. You cannot play that sort of shot in this situation.
Just playing the situation, as you said, they just
Absolutely.
really need to get to lunch at this point. They've got enough fun on the boards for a first session. They just need to make sure they don't lose any wickets to the bowling.
And Paul talks a lot about learning from mistakes, and that would have been frustrating. And hopefully James will think, crumbs, now I do need to get my head down here. This isn't easy. Tom Scriven running in from the Cromwell Road in bowl to Bajara. That's a terrific delivery. You know, beats Bajara outside the off stump. I don't think that missed the top of the off stump by very much.
No,
you know,
it didn't. It's interesting as well because Jaydev Unakdat, he was captain for his side Saurashtra, who won the Ranji Trophy earlier this year. So
Right.
it'd be interesting to see what sort of leadership experience he brings to this bowling attack as well.
Yeah, and interesting as well because he's here for these 3 games. So maybe this is an opportunity. I was talking about the approach that clearly Durham, with Ollie Robinson, getting him involved, getting in him and having a look and seeing if it was good for both parties, which it is. The sun has reappeared, by the way. Scriven is in bowled. Bajara lets that go, taken by Cox, no run. You know, possibly Sussex are doing this with an attack. They're saying, right, let's have a look. Can we get him in for a longer period of time? Is he suited to us? Do we like him? Does he like us? It's an ideal time, but it's not a holiday. Sussex want him to take wickets here.
This is the thing. He's here to do a job as an experienced overseas. You need to be getting the wickets.
Yep. And there's a bit in this pitch. There's a bit more in this pitch than we've seen in some of the pitches at Hove this season, which is good to see. Doesn't mean to say it's bowler friendly. Scriven in and bowls. Bajara is 40. It just looks like a different game in that. Sussex got to 50 in half an hour this morning. It's just extraordinary. But the run rate has absolutely slowed to a crawl. But as I say, I think that Bajara would have recognised that. I'm sure that the important thing is for Sussex to consolidate here.
Yeah, I had to double check in the early stages, make sure I wasn't at a T20 blast game in September.
So, are you a cricketer as well?
Yeah, well, I played at university. I tried to model myself on Joe Garner with my height, but unfortunately I ended up being more of a medium pacer.
What a bowler he was. See, your hero, in comes Scriven bowls, Bajara plays to mid-wicket, there is no run.
My cricketing hero from the West Indies would have to be Patrick Patterson.
Right, that's interesting.
Never seen as pacey a bowler as Patterson. I think he was at Lancashire for a while.
Yes, he was.
Just how he terrified all batsmen with his sheer pace. He's someone who I sort of idolised as a youngster.
The list is endless, isn't it? I'd forgotten Patrick Patterson, but think of bowlers as well. People like Sylvester Clarke.
Colin,
he was
Croft.
Just so fast.
Yeah.
And the great Malcolm Marshall. What a shame that he was taken so early in his life. In comes Scriven bowls. Oh, Bajara is. Now, I think that bounced in front of first slip. I might need some confirmation from our experts sitting up in the stand there in the Spencumber. My feeling was, I didn't see it, that was short of first slip. Although the direction of Scriven was that maybe it carried. I wonder what they reckon up there in the Spencumber. Maybe a hat off for not carrying. Oh, hats on.
Let's see the replay here.
Maybe that was a chance.
It looked like it carried on the replay.
Did it? Okay.
Let's have a look.
So we reckon that was a life of Bajara on 20. I think it went to Colin Ackerman.
Yeah.
Scriven in. Bowls to Coles. Let's that go outside the off stump. So I'm going to put that down as a drop.
Yeah, just looking at Ackerman's reaction on the replay, it definitely was a drop. I don't think.
Did they take a couple of runs there, or just the one?
Just the one.
Yes. So I think it was put down on 20 with the total of 89 for 3. And we think that was Ackerman and Scriven. So, end of the over. Just making a note that half an hour to go to lunch. The heavy cloud has sort of drifted away now, hasn't it? We've got much brighter skies coming in.
Sun's coming out now, yeah.
Which is wonderful news. And so hopefully we're not going to get any interruptions. Just having a look to see, still a delayed start, I think, down at the Ageas Bowl. Yeah, still delayed down at Southampton. Richard's going to come back in and join us. Santoki, thank you so much. Lovely to see you, and more from you throughout the day. As Richard comes back in, he may have a view on whether that did carry to Colin Ackerman. Richard gives me a nod. And I did ask for our experts in the Spen Karma to raise their hats if they thought it carried, and no one did. So my feeling is it did carry. We're going to see Chris Wright back into the attack. From this time, the Villian bowls to Pujara with a lovely flowing cover drive.
I was sitting on top behind the bowler's arm. It looked to carry, and the reaction of the Leicestershire fielders, and particularly Scriven,
yes,
the bowler, suggests it definitely did.
Yeah, no, I would agree.
This could be a huge miss.
Yeah, Pujara tends to make teams pay. Just looking here at some of the games which are underway at Old Trafford. Middlesex could well be heading back to the second division. 18 for 3, batting first against Lancashire. They lost heavily to Essex last week. Wright is in. Bowls, Pujara lets that go outside the off stump, and there is no run. Strange morning, Richard. I mean, Sussex out of the traps very quickly, batting with Haynes, and Haynes in particular looked really pretty comfortable. So, only 3 wickets go down. Wonderful catch, I have to say, at mid-wicket to get rid of Tom Alsop. But the game has just turned on its head. Suddenly runs look really difficult to come by.
Yeah, they settled into a much better line. And even Curry in that in the last couple of overs, although he's been replaced now.
Right, running up the hill. Bowl to Pujara. Let's that go outside the off stump. There is no run.
But I was talking to Lewis Hill, Leicestershire skipper, last week, and we were both saying how impressed we'd been by Tom Scriven this season. He said Hill felt that Scriven had been the find of the season, really, the breakthrough of the season, particularly obviously with the ball. He looks a real threat with the ball in pretty much all conditions now. He should have 2 wickets to his name.
In comes Wright, running away from us. Bowls to Pujara. Let's that go outside the off stump. No run. Also, I thought as well, we talked about Ben Cox a little earlier. I do like the fact that Cox decided to stand up to the stumps. He's seen Pujara taking a couple of paces down the pitch. He's got confidence in his ability. I think he's a fine wicketkeeper, Ben Cox. I've watched him keep for Worcestershire over the years. I think it's good. I like to see that. That's supporting your bowler.
Some bowlers don't like it, do they?
No, they don't.
But Scriven seems happy enough.
Yeah, I mean, he did spear one down the leg side, having said that, but I think he bowled well as incomes, or kept well. Flicked down to find a good bit of fielding down there, way down in the distance. That's an excellent piece of work, just restricting to a single. Who's that all the way down there?
It's Rahan.
Right, okay. Excellent bit of work. It's the throw-in. Yeah, I can see number 16 on the back of his shirt. Haven't seen the leg spinner in action so far. I was watching him warm up. I wonder if we might see him before lunch. In fact, funny enough, he's warming up now. It's Rahan Ahmed. So it'd be lovely to see whether we might see him in action. I love to watch a leg spinner. Right, running in hard up the hill, bowls to Coles, who plays it into the offside, and there is no run. Watching Chris Wright bowl here, end of the over. Wright just bowled 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 26, Sussex 91 for 3, Pujara on 21, Coles is on 1. Watching Matty Potts bowl last week for Durham, just runs in and runs in. Every single ball that Matt Potts bowled last week, he was giving it absolutely everything. I love watching that with a quick bowler. And I get sort of the impression with Wright's a bit like that. Just runs in hard.
He's been unlucky, Potts, hasn't he? That he's he hasn't done anything wrong for England. No. That is for sure. And not to be sort of figuring at the moment is a little bit. Must be frustrating for him. He can't be far away.
He was excellent last week. He really raced in the whole match.
Ackerman looks to be standing a little bit closer at second slip now as Scriven bustles in and bowls just outside of stump. A good leave from Pujara. Late decision, nicely, calmly taken by Cox.
It was interesting last week. We were joined by Marcus North, the director of cricket at Durham, and Ryan Campbell, the Durham coach, came and spoke to us, and he was talking about Matt Potts. And he said, the point of difference you need is somebody who can bowl with genuine pace. He said, whatever form of cricket you're in, it's all right having medium paces, but he said, what you need is somebody who can run in and bowl quick and continually quick. And that's what Durham have got in Potts.
Yep, they look a good outfit. In goes Scriven, bowls outside off stump. Pujara steps forward, leaves, and it's a little bit wider this time. And again, a comfortable take by Ben Cox, who, having thrown the ball out to Umar Amin, wanders out for a chat. The two new men, so to speak, both made their debut last week.
I think he's
They're talking about Umar bowls a little bit of seam up, picked up a wicket.
He might change his fielding position slightly there. I wonder if you think there may be a... Cox has spotted something.
Scriven is in and bowls on the legs of Pujara. Came off the pad, I think, runs out towards deep backward, square long, leg umpire, Baldwin. No, a little bit of inside edge as well. Did him a disservice there, so he picks up a single, moves on to 22, dropped, we're pretty sure, on 20. Off Scriven by Ackerman at second slip.
I think in general terms, Richard, and I don't mean this to sound patronising in any way, shape or form, but people are really pleased that Leicestershire have... Because they've had some tough times, haven't they? And they really look like... To get to that one-day cup final is massive for Leicestershire. Really, really good.
It does feel good, I must admit. In goes Scriven and bowls, brings Coles forward, thick inside part of the bat. Tall right-hander runs down the pitch on the onside, and there's no run. But I think people like Sussex and Derbyshire, and for want of a better word, the slightly smaller, less well-resourced counties, if you like, are all quite pleased, judging by the reaction that I've had from people.
Definitely.
Just as it's sort of, competing against the big boys. I mean, I think that's the glory, of course, of the One Day Cup, when a lot of the top players are off with the 100. In goes Scriven. Shuffling down is Cox, but getting more or less to the pitch, turning his wrists on it, clipping it out to mid-wicket for 4. It was a good shot because Scriven didn't adjust his length, and Cox made a very late decision to shuffle forward and played it really nicely, just turned his wrists on it. He's been becalmed a little bit. He was on 1 of 22 balls, well now he's on 5 of 23.
In the previous over, he played a really poor shot outside the off-stump to a wide delivery from Curry, and I was saying to Santoki that that's the sort of shot that inexperiencely, he got himself a bit becalmed. And having Pujara out there now, just saying, no need to do anything daft, and he just waited for that wasn't a poor ball by Scriven, but slightly over pitched, and picks up a boundary. He'll feel a whole pile better for that. He's made a couple of hundreds this year, James Carles, but just a little short of runs recently.
Scriven is in to him. He defends on pretty much the back foot, although his weight was leaning forward by the time ball connected with bat, played it out into the offside, and he played that over pretty well, rather more comfortably, in fact, than Pujara did, actually.
Yes, I would agree.
Coles.
I just wonder as well, Richard, and you do talk about the big boys, and again, we had this conversation last week with Marcus North up at Durham, and he was, saying about the... clearly with Surrey are an example of that. Up at the Oval, they have 100 franchise. They're absolutely packed to the rafters. So that does bring income into the club. I know it's the 100, but the bars are open. That does benefit them as a club. So you've got more money to spend on players. There is a salary cap, we know, in the Championship, but it does enable you to bring in players of a higher quality. So it's just great to see other counties competing. In comes Chris Wright and bowls, and Pujara forward plays into the offside. There is no run. And you might know this better than me, Richard. I mean, there is a salary cap, isn't there? I don't know whether counties get near to that salary cap. Is it sort of 2 and a bit million, something like that?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly, but and how they spend within that is up to them.
Yes.
But
because everybody still benefits from the money that the counties get from the 100. There is the salary cap, but I guess it's how some counties can't get anywhere near it. I understand that. Right. And again, bowled. Pujara, we've caught in two minds then, Richard. He's taking this step down the track, and he looked like he was going to play it, then decided not to. The ball goes through to Cox, and there is no run.
It hit him on the front. It clipped the front pad, hence the appeal for him not playing a shot sort of thing, although it was so far outside it didn't really come back that much. But He's just looked a bit uncomfortable just watching him from up top. He hasn't looked his usual, but he's there.
He is. That's
he's 22 not out, and if he can get through to lunch, which isn't far away, 20 minutes.
Middlesex are now 20 for 5 against Lancashire. As in comes right and bowls. Pujara solidly forward, players under the offside, no run. And of those 20, Sam Robson, who opened the batting, is 11 not out. So Middlesex look as though they could be in danger. Well, they are in huge danger of coming. It's really between, I think Northamptonshire are down. It's really between Middlesex and Kent as to who's going to join them, I think.
Lords or Canterbury, where do you fancy?
Well, I do love going
I tend to look at it that way.
Yeah. But you might end up going to Radlett, that's the only thing.
Yeah,
Which is not, this is not as good as in comes right. Bowls to Pujara, 4 runs. That was a good shot. Slightly overpitched by Chris Wright, and Pujara, that's what experience gives you, doesn't it? Wait for the ball that comes you can hit for 4. Then hit it for 4. He goes to 26. 100 up for Sussex, 100 for 3. Kent are playing in this round of matches. They're playing at Canterbury, Nottinghamshire, which is also a lovely ground to go to. I like Canterbury, like the lads down at Kent. And Zach Crawley in the runs, 57 not out. Good to see a Test player playing in County Championship. Kent 74 without loss. Crawley is 57 not out.
Preparing to captain England against Ireland.
Yes, indeed. Right, and again to Pujara, is up on his toes. There's this 2 backward point, and there is no run. Talking of which, still no play in Southampton. Incredible, isn't it? I mean, I don't know as the crow flies here to Southampton, 50 miles.
I was going to say, yeah, about that.
Maybe.
And it does look grey over there, but over here, we're just being lucky at the moment.
Yeah.
It's much nicer again. All the cloud is going up the west, just that far enough west towards Southampton.
And comes right again, bowls. Pujara, good lead, lets it go through. Just probing away here is Chris Wright. End of the over, just the 4 runs coming off that lovely cover drive from Cheshire Pujara, and Sussex are 100 for 3. Pujara 26, Coles 5. You're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester, Adrian Harms and Richard Ray, your commentary team.
Well, I suggested to Sandoki that 4 before lunch would just about justify the decision. Tilda from down under, she thinks 5.
Yeah.
So does Tilda's dad.
Just looking here.
I think they'd take 4.
The distance between Brighton and Southampton is 56 miles. The road distance is 63 miles. So,
travelling time on a Monday,
about 7 hours.
Yeah, cold. There is a sort of coastliner bus, isn't there? The number 700. Everybody ought to do it at least once. It's a thoroughly entertaining ride if you're patient. Salisbury is on at the Cromwell Road end, bowls outside off stump, bounces a bit, not taken cleanly by Cox, 2-handed away to his right, just leaning to his right, around about chest high, bounced out of the gloves. Good job that it was left by James Coles, who made his best score last season against Leicestershire, I think it was.
Yeah.
6.
And then he's made a big 100 here.
But it's
180 against Derbyshire.
It was good to see a young player sort of go past landmarks and build on them, so to speak. Salisbury is in. He's shuffling down the pitch and then just turning it off his body down towards the backward square stroke wide long leg.
Yeah, 200s here, 138 against Glamorgan, 180 against Derby. Now, 100 is 100, and he's a fine young player, James Coles, but both here on good tracks. It was more demanding last week up at Durham, still a good track, but better attacks than both Derbyshire and Glamorgan.
They're a good attack, aren't they?
Yeah.
Potts and Rain form a nice partnership. And Salisbury is in, bowls outside off stump. Big step forward from Pujara, and then an equally big leave. Exaggerated leave. Swings everything out of the way of the ball.
Steve Harris has been in touch up in Aberdeenshire. He says, "Good morning, Adrian. Another poor effort from the top 3. Paul Farbrace's words don't seem to have had much effect. It's been a disappointing season in every format, whatever happens now. In racing parlance, I wonder if the young players that were supposed to be the future have trained on as expected." Yes, they do say that about horses, don't they? They haven't sort of trained on.
Salisbury is in bowl straight. Pujara bat in front of the forward push, in front of his pads. Back up the pitch it goes.
Goes on to say the talk about lack of fitness. Paul Farbrace did speak about the Sussex players' fitness at the end of the interview. He said it's coming back to bite some of them, the lack of fitness, in that interview that he conducted at Durham last Wednesday. It's a real concern. Is that just a reference to Ollie Robinson, or are there others? Well, Ollie Robinson not in this game. Paul Farbrace did say last week he would only be available, England have said he'd only be available for the last 2 games.
Salisbury bowls very wide and left again by Pujara.
Which is really no use to man or beast, really. I mean, 2 games. I mean, Sussex will have wanted him for these 2 games, really. But England, Paul Farbrace said he was working on his fitness, Ollie Robinson.
He's done that quite a lot, hasn't he?
Well, he has, and there was some scepticism. There was a social media post showing Ollie playing golf in Portugal, and people saying, "Well, hang on a minute, what's going on?" So there was questions.
Salisbury bowls again. Pujara's using his feet, looking to drive, more or less getting to the pitch of it, but just closed the bat face slightly and ended up steering it out to Hill at mid-off end of the over, the 25th. So the run rate is still pretty good. Anything over 4s is pretty decent for the county championship, but it was 6.5 sevens for a while. 101 for 3 after 25, 6 off 26 for Coles, who's playing himself in, and Pujara, who never seems to sort of change his tempo anyway. Really, he'll sort of strike rate of 60 to 70 most innings, and the differential is how long he's out there. Usually quite a while.
Chris Wright is going to carry on. We've got another 15 minutes to go until lunch. 101 for 3. Wright racing in bowls. Coles lets that go outside the off stump, taken low down by Cox tidily, and there is no run. And of course, Ollie Robinson is perfectly entitled to go and play golf in Portugal. He's employed by England. They pay his wages. If he'd been working on his fitness, maybe it was a week off, so he's perfectly entitled to. I just think when you then don't play in the next championship game, it just raises a few eyebrows, and people sort of think, well, hang on, England, what is going on here? And I think people are entitled to ask. It's a perfectly legitimate question.
Is he centrally contracted?
Yes, he is. So England will pay the wages, and in comes Wright, bowls. Coles plays down the ground right, half fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. And that was the point that Paul Farbrace made last week. England say he's available for the last 2 games, and that's it. And Ollie was perfectly entitled to go away and play, but as I say, it just raised 1 or 2 eyebrows. But thank you, Steve. I was up in Scotland a few weeks ago, went up for the Edinburgh Festival for a few days, which was great fun, and the weather was lovely, and we went to North Berwick on one of the days, and there's a lovely beach there. My mate who I was with, right in and bowls, and Coles with a wild shot. That's not a great shot. He's just teasing him outside the off stump. There is Chris right now. I guess had Coles crashed that one through point for 4 runs, I'd have said what a great shot, but he wasn't quite in the position to play the shot, and there is no run, which he rehearses. So my mate decided it would be a good idea. He said, well, as we're in Scotland, we've got to go in the sea, Adrian. So we did, and it was cold. But we did get in, to be fair. Got the shoulders under Richard. You'd have been all right. You'd have stayed in, I bet.
I'm not sure, but it is very. You kind of know it's good for you, but you don't have to like it.
It didn't feel very good for me, Richard. Right, bowls, and Coles this time plays a lovely shot. Just clips the ball through mid-wicket. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. Will they come back for a third? No, they won't. It's well fielded in the outfield with a sliding save by Rehan Ahmed. And there is a couple more runs to Coles, who goes to 8. So thank you for your email, Steve. Good to hear from you. I don't know whether you're at the game or whether you're up in Scotland.
I've played golf at North Berwick.
Have you?
Yes.
Yeah, there was, I think I saw the golf course, actually, just behind the town. I mean, a lovely sort of high street there as well. So we had a thoroughly enjoyable few days up in Edinburgh. You take what you get at the festival, some good, some bad, but in comes Wright, bowls, Coles. Let's go outside the off stump, no run. We were talking when we was on commentary with Sandoki just before we came back, and we were talking about cricketers from state schools. And he says, fielded just in front of me at the Cromwell Road end is Rehan Ahmed. Delighted to say Rehan went to Bluecoat Apsley Academy in Nottingham. Rick goes on to say, at Sussex it seems that an issue went to Ardingly, Beeds or Eastbourne, Hurst People, and you don't get to play, says Rick. I mean, that's one of the things why Sussex is working so hard around the communities, particularly in Crawley, In comes right bowls, Coles defends into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over. Tidy stuff by Chris Wright. Just 2 coming off the over. He has bowled 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32. Sussex 100 and 3 for 3. Pujara 26, Coles it's on 8. I don't know where you're sitting, Rick. Perhaps you give us a wave if you're sitting at the Cromwell Road end listening.
Looking around for somebody waving.
Yeah, he's probably hiding now, thinking. So thank you, Rick, for getting in touch. It is an issue, though, isn't it? You know,
it is.
You know, a huge issue for the game.
It's a sort of self-perpetuating issue as well, in that, you know, Leicestershire still do get a fair number of sort of referrals, if you like, from the sort of public schools of the area, the Stamfords, the Uppinghams, the Oundles, there's a few of them. Salisbury down the slope from the Cromwell Road end bowls to Pujara, who again, like a little shuffle and then a forward defensive press, thick inside edge, squirts it out to Ahmed at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Just wondering whether we might get an over from Ahmed before lunch, but Hill doesn't tend to be that sort of captain.
Right.
So I'd be a little bit, and there's been no sign of Rahan sort of loosening his shoulders a little bit. He has had 1 or 2 shoulder issues, he says. But
Rahan or Rehan? Is it Rehan?
Yeah, his mum says Rahan.
Right,
He
okay.
told me.
Well, my
But he didn't mind.
Right.
In goes Salisbury. Edged, caught at second slip. Well, it's been coming. Salisbury's got his wicket, and this time Ackerman low to his left, manages to hang on, takes it about an inch or 2 above the ground. Pujara's slightly tortured innings comes to an end on 26 of 52 deliveries. Sussex, with lunch approaching, are 103 for 4.
Well, you have to say very much Leicestershire's morning now, having picked up those 4 wickets, particularly as Sussex were 50 without loss. I think Leicestershire would have settled for 103 for 4, and particularly having picked up the scalp now of Pujara, which is such a massive wicket as far as Leicestershire are concerned. And also you've got a new man coming in now to face a few balls before lunch. Good catch actually by Ackerman. That was low down and that was very well taken. So well done to Ackerman, a good catch.
He'll be relieved as well.
He will when you
put Pujara down on 20.
Andrew's been in touch. He says, "Hi Adrian, it's been raining on the Isle of Wight for over an hour. I think it's coming your way. Enjoy the sunshine while you can. I'm enjoying the live stream with your commentary, but I'm expecting a forced break this afternoon." Well, I was down at West Wittering yesterday, and you can look across from there down to Chichester. You can see the Isle of Wight. I mean, it was a glorious day yesterday. It's a little west of here, and I don't know whereabouts on the Isle of Wight you are, Andrew. It'd be good to know. As Ollie Carter makes his way out. Now, I think Ollie Carter has been one of the successes for Sussex this season. And he's a really, I don't mean to gritty, but I wouldn't want that to sound as if it's, you know, he just gets stuck in. But he sells his wicket very dear, does Ollie Carter. Made a very good 80 last week up at Durham. And I think he's been excellent in the middle order. I still think there's, and Ollie, when I saw acknowledges, I think there's still work on his wicket keeping to be done. But I think he holds his place in the side on his batting most definitely. And I hope I haven't given him the big send up and then he gets out. But
I'm not impressed by the state of his pads.
No, they're a bit muddy, a bit grubby, aren't they?
Get some Blanco on, young man.
Yeah. But he certainly sells his wicket dear, and
that's what counts.
Yes, it does.
It's not about appearance, although there are those coaches who will tell you that appearance, and it tells you something about a player. He waits with a bat raised. 4th slip has gone in now. Budinger alongside Curry as Salisbury is in to Carter. Big stride back into his ground. That's his trigger move, but then a press forward. Gets on top of the bounce, steers it out to Scriven at point. And there's no run.
Was really important this for Sussex. Now, I mean, Finn Hudson-Prentice has been in good form, coming in at number 7, averaging 50 in the Championship. But then, I mean, Jack Carson got back at 8. But you would say once you're into, you're into the Sussex tail, you're into the bowlers, most certainly.
Dick Powell on the stream. Why is Mulder not playing? Because he's been ill, Dick. So they're just making sure he's okay for next Saturday. Salisbury is in. Carter is forward on off stump. Back up the pitch it goes to Salisbury, and he thinks the Leicestershire batting lineup looks a bit light without Mulder and Kimber. Both should be fit, and well, as far as I'm aware, Louis Kimber's fit anyway. They were also looking I think, very closely at Callum Parkinson for this game, but Mulder's illness meant they had to bring in a seamer instead. So had Mulder played, Parkinson might well have played as well. In goes Salisbury, bowls full, driven, thick outside edge along the ground. There's a few hands in the air out there. It was a bit expansive, but he's got away with it, Carter. He rather flung his hands at that one, and he just about got enough of it. Well, he did get enough of it, but it wasn't entirely convincing.
No, it wasn't. Andrew's been back in touch to say where in the Isle of Wight is. He said, I'm in Carisbrooke, in the middle of the... Is there a Carisbrooke castle? Or am I talking rubbish? Probably.
Rings a bell. It's with a C, isn't it? C-A-R-A-S.
Yes.
Brook with an E, is it?
I remember playing a tour game over in the Isle of Wight once. Brystone, I think that was in the middle of the island.
Salisbury is in again to Carter, who leaves outside off stump. That's from his point of view, less productive but a slightly more convincing shot or non-shot. End of the over. The 27th of the first innings, 107 for 4. We should get 2 more in, but as ever, Leicestershire will be 4 wickets have fallen, which occupy a bit of time, but they do not bowl their overs quickly.
Well, Sussex was shocking last week at Durham. At one stage, they were -4. And in fact,
They can beat you by 1 last week for Leicestershire, -5 at one stage.
Did you get docked
No, they
in
managed to bowl. They bowled about 10 quick overs of spin on the last morning, the third morning.
Chris Wright is running up the hill from the sea end of the ground, running in and bowls to Coles, who plays stylish. That's a lovely shot. Played through the offside. He's going to get 4 runs. The ball races across the turf towards the Spen Calmer Villa. I can see someone making their way into the Sussex Cricket Museum, which will be open at lunchtime today. If you fancy going and having a look around, please do. The volunteers all over there.
I do recommend it as well. It's fascinating in there.
Yeah, it is. It's, they've worked really hard. All volunteers and all sorts of Sussex memorabilia, and not just sort of old crusty stuff as well. There's some new exhibits, etc. in the museum. As in comes Wright and bowls, let go outside the off stump by Coles, and there is no run.
Something Leicestershire lack.
The museum.
Yeah, they have. I know there's collections of stuff sort of in storage, but there really ought to be a museum. There isn't one. Perhaps it's in the plans somewhere.
It takes just a huge amount of work and volunteers.
It is. It's a lot of commitment. Yes, I agree. But they're great additions to the grounds.
Yeah, they really are. And they've worked really, really hard. Keith Ridge and his band of volunteers. So well done, everyone. As in comes Wright over the wicket bowls. Coles lets that go. That wasn't far away from the off stump. It was a good delivery by Wright and a howl from behind the stumps. When I said the 4th wicket went down, I said Leicestershire's morning, and you looked at me as if to say you didn't quite agree.
Well,
it
is. I guess 4 is pretty good, but I don't know. I'm kind of with Tilda a bit. 5, definitely.
Right.
4, yeah, 65, 35, something like that.
Wright is in bowls. And now, he's played a lovely shot in this over, James Cole. He's played a lovely cover, and I think that is exactly the sort of thing that will be irritating to a coach. You're possibly in the last over before lunch. You've hit a boundary. There's no need to play that shot.
Exactly that. If he'd gotten out like that.
Well, if you got out to that shot, if I was James Cole, I'd have walked to the other side of the ground, because you can expect a glowering Paul Farbrace to get out then, and that's just the frustration from Sussex. Right in bowls. Now this time he does let it go. A good leave. He probably didn't fancy facing the coach at lunchtime if you're out. He's got the shots. It's just, and I guess that's where experience comes in. But you say, I sound like a broken record, and they talk about learning from your mistakes, but he's already done that once, James Coles. Just surveys the leg side field, but he's still there, importantly, for Sussex. He's 12 not out, particularly when Bajara's just got out. You don't want to be 5 down at lunch. Right. In bowls. Oh, Coles, that's a good delivery. Very well bowled by Chris Wright. Coles is beaten outside the off stump, but we can forgive him that. That was a good bit of bowling. End of the over. One point that Sussex will be very pleased is to see how well Chris Wright is bowling here. He's been excellent. He has bowled 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 36. We're going to get another over before lunch, 111 for 4. Coles on 12, Carter is on 4. You will need, Richard, when this over is done, to put your trainers on. Oh, you're all right.
I've been
You've been?
I think that's what you're going to tell me.
I was, yeah. And there wasn't a queue.
No, because I went fairly early, on your previous advice. So, but it did look quite busy in there.
Yeah.
In comes Salisbury, bowls to Carter. York almost squeezes through. He looks down at the bottom of his bat, having come down on the ball just in time. Trickles out.
I'm going to have
towards
to
mid wicket. If you want to go, I can. Or do you need to do a half?
I've got to do my update, unfortunately. Okay. So the over will be bowled, and then there'll be a mob descending on Greg's. So hopefully someone kindly might let me go to the front of the queue. But
I shall do one of the great pleasures of this ground and wander down to the sea and
lovely.
Have a look at what is laughably known as a beach down here. In goes Salisbury at hand, bowls nicely clipped away through mid-wicket stroke square leg by Carter. It was there to be hit, drifting down onto his legs, and he didn't try and overhit it, just wristily clipped it away, helped it on its way almost. A beautiful piece of timing. And a rather more convincing second boundary than a first for Ollie Carter.
David Sharp's been in touch. Hello, David, who I saw last week about Durham. And he says, greetings from Twyford in Berkshire. Carisbrooke Castle is in Carisbrooke. It's in the centre of the Isle of Wight. He says, thank you for the commentary. So there we are. We did get that right. Carisbrooke Castle.
Salisbury, 1 for 37 from 6.2, goes in and bowls. Carter is forward, defending the ball out to Scriven at point. Takes a step down the pitch, realises it's going straight to Scriven, and immediately raps out no. Well, we don't tend to pick up on the effects mics for some reason at grounds, which you do when you're sitting outside just watching. Is the fielder's comments and encouragement. Here's the update.
Why am I doing your job for you? Here's Elizabeth Rizzini to tell me whether I'm right or wrong.
In comes
yes, you're absolutely
Salisbury,
right. Yeah,
played into the offside by Carter. So one more ball to go until lunch. I might be able, Richard, to as soon as this ball is bowled, if they get to this update quickly, I might get to the front of the queue.
When there'll be a dramatic.
I might need you to sign off and give a summary. Would that be
might.
okay?
That would be fine. That would be fine.
So we've just seen 30.3 degrees Celsius.
30.3 degrees.
Surrey in the last hour.
Surrey.
Which makes it the 7th consecutive day of temperatures over 30 degrees.
Comes Salisbury down the hill, bowls and played by Carter to mid-off. And there is no run. One more ball to go into the break.
It gets 32 or even 33 degrees Celsius, particularly for inland areas.
Just very briefly, Middlesex 44 for 5 against Lancashire in the First Division. Keeping an eye on sort of who's likely to come into the Second Division next season. Of course, Leicestershire may be in the First Division. Sussex maybe, you never know. But I think Sussex are going to need to win all three, I think, to have any real chance. Kent 95 for 1 in that match against Notts. Zach Crawley not out 73. In comes Salisbury, bowls, Carter up on his toes, plays that into the offside, and there is no run. And that is indeed lunch, so I'm not going to get to the front of the queue. It's the longest weather update in the history of weather updates, I think.
Don't they know you have a pie waiting for you? It's very frustrating.
There'll be a bit more of a southwesterly wind blow, but it does look dry. It's still warm tomorrow. This will be a lot of sunshine that time.
So lunch score is, I didn't see actually,
115 for 4.
Thank you.
Introducing
1 wicket for each of the bowlers. Wright, Salisbury, Curry and Scriven.
So Coles,
12 not out.
Carter,
8.
thank you. I took my eye off the ball. They're still going.
Degrees. And then on Thursday, Friday.
They like their weather, don't
They do like their weather.
Sussex, don't they?
Let's take a look at the coastal.
She's still going. Coastal waters now. This is good. Minimal possibility of showers. That was good. Maybe just in the west of the county, so that's a
This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
the day. The rain that seems to be falling in Southampton, which we looked up this morning, is only about 50 miles along the coast from here, hasn't fortunately reached Hove, and we've got lots of blue sky above the ground. The sunshine is out. And Santoki Nagulendran sitting next to me. I think that was Leicestershire's morning.
Yeah, definitely. This is a big session coming up for Sussex. I mean, we've got Coles and Carter in at the moment. You feel if one of them loses their wicket, we're sort of into a fragile batting tail end, and Sussex could eventually see themselves kittled out for a low total. So it's up to these two to really put a stand together, a big partnership, ideally back through the session.
Yeah, Ollie Carter was in good form up at Durham last week, where he made 80, and he's been in good form throughout the county championship. I was saying that before lunch. He's one of the Sussex players. He really does seem to sort of grift, and he's got a bit of grift and grit and graft about him. He's scored 682 runs at 45, top score of 80. And consistently he's come in difficult situations. So it's what's needed here for Sussex.
Yeah, and I think that also sort of reflects that nobody's really stood out with the bat for Sussex across the season. 682 is your top scorer. If you look at Leicestershire, Rishi Patel, their top scorer, has almost hit 1,000 runs. So it's really not really been anyone who sort of stepped up this season for Sussex and put on a bucket load of runs.
Actually, looking at the total runs scored, he is Sussex's highest run scorer, Ollie Carter, 682 runs.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Scott Curry who's going to get us underway after lunch. Running away up the hill, he comes in and bowls to Coles, who plays that to mid-wicket, almost York James Coles, actually. And there is no run. 115 for 4. It's a steamy day down here on the south coast. Very, very warm outside.
Very humid, yeah. It's going to be a tough session for these players to get through. But we should be thankful no rain has come.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were looking elsewhere around. They're still not playing in Southampton, which is extraordinary, really.
Not just England as well. The big India-Pakistan match in the Asia Cup's been delayed by rain as well. So
they've had quite a lot of poor weather out there,
yeah,
haven't they? Curry in bowls, let go outside the off stump by Coles.
I guess Sri Lanka is famous for its monsoon period, so it's been an unfortunate time to play cricket there.
Yeah, was that sort of dictated to you by the calendar and when the World Cup's taking place?
Playing in Sri Lanka at this time, I think it's a controversial topic. I think there were issues. It was meant to be hosted by Pakistan completely. Obviously there were issues with India travelling to Pakistan, so they had to split the hosting, and it hasn't really worked out in Colombo with the weather.
There'll be massive interest in that game, as in, if they get on the pitch. In comes Curry, bowls. Well, Coles let that go. Now, you have to say that's a good lead, but judging by the reaction of the slip cordon, it may not have missed the
by too much.
Off stump by too much.
Adrian, I must thank you for your recommendation to visit the Sussex Museum. I went there on lunch break. Loved the experience. Good variety of history. So from James Lillywhite in the 19th century for Sussex, all the way down to Tymel Mills.
Excellent. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. In comes Curry over the wicket bowls. Coles is beaten outside the off stump, playing down the wrong line. They get a little low through to keeper Cox, and there is no run. Yeah, it is. And, you know, Valley Richard was saying there that that's something that Leicester miss at Grace Road. There is no, there's no museum there.
Yeah, so I must thank the volunteers who keep the museum running.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and there's a whole host of volunteers here, and there's all kind of records and various other things that memorabilia going back to C.B. Fry and Ranji and all sorts. In comes Curry, bowls to Coles, who drills that down the ground. He can't beat mid-off, and there is no run. Footed by Chris Wright, 115 for 4. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Sandoki. You pronounce your surname correctly.
Santoki Nagulendran. So you've got it right.
Have I done okay? Yeah. I hate getting names wrong. And we have a good chat about West Indian cricket a little earlier on.
Yeah.
As in comes Curry again over the wicket bowls. That's a lovely shot. Now that's a trademark shot from James Cole, slightly over pitched on about middle and leg, and he's very, very strong through that leg side, clipping the ball away for 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot. He goes to 16 and Sussex to 119 for 4.
Yeah, it's been a really patient inning so far from Coles. Bearing in mind how the pitch is played, the temptation would be to go for every shot you can, but he's played it very smartly. He's picked and choosed when he's gone for a shot. So he'll be looking to get a big score. I mean, Sussex need him to get a big score really at this point in the game.
It just kind of feels, Sandoki, as if it is humid. It just kind of feels as if it might be a good day or a good session to be bowling. It feels quite oppressive. You'd imagine the ball might start swinging around as well. If you want to send us an email, please do so, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Andrew was in touch before lunch. He was saying he was listening from the Isle of Wight where it was raining, and he said the rain is coming your way. Well, I hope he's wrong, Andrew. And he said he was in Carisbrooke, and I thought there was a castle there, and there is. He says, yes, there is a castle here. I can see it out of the window. Charles I was in prison there before he was taken to London for his execution, which sounds a little bit grim, doesn't it?
Bleak bit of history there.
Yeah, Charles I. In comes Tom Scriven running in from the Cromwell Road end, in and bowls, and Carter defends into the gully, and there is no run, fielded there by Scott Curry. So thank you, Andrew, for getting in touch.
Well, Hove seems to be one of the few places in England without any rain so far.
Yeah, it does. It's lucky. So it's still not playing in Southampton, which as the crow flies, is about 50 miles down the coast. That's the one-day international. So that's frustrating, having such lovely weather over this week, to have a one-dayer that's frustrating for the crowd. I'll give you the scores. The other Division 2 games this week probably aren't going to influence the promotion race at all, as Scriven turns and runs down the hill on a sultry afternoon on the south coast. He's in and bowls, and Carter glides that back to the square on the leg side and picks up a single. Ollie Carter, he goes to 9, and Sussex to 120 for 4. Elsewhere in the second division, Gloucestershire are 45 without loss at Bristol against Derbyshire, and Yorkshire 69 without loss at Cardiff against Glamorgan. Both of those games, the starts were delayed by rain. In the first division, it's all about who's going to come down, really. Northamptonshire look as if they are almost certain to come down. They're 71 for 2 at Edgbaston, where it's now raining in Birmingham. But I think Northampton are pretty much done and dusted.
Yeah.
Middlesex 65 for 5. They're having a wretched season up at Old Trafford against Lancashire. In comes Scriven and bowls, and Coles plays this nicely. He's timed that really nicely through square leg for 4 runs. 2 good shots since lunch by James Coles, and that was just nicely tucked away off of the hip, and the ball racing away across his quick outfield for 4 runs.
Yeah, the outfield still playing quick, and Sussex are dealing in boundaries post-lunch, as they were before lunch. So, Adrian, it'd be interesting to know, what would you think the Sussex players or Paul Farbrace would be looking at as a good total in this innings?
Yeah, I mean, Paul always talks about, 350, 400 means you're really in the game, and you can maybe start to dictate the game as well. As Scriven is in and bowls, Coles defends straight back down the track, fielded at mid-on, and there is no run. In fact, the ball hit the stumps, nothing to bail, just fell off onto the floor. Umpire Baldwin has to instigate some repairs. I'd be interested to see what Sussex would have done had they won the toss this morning. My feeling is that they would probably have batted.
Yeah.
I think this is a good track. I know it's a little humid now, but it feels like a good batting day. And I think if you win the toss and you bat, you're looking at 350, 400. Yeah. So I would say that's where he would expect Sussex to be. And I think he'll be a little disappointed at some of the shots that were played just before lunch. In comes Scriven, running in, bowls, Coles defends to a ball of good length, punches that to mid-off. And there is no run. Just a bit more detail around that game up at Old Trafford, where Middlesex, who are really looking as if they could be heading back to Division 2, are 65 for 5. Rather rescued at one stage. They were 19 for 5.
Oh, wow.
But Sam Robson is still there, the opener. He's on 25. Ryan Higgins, who was at Middlesex, then went to Gloucestershire. He's now back at Middlesex, is 30 not out. So he's been a rare high spot for Middlesex. The only other game is down at Canterbury, where Zach Crawley is 79 not out, Kent 106 for 1 against Nottinghamshire. In comes Scriven bowls, and Coles again defends onto the onside, and there is no run. So end of the over. So far so good for Sussex since lunch. They've added 9 runs since the interval. Sussex 124 for 4. James Coles on 20. Ollie Carter is on 9. If you missed it earlier on, Tom Clark for 15, Tom Haynes 39, Tom Alsop for 10. It's all the Toms at the top of the Sussex order, and Chetichwa Pujara for 26 haven't been dropped when he was on 20.
And yeah, I think you made a fair assessment. Paul Farbrace said against Durham they lost it on the first day, being skittled for 266. So I think 350 minimum is what he'd be looking at. But it's a very precarious position they're in at the moment.
Ollie Carter just taking guard. I think this may be the first ball that he's received from the C end of the ground. He's going to be facing Scott Curry on loan to Leicestershire for the rest of this season. His brother Brad plays for Sussex. I don't know if you saw, there was a catch that Brad Curry got here. I'll talk about it in a moment.
Okay.
As in comes Scott Curry over the wicket. Tall man, bowls to Carter. That's a poor shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wide of the off stump, and he's looking to help the ball away through backward point. Didn't move his feet. Taken by Cox, and there is no run. Yeah, it was the T20 here against Hampshire, and it was a Sky game.
Okay.
And Brad Curry was fielding on the boundary, and the ball was pulled out towards him. Would have been a match-winning 6, and Brad Curry dived sort of Superman style, full length, and got an amazing catch. So that was his claim to fame this season. Curry in again, bowls again wide.
Similar sweep.
Poor shot.
Yeah.
Lucky not to get a little nick on that, Ollie Carter. Goes through to keeper Cox, there is no run. There's an enormous seagull just landed down below us. It's on a pile of tyres which they use to secure the covers here at Hove when it rains. And he's sitting there, or he or she. Oh, there we go.
It's coming towards us.
Yeah, it is. In comes Curry, bowls to Carter, and this time he does get it right. And that was back, and he slams that one away through backward point for 4 runs. That's what he'd intended to do with the previous 2 deliveries, but I think he got his feet in the right position there, Sendoki.
Yeah, just found the right gap there for another boundary. So Sussex 128 for 4. Moving along at a swift pace to post-lunch.
Yeah. It's a good day for drying clothes today. I can see over on the balconies of the apartments that encircle the ground here. Someone's got their washing out there. It looks like towels hanging over the balcony.
Yeah, it does.
Purples, orange, yellow. They like their towels over there. As in comes Curry, bowls. That's down the leg side, and I think that's a decent stop actually by Ben Cox. That was going down the leg side. It's always difficult to take those. He just bounced in front of the keeper, but he stopped the ball going through for byes. And there is no run. Good to catch up with people at lunchtime. Everyone's very excited down here, Sendoki, about Brighton and Hove Albion and making their plans to travel to Marseille or Amsterdam or Athens, where the Albion are going to. There's lots of interest in the Albion as in comes Curry and bowls, and Carter drives with the full face of the bat to mid-off. And there is no run.
Yeah, great time to be a supporter. Football club.
Yes, it is. No, it is. And there's lots of Brighton fans, a lot of stewards actually. When you come in, they seem to steward at the Albion as well. So you have to be well versed in the Albion to give some sort of an opinion. Curry back to his mark. 2 slips in place. Decent sized crowd in it for this opening day. It was free admittance as in comes Curry and bowls. Short, pulled away by Carter. He didn't get all of that. That was a slightly strange shot. It was a sort of short-arm jab, which he meant to go somewhere through mid-wicket, but it's ended up going down towards fine leg. And Carter picks up another couple of runs. He goes to 15, and Sussex to 130 for 4. It's the end of Scott Curry's over. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 22. And batting at this stage looked a little bit like it did first thing this morning, where Sussex were really cruising along, weren't they? But then got themselves bogged down and losing wickets.
Yeah, it does. They're scoring again. They're finding gaps in the field. The ball's still moving very quickly on the outfield, which is crucial. They just need to ensure that they preserve their wickets. We saw a few reckless shots in that first session, which meant they lost a few wickets. And as I said, they're already in a precarious position. So you really feel these 2, Coles and Carter, will need to dig in to sort of get Sussex towards that 350 target first innings total.
Interesting, Tom Scriven. He's now got the wicket-keeper Ben Cox standing up to the stumps as in comes Scriven over the wicket downhill from the Cromwell Road, in bowls to Coles, and that's well stopped at mid-wicket because that would have been 4 runs. Is that Rehan Ahmed out there? Yes, it is. Haven't seen anything of the leg spinner so far.
No. You'd imagine he'd come more into play in Sussex's second innings.
Yeah, certainly. And maybe that's one of the reasons why. Excuse me. Well, I was going to say the Leicestershire perhaps hoping they can build a decent score, and then Ahmed can bowl when Sussex back the second time around. But we shall see how that turns out. 2 slips in place. Keeper Cox standing up to the stumps as in comes Scriven bowls, and that's a typical James Cole shot as he plays it off the hip and gets a couple of runs down to deep backward square, down the boundary. I didn't see who ran round and fielded that. Wait for him to turn around. I think it might have been, either way, it's a couple of runs to James Coles. He goes to 22, 132 for 4.
Yeah, and good to see Rehan Ahmed playing first-class cricket for Leicestershire.
Oh, couldn't agree more. Yeah.
Made his home international debut for England earlier this week in the T20s against New Zealand. But back playing red ball cricket now.
Yeah, he's not in the squad for the 50 over?
No, he's not actually.
Yeah, interesting. Scriven. Sutter's disappeared, comes in and bowls to Coles, who again plays that very nicely, sort of very languidly plays that shot, doesn't he? Through square leg and picks up another single, James Coles. He goes to 23, 133 for 4. Sussex, for those of you just joining us, Sussex losing the toss this morning. I was a little surprised when Leicestershire elected to bowl first on what was a scorching hot morning, but I think at the moment Leicestershire will feel that decision has been vindicated. 2 slips and a gully. There's a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. As Scriven down the hill bowls, and Carter defends the ball of good length and punches the ball down to mid-on, and there is no run. That sort of sky, which was that lovely dark blue, is now sort of Manchester City blue, isn't it? It's more of a sort of a sky blue, really.
Yeah.
And some higher cloud is just sort of drifting in. It just feels like good bowling conditions here
Yeah, it does now, yeah.
at Hove.
As you said, at the top of the morning, it felt more like it'd be a batter's day.
Yeah.
But we've seen the weather slightly change now. And Leicestershire are getting movement from this pitch.
Yes, they are. As in comes Scriven racing in down the hill bowls, and Carter this time just eases that down to fine leg and picks up another single. Ollie Carter, he goes to 6. The scoreboard's really quick here, but by the time you turn around and look at the scoreboard, it's already there. I was just going to say Carter goes to 17, but actually he's off strike. He's on 16, so it's very helpful. 134 for 4. It's not the case at all grounds, but here at Hove the scoreboard is very, very quick. Interesting that Ben Cox is standing up to the stumps when James Coles is on strike, but not when Ollie Carter is on strike.
Yeah, good observation, yeah.
So perhaps they think that Coles is more likely to use his feet and get down the track, as in comes Scriven again, bowls, and right up on his toes is Coles, and he punches that into the offside, and there is no run. That's the end of Tom Scriven's over. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26. Sussex are 134 for 4. James Coles is on 23, Ollie Carter is on 16, and these two just looking to rebuild the innings after Cheshwar Pujara was out with a score of 103. So these two have added, 31 for the 5th wicket.
Going at a run rate of just over 4, so scoring at a steady rate.
Yeah. So Richard will be back with us in a moment, and I'll have a break. And I'm just going to do an update for the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. Was it a wide? Let's see what happened. I was just sorting something else. Yes, it was. It was a wide from Scott Curry. So 2 slips and a gully. There's a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg way down in the distance in front of the blue and white striped deck chairs at the far end of the ground, as in comes Curry bowls, and Carter is gone. That's a good delivery, just left the right hander a little bit, little nick through to the slips, regulation catch, and I'm afraid that's the end of Ollie Carter. I'm not sure he needed to play at that, to be honest.
No, he didn't. It was another rash shot, which we've seen from the Sussex top order this morning, and advantage firmly now with Leicestershire.
You could just see the way that he's now walking off the field, Ollie Carter. He knows it was a delivery. It was just wide of the off stump. He didn't need to play it. He's gone 16 in 21 balls in 29 minutes, including 3 boundaries. But Ollie Carter, who was in good form at Durham this week, and you could just tell by the sort of funereal pace he's walking off the ground that he knows that wasn't a great shot.
Yeah, it's a very mournful walk-off for him. There were so many scoring opportunities today. There was no need to play that sort of rash shot.
So Scott Curry, having bowled a wide, then picks up a wicket with his next delivery. It was Colin Ackerman who took the catch in there at second slip. So this is, you would say now really that Finn Hudson-Prentice is the last of the recognised Sussex batsmen making their way out of the pavilion. I'll do this update
Empty house.
to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, and
Weather, first of all, top temperatures today.
So,
77 and 82.
Hudson Prentice comes in. So actually, when you think about it,
Some patchy cloud will
Sussex have lost 5 for 82 here
the outside
Yep.
chance of a
since that opening stand.
It's a similar pattern to the first innings against Durham, really.
Yes, it is.
lengthy clear spell.
No, it is.
Patches of cloud in the evening. Areas of cloud drifting in from the west.
So Finn Hudson Prentice, who is averaging
Cloud in place,
48,
but they'll soon clear.
676 runs, top score of 73. I think you'd take that from your number 7, to
Yeah,
be
you
honest.
definitely would, yeah.
And highs of 24 and 75.
Right, so we'll just do this update in a couple of moments' time, and then
He's more likely in the afternoon.
Scott Curry will be very pleased to have picked up a couple of wickets on his Leicestershire debut
Yep.
To be,
on loan from
a mixture of sunny
Hampshire.
spell, patchy cloud and just the odd light.
So,
Temperatures.
I think the decision to bowl first is now completely vindicated, as
Definitely.
in comes Curry over the wicket bowls, and Hudson Prentice was very nearly caught, played it to backward point.
Now, presumably he's interrupting his lunch for this one. Lunch can't be over already, Harmsy.
Lunch is over, Joe, and a very nice pasty I had as well, but the listeners don't want to hear about that. They want to hear, unfortunately, that Sussex have lost another wicket here, and it's the wicket of Ollie Carter, who's been caught at second slip by Colin Ackerman of the bowling of Brad Curry for 16. So Sussex now 132 for 5 at one stage, Joe, having been 50 without loss. So Sussex really up against it. Finn Hudson Prentice has just come in. He's joining James Coles, who's 23 not out. But Sussex needing a partnership here. They're 139 for 5.
Yep, and Hudson Prentice there just with a lovely stroke to the boundary. The Sussex batters really aren't giving themselves time to see themselves in, really, are they? Or they're all scoring boundaries within the first 2-3 deliveries. So, lovely shot from Hudson Prentice. He just needs to keep composure. We've seen the batters play some rash shots, trying to take opportunities here, and Curry bowls in again.
Yeah, it's running away from us. Up the hill comes in. Richard will be back with us in a moment. Bowls to Hudson Prentice, plays into the offside. There is no run. I'll just finish this over and I'll hand over to Richard and Sendoki, who will take over for the next half hour. Richard wasn't sure whether 4 wickets down, whether that meant Leicestershire had a good, I think 5 down now. I think Leicestershire will feel that this decision to bowl first is thoroughly vindicated. But it just didn't look like it, did it, after the opening 45 minutes with Sussex racing along. But Sussex have got previous, unfortunately, as we know. In comes Curry bowls and Hudson Prentice defends to mid off, and there is no run. One more ball in the over, or is that no? That is over. Oh well, there's a wide, wasn't there? So there's been a wide and a wicket in this over. In fact, Ben Cox, the wicket keeper, was deceived. He was trotting down the other end, wasn't he?
Yes, it's been a dramatic over.
Yeah, they're probably now laughing at his expense, saying you need to. 2 for 35 to Scott Curry, who's impressed on his Leicestershire debut. He's bowled a wide in this over, but he's picked up a couple of wickets. Comes in and bowls. Oh, that's wide outside the off stump, and on this occasion, oh, it is given a wide, so we've got another ball to go in the over. Having said he's impressed, that was a poor delivery. 2 wides in the over from Scott Curry. And Sussex benefit by a run, 140 for 5. Coles 23, Hudson Prentice 4. This partnership now is really important for Sussex. I mean, Jack Carson coming at 8 can bat, but he's not a front line batter by any manner of means. Curry in bowls, so he hits Hudson Prentice on the pad. There's a loud appeal. They didn't get up too much, to be honest. The ball dribbles out into the offside. It is the end of the over. 140 for 5. Hudson Prentice 4. Coles on 23. We can have a change round in the commentary box.
Which Sussex 140 for 5, having lost the wicket of Ollie Carter. Fair to say Leicestershire will be happy with this performance so far?
I think they will. They've kept picking up wickets at important times, haven't they? And you know, the old adage, add a couple to the score and it would look very different. If they can have Sussex 170 for 7, something like that, then they can really have ambitions of sort of eating into that with the bat tonight. Tom Scriven is in from the Cromwell Road end and bowls solidly forward is Coles on off stump. Played out to mid-off and there is no run. Still plenty of blue above. I went down to the seafront during the lunch interval and you could almost sort of see a line in the cloud away to the west, and it looks like we're going to be lucky, frankly, today and get most of, if not all, the day's play, in which case the game will have been well moved on by the close. Ackerman, second catch of the day, goes down at second slip as Scriven goes in, drifts onto the body of Coles, who works it out towards deep mid-wicket. Does more than that, in fairness, actually. Just leant on it and played it sufficiently firmly to beat the tumbling dive of Ahmed running up the rope there in front of the pavilion. I thought he was going to get there comfortably, didn't.
Yeah.
Again, it's a lightning outfield.
Definitely. You mentioned on your lunch break you came across a triathlon.
Yeah, the Brighton Triathlon going on down there at the moment, and I felt sorry for them. I do triathlon myself, and it is humid out there, and there were some terribly slow paces and red faces, both on the bike and on the run.
Yeah, I can imagine. Really humid today outside.
It really is, and hopefully everybody gets through all right. They all look very crowded down there as well. They're doing everything on the seafront, so on the promenade and up and down the sort of lawned areas. I think they have a special name, don't they? Those sort of patches of lawn between the road and the seafront. Scriven, bustling run, comes in and bowls again down the leg side, clipped away down to deep backward square stroke long leg. Good work by Amin down there. Got to the ball quickly, Amir, and got his throw away and kept it to 1. 145 for 5. Coles, a lot on his shoulders now, 28 off 55. Hudson Prentice. I remember him at Derbyshire being genuinely talked about in sort of as a potential England prospect, but obviously struggled with injury both there and indeed here. And he needs a run, doesn't he? A long run.
Yeah, definitely.
Being fit. But a fine player in prospect. Scriven is in, bowls to him on off stump, defends solidly as it just starts to rise up towards off stump.
I was talking with Adrian and we were saying probably 350 would be what Sussex would originally be looking at as a decent total in this first innings.
I think they'd take that if you offered them that now. That is for sure. I think they'd have taken it at the start, for, even from 50 for none after 7 or whatever it was. I think 350 is a decent first innings score on a pitch that continues just to offer a little bit. In goes Scriven and bowls. Hudson Prentice solidly forward, out into the offside to Matt Salisbury.
I think Leicestershire will know if they can get one of these out, they're into the tail end and they can look to hopefully skittle Leicestershire out for under 250. That would probably be what they're targeting at the moment.
That's a fair comment. I think if you offered Leicestershire to Sussex first innings sort of 230, 240 from this point, they'd probably take it.
Yeah, agreed.
How old is the ball now? It's still relatively, should be still relatively hard as Scriven is in and bowls. Hudson Prentice is walking forward into his defensive press, pushing the ball out to Chris Wright at mid-off to end the 35th over. 145 for 5, so run rate still up there.
I've been impressed by Scott Curry, 2 wickets so far. Had a good line and length. What have you made of him so far on his debut, Rich?
Horribly inconsistent. He's sprayed it around like mad, but if he's got a knack of wicket take, then that's fine. Looks like he's got a bit of pace about him. Looks desperately like he needs a lot of overs. But that's what that's why I guess he's come to Leicestershire to bowl, and just hasn't had that opportunity really at Hampshire other than in the One Day Cup. And he goes and bowls outside off stump, short, wide, chopped away, 4. We've done that far too often. Dragged down outside off stump.
I think his last over sort of summed it up. He got 2 wides, but then he also got the prize wicket of Ollie Carter as well. So as you said, inconsistent, but he's getting wickets, which is Leicestershire will take that at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they three for 60 off 12, something like that. Then okay, that's fine as long as you got the 3 for.
Yeah.
But But you're not giving your captain any sort of scoreboard control, but you are picking up wickets. In he goes and bowls. Hudson Prentice drives pleasantly. Doesn't put his full weight into it. Steers it wide of right, who has to move smartly to his left. Does so from mid-off. Coles picks up another one. And applause for the 150. Just looking around to see what the applause was for. Relatively early stages still. 150, but for 5 innings in the balance, you sort of feel. Curry is in, bowls. May have just have come back in a little bit. Thick inside edge and pad might just have saved. A loud leg before appeal there. Trickles behind square on the leg side. Salisbury goes to pick it up. No signal, of course, from umpire Debenham, but I think that would have been a loud shout for leg before had he not got that little inside edge.
Yeah,
right.
Well, Hudson Prentice has averaged 48 this season for Sussex, so they'll be relying on him to get some runs further down the order here. Really, it's a key wicket for Leicestershire.
Curry is in, bowl slightly short of the length, and does come back a touch towards Coles, but he plays it comfortably enough off the back foot out towards mid-wicket. So Hudson Prentice this season, 676 championship runs coming into this game from 17 innings. 3 of those were not outs, but he's averaging only a tick or so under 50, so that is useful, more than useful. In goes Curry, bowls. Coles just turns in, comfortably out through square leg. Salisbury had gone, I beg your pardon, Hudson Prentice said. It's no Coles. Turns him comfortably through square leg. I'm wondering why Salisbury had gone back there, really. I haven't really seen him bowl a proper bumper yet. Curry's got the pace, hasn't he?
Yeah, he definitely does. Do you think it's too early in the day to bring in Rehan Ahmed to see what he can do on this pitch?
I don't, but Hill, he likes to bowl in sort of plans.
Yeah.
As Curry goes in and bowls, back foot defensive push from Hudson Prentice out into the offside, and there is no run. No, I mean, I would have been I suppose they kept picking up wickets during the morning interval, but I would have been just interested to see what there was there from with the harder ball and the seam a little bit pronounced still.
Yeah, he just offers you something different. I think it'd be worth giving him a spell just to see what he can conjure up.
The seamers have done it for Leicester in recent games, so he might wait a while. Cox standing up to Scriven again. Comes down the slope and bowls to Coles, who leans forward, plays it firmly out towards mid-on. Hill fields, then picks up the ball, wanders across to speak to his senior seamer right. I wonder if it's about tactics. I wonder if it's about the hotel. They're I know one or two of the Leicester players not overly delighted about the fact they're having to stay near Gatwick.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I mean, half the fun of coming here is to be staying on the seafront, isn't it? And then walking to the ground along the seashore. Scriven is in, a little bit short of a good length, and again on the back foot. Coles plays firmly out to mid-off on this occasion. Looks in control, James Coles at the moment, famous last words.
Yeah, I guess especially with this beautiful weather, you don't want to be located around the area of Gatwick, I guess.
We're all right today, traffic-wise, but tomorrow might be a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, good point.
You would, during the week. Scriven in, bowls. Coles edges through third, slip for 4. Well, leant forward, might just have straightened and bounced a touch on him, and I think that would have carried myself. But just the 2 slips and a gully now, and unfortunately, Ackerman not the right position. Coles, I said he was in control. He sort of got on top of the bounce, but it did bounce. And I don't think he'd got on top of it enough to keep it to have bounced before a third slip, really. And Curry's saying, shall I move across?
That was the 25th boundary of today, so we have seen a flurry of fours across the morning.
A century in boundaries. It's not bad.
Yeah.
Out of 36.5 overs. Scriven is in leg side or towards the legs, and again played firmly out to mid-wicket. This time, Rehan Ahmed puts in the slide, gets there, and a good throw right next to the stumps, draws applause from his teammates. Loves his red ball cricket, Rehan. Every aspect of it.
Just shows you how quick the pitch is, because Rehan looked like he was comfortably making it, and then he sort of had to dive at the last minute just because the ball was edging towards that boundary so quickly.
If you do get in, then you can, as we're saying, score really quickly. And the likes of Ackerman, really, and Budinger and Patel will be licking their lips at the prospect. In goes Scriven, bowls, inside edge onto the pad that drops down at the feet of James Coles. There is still movement there for Scriven, he'll get it. And it came off the seam. Could easily have dropped onto the stumps or dribbled backwards. Didn't. Well, not sufficiently so anyway to threaten the stumps. Tense little period, this. 135 for 5, now 158 for 5.
As we see Cox just moving towards the stumps as he did with Pujara, just adding a bit of pressure on the batter.
Can't step out of his crease, or adds to the jeopardy as Scriven comes in and bowls and plays that solidly. Stands up nice and tall, everything close together. Back down the wicket it goes to Tom Scriven. 1 for 37 from 10 for Scriven, but for me he's probably been the pick of the seamers in terms of amount of movement he's got on a consistent basis. He's taken Curry off now. Lewis Hill just lost a bit of patience. He had picked up the wicket but sprayed it around. But 10 overs, 2 for 43 is pretty decent. Matt Salisbury's coming back on. And do you feel like talking us through this over, Sunday? See how you get on?
Yeah.
Go for it.
So Matt Salisbury ready to bowl in. As you said, Tom Scriven's been impressive. Curry was a bit inconsistent, as we said, got the wickets, but at this precarious position, you don't want to be giving away too many runs. So Salisbury runs in to Hudson Prentice. Oh, and a swipe by Prentice, misses it completely. We've talked about it time and again today. Sussex batters playing some rash swipes at shots, and once again Hudson Prentice went for it. Didn't connect. And they just need to retain their composure here.
Extraordinary shot, really. Threw his hands at it, wide of off stump. And it went a little bit, and I thought it got the edge. Cox took it almost in front of first slip.
Salisbury running in again. Oh, and a leave this time from Hudson Prentice. He learned his lesson from the previous shot, left it well. Really good line and length here from Salisbury. Answering a few questions.
Can he get a little bit of nip back?
Yeah.
Forty off 65 for Coles, 5 off 12 for Hudson Prentice, but the red ball game's about patience as well.
As Selby runs in again. Oh, and a defensive shot, but he runs for a quick single, scampers off. Just makes it all chance of a run out there.
Well, had he hit
Was it Umar?
I mean, yeah, then I think he was gone. But he had to go for it, and they didn't get any backup, and it's gone for 4 overthrows, so 5 to Hudson Prentice. But that was a risky to Hudson Prentice. But goodness me, he pretty much run himself out there. He was gone for all money, I think, had Amin's throw hit. But he only had one stump to aim at.
I was really surprised he went for that single, really. It never looked like being on.
It didn't, and it is a little bit hard to understand. So he could have given his wicket away twice in this over. He's gone on to double figures, but well,
James Cole's on strike. Salisbury bowls his 4th of the over. Gets ready to run in, just rearranging the field slightly.
Taking Gully out and bringing Curry into mid-wicket. Slightly more conventional field then.
Salisbury runs in. And a nice block there from Coles. Doesn't try to go for the single, keeps his composure. That's really what it is, just plain sensible cricket. Picking and choosing when you go for the boundary, when you take your runs. I think the pressure told there for Hudson Prentice to try and attempt that single.
But you sort of think to yourself, well, what pressure, really? You know, the only pressure is to bat as such. It's the relatively early on the first day. You know, you don't have to try for quick singles or crashing fours.
Salisbury goes in again. And again, another block from Coles. Just nice technique there, just to block it down. Salisbury's gone for over 5 and over right now, so...
Well, most of the bowlers have, you know, 4.5s, 5s. Because anything loose or wide, the batters have tried to put away. And there's been plenty.
Final delivery of the over now for Salisbury. Runs in at Coles. And again, straight back to him. Defensive block from Coles, and that's the end of the over. 163 for 5. Sussex, still a precarious position.
Ahmed's been doing a little bit of stretching. It just might be for his own benefit. He might just have had a quiet nod from his skipper. He might, to be honest, give Ackerman an over or two as well.
Yeah.
With his off spin, the finger spin sometimes gets a little bit more purchase, but especially if there's a lot of grass on the pitch. But at the moment, he'll feel that, well, Scriven and Salisbury are both getting enough movement to ask plenty of questions. Scriven continues his 11th over. In from the Cromwell Road end, bowls, line and length, and forward goes Finn Hudson Prentice. Out into the offside goes the delivery. Hudson Prentice wanders off towards square leg.
Still only 38 overs played, so we've been going at pretty much 4 and over. I don't think either side will be too disappointed with that. A draw doesn't help them, so they'll both be looking for a win. So if the game moves along at a steady pace, it works well for both sides, they'll be looking for a win.
Yeah. Reed Scriven kicks up his heels, runs in and bowls. Hudson Prentice defends on the back foot this time. Sussex boy, of course, although went to Derbyshire. Haywards Heath. Rejoices apparently in the nickname Jack Sparrow, he claims, because of a superficial likeness to the character of that name, obviously. Went to school in Cuckfield and then Bede's Senior School. With bat raised as Scriven goes in, edges just short of Ackerman, who takes it really beautifully on the bounce at second slip, really flung himself to his right and scooped it up clean as a whistle, probably bounced a couple of inches short of his reaching right hand, but Hudson Prentice hands something over to Ben Debenham, whether he's lost a spike or a stud or something like that in his cricket boot, I'm not quite sure. That was a really nice, in the end, stop from Ackerman.
Yeah.
He's got lovely, clean hands, Colin Ackerman. Just short. Scriven is in, and it doesn't edge. Went for the push at a wide one, was drawn into the shot, just held its own off the seam, went past his outside edge, and goodness me, that wasn't far from it. Scriven again, asking questions again. Hudson Prentice Hasn't got an answer at the moment. Excellent to which it did hold it. It swing a bit as well in the humid air. Scriven is in and bowls, driven pleasantly, but stopped in the covers by Matt Salisbury, falling rather than diving to his left on a used pitch, happily on the green bit in between rather than the end wickets. Otherwise he'd have skinned his elbows there, but made the stop.
Yeah, Scriven is getting a lot of movement out of this ground. Probably the most effective in terms of the Leicestershire bowlers in getting that movement. Asking a lot of questions, as you said, of Hudson Prentice.
Curry's at fourth slip. Takes a step closer as Scriven is in. Bowls. Back goes Hudson Prentice. Drops it out towards mid on. The throw hits. That's a close one. No, says umpire Baldwin. But Rehan Ahmed and most of the Leicestershire players cannot believe that has not been given out by umpire Baldwin. Desperately hard for the umpire in those circumstances. He got himself into a fairly good position, umpire Baldwin, without a camera at square. We can't say for sure, but he'll hit the one stump that was available to him. Let's have a look see to what extent. Oh, goodness me, that was close. That was close. But he's living dangerously.
Yeah, twice in consecutive overs going for ones that weren't there. You've got to ask yourself why. Well, as you said, there's no real pressure on him. Scoring opportunities in abundance to find the boundary, so there's really no need to take these quick singles, risky singles, as we've seen.
Scriven was certain. He clapped his hands together as soon as he saw the ball hit the stump. But as you know, in club cricket, you can be called on to umpire from time to time, and I used to dread decisions like that because I was never sure.
Yeah, it's a tough job. Coles and Hudson Prentice just having a word there. Not sure if Coles is telling him, just keep composed. We don't need to take these singles.
Yeah, as you say, what's the point in taking the risk?
Salisbury bowls in to Hudson Prentice. And the lead there. Just wide of the stumps.
Kenton Schweppes on the stream. Anyone know if you can just turn up at the ground today without a ticket? Tried to book the free tickets online, but it's not accepting the order. Adrian will check, or we'll ask somebody at the club, Jamie or someone like that, just to see it. I know this morning you had to have booked online.
Salisbury runs in again. Second delivery of the over to Hudson Prentice. Oh, and a swipe, a lovely swipe down to the boundary. And a beautiful shot there from Hudson Prentice. Take the score to 168 for 5.
You may object to the description of the shots as swipe. Crashed away through the offside. He was in control, wasn't he? He wasn't at the pitch for sure. But he sort of read it all the way.
Salisbury bowls in again. Third of the over. Just past the edge of Hudson Prentice. Asking a lot of questions again.
Living dangerously is Finn Hudson Prentice at the moment.
You don't really know what you're going to get from him in each delivery.
Certainly be alert in the slips, put it that way.
Yeah. As Salisbury runs in. And a block down from Hudson Prentice.
Again, he used his feet, didn't he? He sort of shuffled down the crease, indicating, or showing, if you like, demonstrating how much movement he feels that there is still available to the bowlers today. I like the pitch. I like a pitch just make it not necessarily a completely even contest between bat and ball, but you've got to give the bowlers a little bit of encouragement from time to time.
Yeah, of course. Salisbury runs in. Again, just misses the edge. You can hear the groans from the Leicestershire players. It was so close.
Just held its own off the seam. Salisbury, expression rarely changes. He celebrated his wicket. He jumped into the air, which first time I've really sort of seen him do that. He's suffered a bit with injury this season. Came to Leicestershire from Durham at the end of last season. Got injured in the first game at Headingley against Yorkshire.
Last ball of the over from Salisbury. Runs in. And a shot straight to cover. And it's 168 for 5 after 40 overs. So Sussex, Hudson Prentice and James Cole still at the crease. They're looking to build a platform, to get Sussex somewhere near that 350 target, which we talked about. However, it's a very precarious position at the moment. I guess match evenly balanced, Rich.
Feels that way. Sando leaves us for now. Adrian back alongside.
Yeah, it's a discussion we were having, and for Durham last week, Paul Farbrace was saying, if you win the toss, if you're getting 350, 400, you're getting yourself into the game. And I think Sussex would have probably, I don't know, my suspicion was that Cheshire Pujara was a little surprised when Leicestershire decided to bowl first this morning, but it's proven to be a very good decision. These two just trying to repair the damage. I have to say, I thought that run out of Hudson Prentice was very, very tight. I mean, I thought you were spot on, Richard. The umpire, I thought, would be fair, got himself in a very good position.
Perfect position, yeah.
And he hasn't got the benefit of a TV replay or anything. It's just as it happens.
Chris Wright is back at the Cromwell Road end, bowls full to James Cole, who looks to drive, doesn't time it.
Yeah.
Might just have swung a bit, looks down at the bottom of his bat and squirted it out rather to mid-off, where Scriven, who's just finished his spell, picks it up and does a spot of polishing. So sultry almost conditions means that continuing to rotate his seamers hill, still no sign of spin either from Ahmed or Ackerman. Wright is in, bowls again fullish this time. Cole just leans forward into the defensive shot, plays the ball out into the covers.
My good friend Julian, who sits up in the top of the Spencama, sent me a rather depressing outside chance of a shower, he said, at 2:30, with a bit of rain drifting across. The rain has cleared Southampton. I wonder whether we might get away with it. It feels very muggy, and the clouds are quite high, aren't they? Which
out at lunch it looked, as I say, sort of, you could see it all, but it was well away to the west. Wright is in, bowls shorter this time. Cole's up on his toes, defending the straight ball off stump, dropping it down towards this backward point area. Ackerman walks out, picks it up. He's got his blue sunglasses perched on top of his cap. Rishi Patel's are sort of on the back of his cap, upside down. You don't often actually see them wearing them these days, do you? They're almost an accessory.
Yes, absolutely.
To be sported on one's cap rather than over one's eyes. Wright is in, advancing down the pitch, and then leaving is James Coles. He remains on 40.
You said there was a triathlon going on.
The Brighton triathlon.
Right, okay.
Up and down the seafront.
Were they? Did you actually see them competing?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Hundreds and hundreds.
What were they on, bikes or running?
Well, half were running, and some were still on their bikes, and the cycling was up and down the road, the dual big.
Yeah.
Which is almost a dual carriageway,
yes.
Isn't it? Along the Brighton, the Hove seafront there.
Yeah. So you went right down to the front, right?
Okay. Yeah. Right. Bustles in and comes back in, and he just comes down on it in time. Coles on the back foot, risky, thick inside edge, bounces down just past the stumps. Goodness me, that almost got through.
Yeah, that was close, wasn't it?
Almost got through.
I reckon you've done a triathlon.
Oh, several.
Have you?
Yes, yeah.
You lunatic.
Last one just a couple of weeks ago.
Right. So what sort of distances was that?
I prefer the what they call the standard distance, the Olympic distance. So it's a sort of a 1.5 kilometre swim. Usually about 40 to 42 kilometres on the bike, and then usually a 10k, something like that.
Right.
In goes right, and bowls driven, but again not quite timed, a little late on it. Coles, it runs out to Bunger at point. Good over, but he survived it. I think it was a maiden from right. 11 overs, one maiden, 1 for 36 for the soon-to-be Sussex seaman.
Yes, well, I think he's impressed. I think everyone at Sussex will think, well, he's a good addition to the squad for next season. A kilometre and a half swim, so that's about a mile.
Yeah, more or less, yeah, 1,500.
So 64 lengths of the pool, of a 25-metre pool. I could do that bit. I don't think I could do the rest, Richard.
I
could probably do the bike.
You swim channels, don't you?
Huh?
Didn't you swim the channel?
No. I swam down the river Arun.
Okay.
From Ford into Littlehampton a few years ago.
Did you come out of the harbour there? Because there's a...
Yeah, you come into the harbour at Littlehampton. Yeah, it was a fun thing to do. You are helped by the tide, Richard. I have to say.
I was going to say your timing has to be right.
Yeah. As in comes about Salisbury bowls to visit Hudson Prentice, who's forward, plays it down the track. There is no run.
It's quite narrow there, the harbour, isn't it? And the sort of long way out of the harbour at Littlehampton, and it gets quite.
Yeah.
Well, flows very strongly one way or the other, doesn't it?
It does, and I had a wetsuit on, and it did help. I mean, I did feel I was almost sitting on top of the water.
Surfing almost.
Yeah, it was good fun. The Salisbury wheels round. 2 slips and a gully in place. Hudson Prentice on 15, Coles on 40. Sussex looking to rebuild here as Salisbury's in on bowls. Hudson Prentice defends down the offside, no run. These two... I was talking about Finn Hudson Prentice. He's had a really good season with the bat. He's passed 50 on 7 occasions. 676 runs, an average of 48. So I think you'd take that from your number 7. He's quite backed it up with the ball this season, Finn. Looking at his bowling figures, he's taken 17 first-class wickets, but at 44, which is a bit expensive. But Sussex could do with some runs here. Salisbury in bowls. Always surprised. There is just a bit of extra nip now and again, that just surprised Hudson Prentice. He did well to keep it down, played it out into the offside. And there is a single to Hudson Prentice. He goes to 16, 169 for 5. The flags now on the clock tower are absolutely limp to the pole. There's not a breath of wind around Hove at the moment. I did have a message actually about the tickets. Which I'll read out. Thank you very much, Martin, for sending it through from the Sussex media team. Well done, fellas.
Are you listening, Kenton? Here it comes.
He says, you can turn up at the gate today. Tickets are still available to claim. So I'm presuming that means you could still get the tickets online, Martin. Was not what Kenton was saying, I don't think. In comes Salisbury bowls. Driven uppishly by Hudson Prentice. It's short of Lewis Hill at mid-on, but it was uppish, and he was a little fortunate to get away with that.
He was asking whether you can just turn up without a ticket, without having booked one on.
Well, Martin says you could turn up at the gate today, so that suggests to me you can still. You could just turn up, Kenton, I think.
And maybe just give your name.
Yeah, give your name.
Email or something like that.
Yeah. And if you mention, I'm sure that will be fine, and I'm sure someone will come and rescue you and get you into the ground. There's still 54 overs to be bowled today, so it's certainly worth coming down. And the weather looks, famous last word, looks okay. So why not? What a lovely way to spend a Sunday. Salisbury runs away from us into bowl to Hudson Prentice, who drives nicely down the ground. Good bit of fielding by Lewis Hill, who's very quickly round. And fields, there is no run. Sorry, Coles, who is on 40, 169 for 5.
It's an important partnership.
Very important. As I say, Jack Carson can bat at number 8, but you wouldn't say he's a front line. These are the last 2 remaining front line bats, I would say. Jack would probably hate me for saying that, but what does Jack average this season? That's his bowling. Let's have a look at his batting. As in comes Salisbury bowls, clipped away by Coles. That is his favourite shot, just flicking the way through square leg. Picks up the singles.
31 and a half, 347 runs.
Right, quicker than me. Yep, there we are. So he can bat. Top scorer 75. So he's perfectly, handy with the bat. But he's primarily in the side to bowl his off spin and take wickets. Here's Jack. James Coles mops his brow. He's on 41. Hudson Prentice on 16. Sussex 170 for 5.
You did feel they've added 35 now for this 6th wicket, and bat's been beaten frequently, almost. A couple of close run out efforts, but they're still there. And this is weary work for the Leicestershire seamers.
No, it is. Yep.
And they're going to get tired. And if these two can sort of battle their way through, and they really can sort of entertain hopes of getting somewhere near sort of 300 plus, and that would be a decent score on this.
No, it would be.
No question about it.
Yeah, it would.
They're very much in the game on that basis. In goes right and bowls. Looking to drive is Coles. Doesn't time it. Bounces down into the ground. Right fields in his follow through. Leicestershire's acting interim head coach, or interim head coach. That's a sort of same thing, really, isn't it? He's walking around the boundary. Alfonso Thomas in company of Callum Parkinson, who I haven't seen for a long time. Might grab a word with him afterwards. Wearing the 12th man's bib. He too heading up to Durham at the end of the season.
Yeah, Matt Parkinson was playing there last week for Durham.
Right is in. Advancing down the pitch is Coles, and again looking to drive. Again, not quite timing it. Punching it out, but only as far as Scriven at mid-off.
I commentated on Alfonso Thomas taking 4 in 4 for Somerset against Sussex a few years ago down at Taunton. Fine bowler he was in his day.
He's definitely helped the Leicestershire seamers. The likes of Scriven have unquestionably progressed this season. Right in bowls. Coles is dabbing it nicely off the back foot, guiding it down through the gully, down towards third man. Curry fields below us. Third man single taken. Coles to 42 now. Ahead of Tom Haynes, innings top scorer. Haynes previously dismissed for 39 off just 29 balls.
Yeah, he just looked set for a really big score, didn't he, Tom? But it's been rather the story of Tom's season, getting in, getting useful runs, and then just when you think he's going to get a really big score, getting himself out.
Right is in. And bowls, that's a shout for leg before, but right didn't really go up. Cox went up. So too did Patel, inevitably at first slip, but right didn't, which suggests it might have been inside edge onto pad. Certainly height wasn't an issue.
But a really good
was
shout,
going down leg side.
Yeah.
Hard for us to tell. We're at about third slip when the bowling is from the Cromwell Road end, so having to wait for the stream. Yeah, it was going down. A decent delivery. Again, that little bit of shape back into the right-hander. Right is in. Bowls outside off stump. That shapes back in a touch as well, but from wide, and a perfectly safe leave by Hudson Prentice. He remains on 16, indicating with his right hand, yeah, it's moving, it's moving.
It's been an interesting season for Leicestershire, hasn't it? Because since Paul Nixon left, I think a lot of people wondered then what was going to happen. But it's just Leicestershire's season hasn't collapsed, has it? As one or two might have thought.
Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. If the squad came together.
And it's about that time that the 3 departures were announced.
Exactly.
As well.
It was all sort of happened within a sort of fortnight. Races in bowls, line and length. Hudson Prentice defends it back down the pitch on the offside. Right himself fields on his follow through, and there is no run. So you kind of feared the worst based on the recent history of the club, really. But as I say, they came together as a squad. New sort of contracts were announced, contract extensions for the likes of Rahan Ahmed and Rishi Patel, and it helped a lot that they started as well as they did in the one-day cup. A couple of really big, impressive wins at Surrey and Kent. Suddenly there was a little bit of momentum and confidence around the squad, and it's continued.
It has indeed.
It's been fun.
Yeah. Matt Salisbury's going to carry on from the C end of the ground. 171 for 5, runs away from us, comes in and bowls to James Coles, who defends down the track. There is no run. Underway down in and Southampton. England probably wish that they weren't. A game now 34 overs aside. England batting first, having lost the toss, are 6 for 2. The two Yorkshiremen out, Johnny Bairstow for 6 and Joe Root out second ball. Both of those wickets taken by Trent Boult. So 34 overs aside, Sussex 6 for 2 in Southampton. The sort of the warm-up isn't going that well, is it, for England for the World Cup? There's one or two question marks around.
Yeah.
Which all gets underway, well, next month. 2 World Cups at the same time, with the rugby one as well. As in comes Salisbury Bowles, Coles, who, well, he was going to play that one on the leg side. It ended up being fielded on the cover boundary, so not at all where he intended that to go. He goes to 43, Sussex 172 for 5.
It does seem quite hard to be left out of England squads once you're in them, doesn't it? And
yes.
But you look at the likes of Reece Topley and you wonder whether it is entirely wise to...
Well, Jason Roy's another who doesn't really score a run, you know.
Yeah.
In the first division of the county championship, a century for Zach Crawley today. Richard was saying he's going to captain England in the one-day series against Ireland. In comes Salisbury Bowles. Hudson Prentice defends into the covers. There is no run. Kent 157 for 1 against Nottinghamshire. Crawley 102 in 103 balls, 15 fours and a 6. So Kent going well. Middlesex not so at Old Trafford. They have recovered though at one stage 20 for 5. Now 90 for 6. Ryan Higgins, the latest man, out for 41. Sam Robson, the opener, still there on 35. So he's very much holding things together. Salisbury again. Bowles, Hudson Prentice plays it into the offside and takes a single because he needs to move to his left fairly quickly. In there was Umar Amin. So a single to Hudson Prentice. He goes to 17, 173 for 5. The other game in Division 2 is at Edgbaston. Warwickshire, whose any hope they had of winning the county championship, was rather blown away by Surrey last week inside 3, in fact, 2 days and a little bit actually. They were bowled out twice at the Oval, Surrey winning by an innings. They were Kemar roached, weren't they? And Dan Worrell. In comes Salisbury again. Bowles. Coles beautifully strikes the ball down the ground, driving the ball to mid-off. There is no run. Northampton 90 for 2. They're going to need to win, I think, their last few games to have any chance at all of avoiding relegation. In Division 2, the other 2 other games which really aren't going to impact on anything. Yorkshire 90 without loss in Cardiff against Glamorgan, and Gloucestershire 103 for 2 at Bristol against Derbyshire. But really promotion is all about Durham, who are all but home and hosed. Worcestershire, who are almost there, and then Leicestershire and possibly Sussex, but both Leicestershire and Sussex are going to need to win their games. In comes Salisbury Bowles, let go by Hudson Prentice, taken by Cox. And there is no one. 173 for 5. Coles is on at 43, Hudson Prentice on 17. Just actually to tell you about that table, Division 2, well, yeah, as we stand, if Leicestershire were to win here with maximum points, they would go level with Worcestershire, and both with 2 games to play. If Sussex were to win with maximum points, they would go to 140. They'd be 14 behind Worcestershire with 2 games to play. But Worcestershire have got tricky fixtures. They've got to play Durham at home, and then they go to Yorkshire.
Whereas we have Yorkshire at home and then go to Durham.
Right, so interesting. Yeah. I mean, Sussex, you could say, Sussex go to Derby and then have Gloucestershire here, so...
An easier run, running, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Right is in. Bowles clicked away nicely through mid-wicket by Finn Hudson Prentice. Nice time. The ball leapt as it hit a used pitch, but didn't slow its momentum by very much at all. Crosses the ropes at mid-wicket, and Hudson Prentice moves into the 20s now, onto 21. That's a nice shot, a sort of settling shot. First ball of the over as well. So play each other delivery of the over, as you should every ball, of course, in this form of cricket, on its merits. You don't have to go searching. Right is in. Bowles. Hudson Prentice is trying to hit it down the leg side. Now, did he get anything on that? Because Cox leaping away to his left got his glove to it. No, it came off the pad, I suspect. As in fact, it can come off anything. It seamed away, and umpire Baldwin walked walks towards the pavilion and then raises his right hand. Cox concedes a bye, leapt to his left, got a good gauntlet to it.
He did.
Slowed it down, but that is all he could do. So an extra cruise to the Sussex cause. Ticking along, over 40 added now for the 6th wicket, 43 to be precise. Vital runs potentially as Wright is in, bowls, Coles defends, nice high left elbow back down the pitch.
Just looks a little more threatening away to the southwest of the ground, Richard. Those clouds look a little darker and more menacing than they've been for much of the day. So they've had rain in Southampton, and I was sent a graphic showing the threat of a shower. I don't think it'll be very much if it does come, but it just does look as if it's...
Well, listening to your extensive BBC Radio Sussex weather forecast before lunch, they seem to imply that it was a really outside chance of a shower, that was all. In goes Wright and bowls. Again, back foot defensive shot on the off stump, this time from Coles out into the point area where Budinger is the fielder.
Well, I said when James Coles came in, I felt he needed some runs. He didn't have a great 50-over competition. I felt on a couple of occasions he rather got himself in and got himself out. And certainly before lunch, he played a couple of wild shots to balls outside the off stump that you thought, you're not going to be popular in the dressing room or with your coach if you get out to those. But he's played very straight since lunch.
Twiddles the bat in his hand before taking a guard. Sees Wright coming down the slope and bowling to him. Again, he defends. No, he calls, having taken a step down the wicket, seeing the ball bouncing fairly quickly towards Hill at mid-on.
He's a stylish player, isn't he? I mean, he's got all the... I mean, he's only 19. He's got 200s this year, so he's a good player. But as I say, I just feel he may be in the category of players who, when Paul Farbrace is talking about learning from mistakes, and just before lunch he could have gone out, but he noticeably seemed to have tightened up his game since the interval.
He's doing a good job at the moment as Wright is in to him. He drives very pleasantly and it hits the stumps. It hits the leg stump at the non-striker's end, or off stump if you like, if you're facing the bowling from that end. Leg stump looking from this end, and as a consequence, what might have been 4, because he hit it very crisply, is just 1. The ball bounces out and is fielded by Hill. He takes the single, keeps the strike, moves on to 40 of 4. That is the end of the over. A vital message going out across the electronic scoreboards at the moment about sun cream dispensing. Sussex making sure anybody who comes to the ground has access to said product, although the cloud is doing the job for them, as Adrian suggested at the moment. Although muggy, it isn't particularly sunny. 179 for 5. I've got to go and call BBC Radio Leicester for the first time today.
Okay. So Richard will make way, and Sandoki will come back in and join us here on commentary. I'll have an update to do as well. Richard back with us just after 3. As in comes Matt Salisbury running away from us. In and bowls and clipped away by Coles. Well, it's a very good piece of fielding in there. That is excellent. Is that Scott Curry diving away? Because that could have easily run away for a couple of runs with a good bit of fielding. Hi, Sandoki. So I can see some of the lights on around the ground. There's a spotlight over there near the Players Club. It's got a little gloomy. I know we're behind darkened glass in here, but it's suddenly not bright now.
Yeah, it's the clouds that are coming out.
Sorry, my fault.
Yeah, it's a bit cloudy. It still feels very humid.
No, it does.
But definitely no sunshine at the moment.
England are 8 for 3 in the One International. So how about these 3 out? Bairstow, Root, Stokes.
Oh, wow.
So that's not great, is it? 34 overs aside down at the Aegeus. In comes Salisbury, bowls and hit on the pad. There's a loud of it. I thought that hit the bat actually. It sounded like a very batty sort of sound.
It did definitely, yeah.
Sorry.
Optimistic shout there.
Yeah.
I think.
You follow your cricket closely. There's a bit of confusion around Ben Stokes that when the Ashes finished, I think everybody thought, right, he's going to have a knee operation, he's going to get himself fit for India. Then suddenly Ben Stokes is saying that he's available for the One Day World Cup. England pick him.
Yeah.
But he's not going to bowl.
He's not going to bowl, no.
So it is a little odd, isn't it?
It is very strange. I guess it's the allure of the World Cup.
No.
So,
In comes Salisbury, bowls and caught at mid wicket, and I'm afraid James Coles has James Coles. I'm sorry, has rather given that away. It was pitched up, clipped away by James Coles, and he knew immediately he'd given it away. It's one of his favourite shots, but he clipped the ball in the air. He's gone for 44. A good knock from James Coles, but again, one of these young Sussex players getting in and getting out, and that's a big wicket. And it's a bit of a gimme, really. 179 for 6, and Salisbury picks up another wicket.
yeah, James Coles trudges off the field there. You can sense his disappointment, really, because he as you alluded to earlier, he hadn't had a good 50-over competition. He sort of, I think his last 2 first-class games, he hadn't put together many runs, so he really needed to get a big score. Got a start, but he's out for 44. To a shot he really didn't need to play.
No, I mean, it's a strong area for James Cole through mid-wicket, but he'll just know, you've got yourself in. This ball is in its 46th over, so it's getting a little softer. Batting ought to be coming a little easier. And that's just the sort of mistake that I think Paul Farbrace is referring to. It's just where Paul spoke about gnarled old pros.
Yeah.
Players who come in and you think, right, this is the time we really need to... And I know younger players need to learn, but I think that wicket would be a frustration, I think, for the Sussex dressing room.
Yeah, and I think that sort of typifies what Farbrace was saying post-match against Durham, sort of that need for experience and, playing the right shots at the right time.
So it brings out Jack Carlson, top scorer 75 this season. He can back, can Jack, but Sussex here with it all to do. Yeah, so interesting, isn't it, Ben Stokes? Does he hold his place in the side as just a batter? Yes, I would think.
Yeah.
Especially in the limited overs format. He can destroy any attack in the world, really. But it's just a bit odd then, because you come back and then it's only 2 or 3 months, then off to India for a 5-match series.
This is the thing. With Ben Stokes, I don't even think you can look at his recent form, because he's a big match player. So in the World Cup,
yes,
he'll stand up. But then when you look at like a Harry Brooks who hasn't made the squad, it sort of alludes to, have they sort of composed the right team to go to India? And then it leads to question marks once the World Cup is over. Does Ben Stokes opt for a knee surgery? Because surely that would rule him out of the India series.
Yeah.
So,
well, absolutely.
a lot of questions.
There is a lot of questions. Or maybe he's had the knee assessed, and maybe it doesn't need an operation. Who knows? But certainly there's a bit of conjecture around. Raining again in Birmingham. Northampton 90 for 2 in the First Division. They're playing over in the Asia Cup. As in comes Salisbury and bowls to the new man, who's Jack Carson, who plays that into the offside, and there is no run. India 147 for 2, but it is raining again. Where's that game being played? In Colombo, did you say?
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. India against Pakistan. Mohammad Rizwan, who was here last year for Sussex, batting at 4, keeping wicket. Salisbury wheels around, 3 slips in place. Let's see, just feeling here that another wicket now, and they're right into the Sussex tail. Salisbury in, bowls, Carson. Oh, he's very nearly caught. Well, he looked to play that on the side. I think he got a top edge to that. The ball just flew up in the air towards mid-on, and I think for a moment Lewis Hill thought he was in business. Yeah. And just fell short.
It's a nervy period here for Sussex.
No, it is.
Said, we're into the tail end after this.
I'll give you the scores in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, which is carrying on today. It was Scott Curry who took that catch, by the way, to dismiss James Coles, if I didn't mention it. Salisbury again runs away from us. In the bowls, Carson drives nicely down the ground, but Lewis Hill very quickly round from mid-on to prevent a single. End of the over. 179 for 6. Jack Carson yet to score. Finn Hudson-Prentice on 21. 46 overs gone. So there's a lot of cricket to be played. Another 50 overs today. We're going to be here later, I think.
It's been an eventful first half to the game. A lot of ups and downs both sides. I think Leicestershire firmly in control. They'd obviously, I think they'd probably be targeting to bowl Sussex out for under 250 at this point, you'd imagine. Yeah. Just the rate the match has been going.
Actually, we were talking earlier on about the Caribbean Premier League. A couple of games today. The Barbados Royals are playing the Guyana Amazon Warriors at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Tarouba. Is it in Barbados?
Trinidad.
Right. So
yes.
why Barbados not playing? They not play games at their home ground?
Yeah, it's done on a week-by-week basis. So the Barbados leg was last week.
Right. I didn't know that. Okay, here comes right bowl. Sorry, I should have given that over to you. I've played it into the offside. There is no run. So just to run through those scores in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. South East Stars made 278 all out in their 50 overs. The Blaze 8 without loss in the third. Central Sparks made 227 for 8 against the Sunrisers, who were 6 without loss, and the Northern Diamonds 230 for 3 against the Western Storm after 38 overs. That's all the scores in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy.
Chris Wright coming in for his second delivery of the over to Hudson Prentice. Oh, and a shot straight down to boundary. Yep, beats cover. Rayhan Ahmed can't get to it. And that's a 4 for Hudson Prentice. Takes him to 25.
Nice shot, wasn't it? It was perhaps a little too short, and Hudson Prentice onto it in a flash. He's quite an attacking player, is Finn Hudson Prentice, and he's going to punish anything that's short. Whilst he'll have a lot of faith in Jack Carson, he'll know that every opportunity he can score he's going to need to take here.
Yeah. Chris White comes in again. Fuller delivery and a block there from Hudson Prentice to the leg side.
Look at this weather, because it's definitely away to our left to the southwest corner. People can't see that. If you're sitting in the southwest corner or in the Spenkama Pavilion, you won't be able to see what's sort of heading in our direction. If you're in the deck chairs at the far end of the ground, you'll be able to see, but it does look pretty threatening, I have to say, and it has got quite gloomy here at Hove.
Hopefully no rain comes our way as Chris White comes in for his 4th delivery of the over. It's a short one. Oh, nicely glanced over from Hudson Prentice to the cover, and takes a single to move him up to 26 as Jack Carson takes strike.
I see it's the other game that's going on is the under-19s test match, and we were talking last week up at Durham about the amount of young Durham players that are in that side. I don't think there's any Sussex players in fact, I'm certain there isn't. But in that under-19s test, England made 174. Australia 348 all out. England doing much better second time around, 286 for 8. Only leading by 112. Mike Yardy, formerly of Sussex, in charge of the England under-19s. And Ben McKennie, who's a young player they speak very highly of at Durham. He played here in the first game of the season. He's captaining the side. He's made 72.
Chris White pulls into Carson. Oh, and a swipe there. Oh, past the fielder and straight to the man on cover. Takes the single. And yeah, Michael Yardy's a World Cup winners medal from 2010 in the Sussex Museum.
Yeah. Ah, there we are. I hadn't noticed that. Well spotted. Luke Wright also in that side as well. Luke now an England selector.
Yeah. Correct.
Tonight's lengthy clear.
Here we go. Going to do an update. I'll just take over for a moment. Sendoki is. In comes Chris Wright running in down the hill. Bowls to Hudson Prentice, who drives nicely through. There's a good bit of field. Oh, there could be a run out here if the ball is thrown to the right end. Oh, it is, but it misses the stumps. Well, it was driven firmly into the covers. Hudson Prentice set off for the run. They say never run on a misfield. And Jack Carson hadn't moved. The throw came in, I think, from Scott Curry. It was wide of the stumps, and in the end, Jack Carson got through for the single. Now they're just having a chat away to the umpires with Finn Hudson Prentice. Not too sure what that's about. 186 for 6. Bit of confusion there. Sendoki.
Yeah, I'm lucky not to be a run out there.
It was.
Cricket update.
Well, it is always an absolute joy to catch up on a Sunday afternoon with our cricket and with everything we need to know and more, I'm sure, with Adrian Harms.
Yeah, hi Sylvie. Not quite so sunny down at Hove now. It was a glorious morning, but there's a lot of heavy cloud seems to be drifting in from the southwest. It has been raining in Southampton. We know that where the One Day International is going on, and we're just hoping it's not going to make its way here to Hove, but it's very grey and overcast at the minute. Not a great day for Sussex. They're 100 186 for 6. Finn Hudson Prentice is on 27. Jack Carson is on a single. Really the story of the day here. The toss was won by Leicestershire, who decided to bowl first, and they picked up regular wickets. James Coles made 44, Tom Haynes 39, but Sussex a little bit behind here. They're 190 for 6. Hudson Prentice 31. Carson is on 1.
Hudson Prentice there, just with a 4, found the boundary once again.
Nice shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, really nice shot.
I mean, he's gone pretty quickly. 31 of 41 deliveries. Movement around the crowd. 1 or 2 people getting up. I hope there's not spitting with rain. I don't think so. As in comes Salisbury. Bowls. Hudson Prentice defends. The ball dribbles into the slip corner, and there is no. Do you know, we may not be that far away from the floodlights coming on. Seriously.
You wouldn't have predicted that at 10 a.m. this morning.
You wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. I'm just looking at these skies. I mean, there is some brighter sky. I think if there is any rain, it's going to be just a splash, I think. And there's always an indication, because if it is going to rain, you'd see the ground staff pretty much down here in front of us. And the lads, I think, are in the up at the far end of the ground. So I think they must be fairly confident that we're not going to get any rain. Salisbury runs away from us. In and bowls. Hudson Prentice defends, plays it out into the offside. There is no run. Nice technique Finn Hudson Prentice got, hasn't he?
Nice, yeah.
Plays very straight. Last week up at Durham, he made 63 in the second innings 64 in a losing cause. 64 in the second innings, I should say, get it right, and 31 in the first. He was out hooking, he was disappointed. It was having got in, it was a poor shot to get caught at the fine leg boundary. Salisbury. Hudson Prentice plays into the offside. Well fielded there in the gully, but can't prevent a single. I think, is it Curry or is that Wright in there? Either way, that's not right. So it might be Curry. One more to Hudson Prentice. He goes to 32. 191 for 6. You always tell when it's getting dark here at Sandoki, because the you can see the yellow numbers on the scoreboard are really shining quite brightly now.
Yeah.
Salisbury wheels around. He's on his way again. Bowls. Carson is forward, plays that to backward point.
Carson slightly unorthodox route to Sussex via Northern Ireland, I believe.
Yeah, so he was spotted by Sussex, came over here. I believe he's 14 or 15, Jack, when he came over. So he's worked his way through the ranks. I like Jack. He's a real competitor. Absolutely hates losing, and just wants to wants to improve all the time. I think he's got a great attitude. I don't think he's. Well, Paul Farbury spoke last week about seeing how much players wanted. Jack Carson would not be in that category. He would be in the category when the lights are coming on.
Yeah. As you predicted.
In comes Salisbury, bowls, and Carson defends into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over. 191 for 6. Carson on 1, Hudson Prentice on 32. He's been a bit disappointed with his bowling this season, Jack. He spoke to me up at Durham. He was quite disconsolate and said that he just felt that he didn't want to go at 4.5 and over. That's not where he wants to be as an off spinner, because you're not going to be swinging about in England circles. If he didn't say that, but he said, I need to be better than 4.5 and over, and he does. I'm not sure the wickets have been overly conducive this season, but he'll know that he needs to do better than that. But he's the sort of player who will work damn hard to make sure that he does.
Okay. Chris Wright takes the ball, getting ready to come in. Hudson Prentice on strike here. And Wright delivers, and a glancing shot, thinks about taking a run, but declines it and goes back to his crease. 191 for 6. 48.1 over is gone. Thank you, Ariane, in the chat, who says he's a big fan of the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. So thank you for everyone.
Oh, cool. England 28 for 4.
Oh, wow.
Down at Southampton. Bairstow, Brooke, Root and Stokes out. None of them reaching double figures. Ever since everyone's been saying Harry Brooks should go to the World Cup, he hasn't made any runs.
As Wright comes in again, Hudson Prentice glances it through to leg side and takes the single as Carson goes on strike. Yeah, it's interesting. It's been pretty strange build-up. I think since England won the World Cup in 2019, ODI cricket hasn't been prioritised, so they're sort of playing catch-up at the moment. And the lights in full effect here at Hove. Slightly gloomy. Hopefully we don't see any passing showers.
Yeah,
as White comes in for his third delivery of the over to Carson. And goes to man at the leg square. I guess Carson really, he just needs to sort of play attritional cricket and let Hudson Prentice lead with the runs.
And he's a perfectly capable player, is Jack. He can play very straight. He'll know his job is to stay here. This is his job. Stay here. Pick up the runs. Obviously, he doesn't want to just go into his shell.
Yeah,
of course. He's getting a bit brighter actually now that the lights are on.
Right, runs in again. Fourth ball of the over. Carson, LBW shout. No.
I reckon there was a bit of inside edge on that.
Yeah, I heard a noise there as well. So sort of a half-hearted appeal behind the stumps in the first place.
I'm just going to post a picture of the floodlights coming on.
Yeah, so White 42 wickets for Sussex, for Leicestershire this season.
Yeah.
Leading wicket taker.
Very good.
38 years old. Runs in again for his fifth delivery of the over. And a lovely... Oh, no. Go straight to the man at leg speed.
I think from a Sussex perspective, you asked me today what would Sussex expect to score batting first. And I think if you win the toss and bat first, Paul Farbridge is always saying 350, 400, you're in the game. The way this, whether Sussex would have batted first, I think they would. Mm-hmm. I may be completely wrong, but I think they'd have batted first. But the way the game has turned out and the way there is a bit of help here for the seamers, I think a score of round about 300 would not be a disaster in this game for Sussex. I still think they're undercooked at 192. If they were out for less than 200 or 210, 220, you'd feel they are undercooked. But there's a bit in this pitch.
Right, comes in and a block there from Carson. As ends the over, 49 overs played. Sussex are 192 for 6. Jack Carson, 1 of 10 balls. Hudson Prentice, 33. And really, it's dependent on Hudson Prentice sort of pushing on and getting a big score. There's been a few players who have got starts so far, but no one's been able to get that big score to sort of take Sussex to a formidable total.
No, absolutely. Now, we're going to get some spin. I think we're going to get some...
Rehan Ahmed?
We are going to get some Rehan Ahmed. I did say, is it Rehan or Rehan? And Richard was saying that I think Rehan's mum had said it's Rehan, but he's. I think Rehan himself isn't too worried which way it's pronounced, according to Richard. So but how lovely we're going to get to see one of the great arts of cricket, a leg spinner in, and one of the, the very promising, one of the great young promising cricketers in English cricket. We're going to get a treat to watch the young man bowling.
You mentioned that India series coming up in January. He's going to be crucial for 5 tests.
Sure.
We saw what he did in Pakistan last year, so looking forward to seeing what he can do here.
Absolutely, and he can bat a bit, Rehan Ahmed. He's coming in at 6 for Leicestershire in this game, so he's a fine cricketer. I watched him bowling. I was out in the middle for the toss, and I was watching him. He does get a real old zip. So we're going to see a leg spinner. Wonderful. Just the one slip in place. As Ahmed is in, bowls, and his first ball is right on the money and played out into the offside by Hudson Prentice, and there is no run.
You said there's something so alluring about leg spinning. It's just such a...
Wonderful to watch, isn't it?
Yeah.
Watching a real spinner at work. Ahmed in bowls, and he pushes that through quite a bit, doesn't he? And Hudson Prentice works it down towards backward point and picks up a single. I'm not in favour of leg spinner firing it in too quickly. I like to see it given a bit of air and give the ball a chance to turn. That was quite quick from Ahmed. He wants his mid-on to go a little deeper here for Jack Carson. Ahmed in bowls and cut away by Carson. He's going to pick a comfortable single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. There is one more to Sussex, 194 for 6. It just waits. Floodlights still on, but brighter skies on their way, I'm glad to report. Ahmed in there. He gave that a bit more air, played into the offside by Hudson Prentice, but he picks up a single to backward point. Now, who's that warming up in front of the scoreboard? It is Tom Scriven.
Yeah.
So we may be going to get a double change here. Rihan Ahmed is in. Bowls forward comes Carson, plays to mid-on, fielded by skipper Lewis Hill, who comes sprinting into field. There is no run.
Yeah, Rehan Ahmed, he's got a very quick action as he delivers the ball.
Yes, he has. In fact, they don't like the ball. Umpire Devlin has been called to have a look at the ball, and he decides it's in such sufficient condition to warrant a look by Paul Baldwin, who's the other umpire. Now Brenda Lowes, there's Brenda. She just got off her seat. She sits over in by the little picket fence over there in the Spencam Pavilion, and she'll come out with a new box of balls if they decide. Oh, there's nothing wrong with it. The umpire just said, no, get on with it. But
False alarm.
So Brenda's big moment didn't happen. Brenda Lowes is always first in the queue at home, every game. First in the queue. She was this morning. I drove in and there was Brenda, number one in the queue. She's number one fan. Ahmed in bowls. Forward comes Carson. Plays down the offside of the track. There is no run. Tidy enough from Rehan Ahmed. Just 3 singles off the over. 196 for 6. 195. Yeah, 196 for 6. 2 to Carson. 35 to Finn Hudson Prentice. Listening to live cricket on the BBC. Myself, Adrian Holmes, alongside Sandoki Nanguledran. Delighted to welcome Sandoki here on commentary. Your first time at Hove.
Mm-hmm. Lovely ground. Loving it so far.
Lovely. Well, it's a huge pleasure to have you here. So tell us a bit about your podcast as we go through the Over. When's it on, and how often do you record, etc.?
So the Caribbean Cricket Podcast, it's on YouTube, so you just need to search us.
Okay.
We've had loads of guests. We recently had the Cricket West Indies president Ricky Skerritt on. We've had Courtney Walsh. Michael Averton came on.
Wow, fantastic.
His son Josh Dequeres, eligible for West Indies. So we try to be a recruitment agent for that, see if that could happen. So we discussed the latest issues in West Indies cricket, and it was sort of just to fill a void because so many people love West Indies cricket, but there's not really an outlet that covers the various different nations and what's going on. So we tried to fill a gap with that. So Caribbean Cricket Podcast, just search it. We're on Apple, Spotify, YouTube. And Scriven comes in, change a bowler. Scriven comes in for right, and block there from Hudson Prentice.
And how often do you record that?
So it's generally weekly.
Okay, wow.
So if you subscribe to our YouTube channel, you'll get it.
Through the winter months as well?
Yeah.
Wow,
yeah.
Great. And where do you record that? Do you...
Virtually. So
Wow.
we started it during lockdown, and it's sort of, obviously West Indies toured England during lockdown, the first bit of sports,
Yes.
so it sort of took off through there, and we've sort of grown through that platform.
And they're touring next summer as well?
Yeah, they are. Looking forward to that 3-test series. As Scriven runs in again, second ball of the over to Hudson Prentice, who just drifts it down to leg side, doesn't take the run.
And what sort of listeners do you get to your podcast? Do you measure that? And
Yeah, so generally it depends on when there's a dramatic. So recently we had an episode on Rakeen Cornwall. I don't know if you know him. He's a 25 stone.
I don't.
25 stone batsman for West Indies. Has a lot of opinion about whether he should be playing cricket.
Right. Yes. Did he play in the last tour over here? Did he?
Yeah, he
Yes,
was.
did.
Yeah.
Yes.
We did an episode on him, and that got around 20,000 people because it's a hot topic.
Wow, amazing.
People wanna-
That's brilliant.
As Scriven runs in for the third ball of the over, swipes at it and just misses. Goes to Cox behind him.
That kept low, didn't
Yeah.
it? Good take by Cox.
But yeah, our famous saying is never a dull day in West Indies cricket. So every week there was some sort of drama somewhere in West Indies cricket. And as you mentioned earlier, the Caribbean Premier League is on at the moment. So a lot of big talking points there.
Joan as well, during the Ashes, I mean, I couldn't get a ticket for the Ashes for love nor money. And then they were saying, oh, next year. And some of the commentators saying, so next year, it's only the West Indies and Sri Lanka. And I thought, well, it's still Test cricket.
Yeah, still Test cricket.
It's still Test. They may not be the top sides, but it's still Test cricket.
Scriven runs in once again. And just a block down to leg side again. So Hudson Prentice, cautious start to this over so far. Just seeing the ball out, 35 or 53. And yeah, you can't really demean, as we said, cricket. You need to have sort of interest in all sides playing, not just when Australia tour once.
Absolutely, I think that would be. Wouldn't it be a huge mistake if it was just Everyone just thought the only Test cricket that mattered was when England play Australia. There's that huge rivalry, but I'll just come back to that in a minute, actually.
As Scriven runs in once again to Hudson Prentice. Oh, and again another swipe. This one bounced a bit higher.
That wasn't a great shot, was it?
No.
And that's why, Sentoki, I just wish there would be a bit more clarity around this World Test Championship.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it is very clear, and I reckon if you went to most cricket lovers and you said, "What about the World Test Championship?" and they go, well, "What about it? Where's the league table? Who's doing what?" I think there's a huge confusion around it. Is my own feeling.
Yeah, there's not really any emphasis, and you get the feeling sides don't really have until they get to the finals. In the case of Australia and India.
Yeah, absolutely.
Scriven runs in once again. Hudson Prentice again, similar. This one was wide of off stump, but he still had a swipe at it, and he didn't look very comfortable that over facing the Scriven deliveries.
No, they were wide. I mean, Hudson Prentice making a point there, as if to say, I think they should have been wide.
Yeah.
But I do think that, and I do think if you say England are playing India in February, okay, it's an important series against thing. If you said to a non-cricket lover, I say, well, why is that important?
Yeah.
What happens if England lose 5-0? It's not great, but so what? But if you said, well, it's part of the World Test Championship, and you get a certain amount of points, and that would mean that if England won that series, they would go second, and the next final is going to be next year's, and it's going to be here. But there'd be some relevance to it. But this is my job, and I have no idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is probably, someone might say, well, you should damn well know, Adrian, and probably I should, but I don't.
Yeah, it's not obviously.
No, it isn't obvious. I think it's really poor. Ahmed comes in, bowls forward, comes Carson, plays to the covers, no run, because it will give some context. And those matches against Sri Lanka and the West Indies next year, they could sell it as saying, okay, so they may not be the top sides in the world at the moment, but it's really important for England to get some points. Ahmed comes in and bowls, forward comes Carson, plays down the onside, no run.
I think this is the thing, if you want to attract a new audience, because us two here, if you've grown up watching cricket, you're used to Test cricket in isolation, but to attract a new audience, you need to give some sort of context as to what they're playing for.
I couldn't agree more. And also when you're selling tickets.
Yeah.
Ahmed comes in, bowls, Carson plays to mid-wicket again, no run. Because for the Ashes, you can sell tickets to anybody. Let's face it, you couldn't get tickets for love nor money. I've no idea who got them, but probably some people who aren't that interested got tickets, I don't know. But for that series next year, that's probably a slightly more difficult sell. Well, this is the reason why it's important. Ahmed comes in, bowls, and he attempted to cut his Jack Carson, taken by Cox, who whipped off the bail. And there is no run, tidy bit of keeping.
And when you think throughout history, the moments, West Indies, we talked about 70s and 80s playing in England, the moments they brought, even Sri Lanka, Murali at the Oval. It just has...
Ahmed in bowls, Carson plays to the offside, no run.
It just feels wrong to sort of demean there towards England.
I couldn't agree more. So let's big it up and let's give it some relevance. Let's talk what it means. Who's top of the World Test Championship at the moment? I have no idea. Ahmed in bowls, short and cut away by Carson. He's going to get a single out to the deep cover boundary. So where's Rich when he comes in, and we'll get Rich's view, because I'm prepared to say that I should know, and someone might say, well, you should know, but I don't think it's particularly well covered.
No, it's not well covered. It's not well explained. So I agree with you wholeheartedly.
199 for 6. You stay for another over, and a couple of overs, and we'll bring Richard in. In fact, is it my turn to go off? I can't remember now. I've lost track of time. What do we do? I always get confused in the afternoon session. So I did 2.5. 2.1. I can't remember now. Okay. Well, I'll natural way to Richard for a bit, and then we'll change things around.
Okay. So Scriven takes the ball once again.
Yes.
And Carson will take strike. Yeah, the match is still in a precarious position. If these two can add 40, 50 runs.
Yeah, as I say, I think under the lights here, Sussex will feel if they can, maybe get over, 250 minimum.
Scriven comes in and just block down.
I think, Sussex will hope there's a little bit in the pitch for them as well.
Yeah.
But the Sussex haven't helped themselves. They've contributed to their own downfall. I think James Cole's dismissal was an example of that. Well, though he batted. Those brighter skies are definitely coming in, aren't they?
Yeah, you can see it to our left here.
So the floodlights are shining brightly at the minute, but there's no breeze. Oh, well, I've said that. Just the Sussex flag has just started to flutter a little. The Leicestershire flag is absolutely limped to the flagpole.
Scriven runs in for a second delivery of the over. to Carson. Ooh, and again, a block there from Carson. Just playing sensible cricket, which is what we're required at the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, Jack Carlson's role here is to support Finn Hudson-Prentice, pick up the runs where he can. Sussex are behind the 8 ball here, I believe. Rich was saying a bit earlier on that, maybe the Leicestershire batting lineup, particularly without Ian Mulder, is possibly light. But, there's still some good players there. I mean, Bencock's coming in at 7.
And you'd be hoping Unakdak really steps up with the ball for when Leicestershire do take the bat. As Scriven runs in and just played down to leg side by Carson.
Zach Crawley, 123 not out for Kent, 196 for 1. So Zach Crawley's captaining England against Ireland in the one-day international series, but he's not in the World Cup squad, is that correct?
No, I think the Ireland series, they're essentially playing a reserve side to give the guys who are going to the World Cup a bit of a breather ahead of the World Cup.
So what's the point of playing it? In all seriousness, Middlesex 114 for 6 now at Old Trafford. Sam Robson 46 not out at the top of the order.
Runs in to Carson once again. Oh, and just a nice gently struck down to cover. And 197 for 6.
We're talking about Josh De Caires for Middlesex. He's 12 not out. Took a stack of wickets last week at Chelmsford.
Yeah.
And a defeat for Middlesex.
Yeah, Josh De Caires eligible for West Indies through his mother, who is Guyanese.
Right, okay. Well, that's... could happen.
Yeah, you never know. So Scriven gets ready to run in again at Hudson-Prentice. Just a gentle block down. Takes the single.
Yes, I mean, it's not cricket that's going to get people on their feet, but it's necessary for Sussex here because these two will know that the Sussex tail is a lengthy tail. Ari Kavelos, Henry Crocombe, and Jada Nadkat to come.
Well, Nadkat does have a first-class high score of 92.
He does. He didn't bat like it last week, I have to say. Defensively, he looked okay. He's got a very nice off drive.
Yeah. I'm not sure how long ago that 92 was, to be fair.
Yeah.
So Scriven runs in once again.
Good take.
Good take by Cox there. Just missed swipe there from Carson. And that's the end of the over. 53 overs gone. Sussex 198 for 6. Carson and Hudson-Prentice still at the crease.
We'll have a switch round, I think. We'll bring in Rich, and then we'll do it again before tea. So Rich is going to take over from Santoki. And we'll bring Santoki back in a few minutes. We've got another 11 overs to go until tea. These brighter skies inch towards Hove, an inch being the kind of operative word, really. Rian Ahmed is going to carry on from the sea end.
We are looking through tinted windows, but it does make it look fairly gloomy. It isn't actually quite that bad when you're out there.
Ahmed comes in over the wicket bowls and driven by Hudson-Prentice to short extra his drive. We were talking about the World Test Championship, Richard, and we were talking about next season the West Indians and the Sri Lankans are visitors for Test cricket. As in comes Ahmed bowls, Hudson-Prentice drive to short extra, there is no run. And I was saying that presumably those matches will be part of the World Test Championship, but it doesn't seem to be sold very well. I don't...
No, it hasn't caught fire as a concept, has it? The World Test Championship.
No, it's not done well. I'm glad in comes Ahmed bowls, Hudson-Prentice plays to backward point, no run.
I think people are kind of roughly aware of the ranking as such of each Test playing nation, and it's about the individual matches to me rather than an overall.
Ahmed in bowls and Hudson-Prentice just dabs that to point and picks up a single as the point fielder needs to run to his right to field.
You need sort of regular games, between sides. Of all sides, if you know what I mean. To get some sort of champion. It doesn't work as a concept.
Ahmed in bowls and cut away by Jack Carlton. Picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. The ripple of applause around the grounds for the 200 up for Sussex. 200 for 6. Hudson-Prentice 37. Carson on 5. I just think he needs to get some more. You know, what will be the, you know, if England could beat India in this series, does that count, etc., etc. I just don't think it's very well explained, if I'm being honest. Ahmed in bowls, driven by Hudson Prentice to mid-off, and there is no run. So tidy enough from Rehan Ahmed, just 2 runs off the over. 200 for 6. Carson 5, Hudson Prentice 37. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms, Richard Ray and Santoki Nagulendran on commentary for us today. Great to welcome Santoki here for today. And it's been an absorbing day. It's not been, well, hasn't been flying around all over the place, but it's been interesting cricket.
It did for an hour, didn't it? This morning. But yeah, that's the way of it with Championship cricket, sort of ups and downs and periods of quiet and periods of intense activity and sort of movement of the game. But I don't think this is a bad score now. No. 200 for 6 and sort of over 250. It feels as though Sussex would be in the game. There's a little bit there with the conditions the way they are. Scriven is in and bowls full, nicely dug out by Carson, stylishly pushed back past the bowler to the fielder at mid-on. There's no run.
England 55 for 5 in Southampton. Joss Butler, the latest, out for 30. So the match reduced to 34 overs aside. England are only in the 13th over.
Well, I guess this is what these matches are all about, preparation, but a reminder there's plenty to do. In goes Scriven, bowls, clipped in the air, straight to mid-wicket. Oh, my goodness me. Carson cannot believe what he's just done there. It was a leg stump almost delivery from Tom Scriven. Carson saw it all the way, clipped it, but in the air and more or less straight to mid-wicket and stood with his head down for a moment, knowing that he has given it away for 5. Suddenly, Sussex, having begun to sort of recover through the middle order, are 200 for 7.
Yeah, and that's kind of been the story of this Sussex innings, and then to an extent, Richard, the story of the Sussex season. I would say that, you know, there's been just some, you know, a very similar dismissal to that of James Cole's, to be honest, just, you know, clipping a straightforward delivery to mid-wicket, and almost Leicestershire are picking up wickets here without being disrespectful in any way. That if you showed that ball again, you wouldn't expect necessarily to get a wicket with that delivery. But I think you summed it up. He's rather given it away, as Jack. And now you are into the bowlers. And, you know, you never know with bowlers. I mean, I think what we probably will see here is Hudson Prentice going on the attack now. There seems little point. I mean, Jack Carson, he would feel reasonably secure with Carvelos, Crocombe, and Adcat, maybe not so.
Umpires having a word with each other, but I say the light is okay. Salisbury was the catcher. I'm not sure whether I said that about Salisbury. Made no mistake. It was a nice height for him, and he shouldn't have dropped it, but he didn't.
I still think with. I'm with you. I think there's a little bit more in this pitch than we've seen in some of the Hove pitches of late.
I would imagine the Sussex seamers, as and when they get the chance, won't mind having a bowl under the floodlights with the humidity the way it is. And it could be an interesting final session.
Yeah.
If Leicestershire have a sort of an hour to bat, something like that. Scriven probably deserved that wicket, not necessarily with that ball. Comes in and bowls to Harry Carvelos, who is solidly forward to a middle stump delivery, pushing it out to mid-on. There's no run.
Quite funny, last week in the third day up at home, Matty Potts was roaring into bowl to Harry Carvelos, lots of short stuff, and Harry was able to duck and weave, and Matty Potts had quite a lot to say for himself to Harry Carvelos. And I said to Harry the next morning, I said, what on earth did you do to wind Matty Potts up? And he said, I have no idea. He said, but I couldn't understand what he was saying.
No, he's got quite a broad north-east accent.
He said, I just couldn't understand what he was saying. I don't think it was particularly friendly.
Scriven is in. Carvelos again is playing firmly, a little bit off the bottom of the bat towards mid-on. And Hill, the fielder.
In terms of bowling Harry Carvalho's 29 wickets. The leading wicket taker for Sussex is still Nathan McAndrew, who went back. He only played 7 matches and then went back to Australia. 31 wickets at 24. Now, he was a good acquisition for Sussex. The only problem is they only had him for half the season.
Yes.
You know, when you're taking 31 wickets at 24, I'd take that.
Scriven bowls. Carvalho's again is forward, off stump this time, pushing it back to the bowler.
But when you looked at Durham last week, you got Potts with 50 wickets, Rain with 50 wickets. You look at Sussex, Carvalho's 31, McAndrew 29, Ollie Robinson's 20, he's only played in 3 games, Jack Carlson 24. No one else is over 20 wickets, and that's kind of the point of difference, really, being able to bowl sides out.
Yes, Leicestershire suffered at the hands of Matty Potts earlier this season at the Upton Steel County Ground. In goes Scriven, bowls down the leg side, tries to help it on its way, doesn't get anything on it, taken by Cox. Potts came out of the England squad, played in the second part of that game and had a big impact in it, as did when Worcester came to Oakham. I've forgotten his name now. There was Josh Tongue.
Oh, Josh Tongue.
Josh Tongue.
Yeah.
Was parachuted into the game.
Yeah.
So it's happened twice, and went and took 5 wickets in the second innings. It's happened twice to Leicestershire, and it isn't a great system. That one feels has got to change. It's got to be looked at. You can't surely change a team in mid-match.
No.
You shouldn't be allowed to do that, it feels to me.
Ahmed comes in from the CN, bowls to Hudson Prentice. He plays a lovely shot, a little delicate shot, cutting away through backward point, picks up a down. He does Hudson Prentice. He goes to 37, 204 for 7. Oakham School, that sounds like a lovely venue. I mean, I guess it brings challenges for broadcasters, but is it a lovely venue? Well supported, or?
Yes, it was. It was unfortunate. We've played a couple of games there now that I've commentated on, a one-day game and the championship game. In both cases, the pitches has offered an awful lot.
Oh, I mean, it was a full toss, and Hudson Prentice takes full account of that. It's going to race way down the hill. Very good bit of fielding by Lewis Hill. He stops the ball, but semi-stops the ball. He actually did pretty well, because I've seen those go for 4 runs here at home, but the couple to Hudson Prentice, Rian Ahmed rather getting away with that full toss. Hudson Prentice to 43, 206 for 7.
And they've been quite well supported, but they haven't been particularly lucky. We've played a one-day game at Kibworth, a club ground.
Ahmed in bowls, Hudson Prentice forward, no run.
In the one-day cup, which was really well supported, well over 1,000 turning up with their own fold-up seats and what have you. And the club promoted it very well, Kibworth Club.
Ahmed in again, Hudson Prentice back on his stumps, punches to mid-off, there is no run.
And prices were sort of kept down as well.
Yeah.
And that got a huge, it was a really, really good atmosphere. But both fun to go to. Both looked after wonderfully.
Ahmed in bowls, gave that a bit of a tweak. Hudson Prentice plays firmly to mid-on, no run.
And in these days of Wi-Fi QBs, everything worked beautifully.
Yeah, brilliant.
So,
yeah, that's good. Yeah.
If you've got a 5G router, as Leicestershire have acquired, then it makes the Wi-Fi QB very feasible to commentate from anywhere.
Ahmed in bowls, punched into the offside by Hudson Prentice. There is no run. We had Ahmed's introduction to the attack is certainly up to the ante in terms of the over 8, which is level. 206 for 7. We have got another 8 overs to go until tea. Carvalho's yet to score. Hudson Prentice on 43.
Well, how can it be level when we've got 8 overs to go until tea and we're only 5 minutes away from tea time?
I'm always a little confused. I mean, I guess we have lost 7 wickets and there is a sort of...
I don't know, but at Leicestershire they've started only changing the over 8 during intervals. So I don't know whether they do that here, or whether that's a sort of county-wide thing that they've been told to do it or something.
Yes, I didn't quite know. I also didn't realise till last week, reading an article in the press, that the umpires now have these cameras on as well, don't they? So that all this data of bowls delivered goes back to a central database to see who's doing what. In comes Scriven and bowls. Sorry, it's your over, isn't it?
Okay.
Played to mid-on by Carvalho, there is no... And I think he goes into a central database to sort of help selectors and all that sort of thing. I didn't realise that.
Cameras as in...
Yeah. In their... I think they have it in their sort of lapels.
I mean, I don't know why they would be better than the ones that are the fixed cameras that are used for the streams in that respect.
Yeah.
But sunshine's coming back.
Yeah.
As you predicted, we've got away with it. Scriven. Getting through a lot of work is into Carvelas, who's taking a couple of steps down the crease or down the pitch, I should say, just to try and reduce the amount of movement or get close to the pitch of the ball. Does do so and plays it back. Ben Cox, sunglasses, of course, perched on top of his sun hat. He favours a wide, white-brimmed sun hat. Any of the Leicestershire players actually got their sunglasses on. They've all got them on top of their caps. None of them actually seem to be wearing them. Umar Amin doesn't favour them at all. Scriven was ready to go, but ran into something flying.
Yes.
And
something in his eye.
Curves out of his run-up and puts his hand up to his face. Into his 15th over now, Tom Scriven. And they don't break him before the one-day cup final.
No. Let's hope no one picks up an injury here, because that would be a great shame.
Scriven is in and bowls, worked towards mid-wicket by Carvelas. Salisbury down on his knees at mid-wicket, makes the stop, and Rishi Patel's going to run all the way over there to congratulate him, give him a low 5, affecting a stop he should have made. He made something of a meal of it, like a lot of seam bowlers. He's not necessarily the quickest to get down to the ball. Did well there, though. Took his catch well. Scriven is in and bowls, looking to drive a little bit loosely as Carvelas, thick inside part of the bat. The throw from Hill at mid-on is not a good one, and it doesn't miss Carvelas by very much. Lands very close to his feet. Cox, Patel and Ackerman scurry to make sure that there are no overthrows.
Big rugby city as well, Leicester, Richard. So would there be much interest in the World Cup last night?
I would imagine it was on around Welford Road and the pubs around, and England did very well. In goes Scriven, bowls, Carvelas forward, wristily, playing slightly across the line, running it out to Hill again at mid-on. Leicester representation, of course.
Yeah, so when Leicester play it, when the Tigers play at Welford Road, is that pretty much a sellout every week?
Pretty close to it, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the capacity is there about. I have in mind it's roughly about sort of 18. There's one huge stand, but 3 fairly small ones. I think it's about 20-something thousand, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
And I apologise to the Tigers if it's more or less. Scriven is in. Carvelas edges along the ground through about 4th slip down to Curry running in from 3rd man and takes 1. He's off the mark. Off his 10th delivery at 207.47. He needs to hang around and give Hudson Prentice as much support as he can. Hudson Prentice having lived dangerously in going to 43 off 67, but playing with an increasingly impressive sort of certainty, as you tend to do once you've been in for a while, of course, but rests with him now to guide Sussex to 250 and beyond.
Yeah. Much brighter skies. I reckon the floodlights will be going off shortly. Well, don't want to use electricity unnecessarily in these days of high energy prices. Anyway, Ahmed's going to carry on. 4 tidy overs, no wicket for 12. Comes in off this 6 or 7 paces run up. Bowls clipped onto the onside by Carvelas. That was in the air. He's going to get a single. It's misfielded there by, I think it's Scott Curry in there at mid-wicket. And there is 1 run to Carvelas. What am I talking about? He goes to 208 for 7.
Torrential rain apparently in Leicester at the moment, so they've got a thunderstorm.
Yeah, I think it is sort of moving up country. Ahmed in full toss, clipped away by Hudson Prentice. Ahmed hasn't quite got it right here, has he? He's got a couple of full tosses up the hill.
There's not much in it. There's been no turn, has there, as such, or bounce, really.
Hudson Prentice goes to 44, so joint top scorer. Lucky to get away with that. Hudson Prentice hammer that one away through the leg side. Ahmed in again bowls. That's a better delivery, and Carvelos is very respectfully forward, punches it into the covers, and there is no run. Leicestershire would dearly love to wrap this up before tea, wouldn't they?
Wouldn't they just?
Ahmed in again bowls. That's a good delivery, and Carvelos just plays onto the onside. Fielded there by Curry. Again, there is no run. Carvelos waits, right-handed, just the one slip in place. Comes in over the wicket, bowls, always hit on the pad. He does bowl at quite a brisk pace, doesn't he? That was, he's looking to play it on the onside, was Carvelos. Wrapped him on the pad, bounced into the slip cord, and there is no run. One more ball to go in the over. He does rattle through his overs, which is good to see. Ahmed is in again. Carvelos defends into the offside. They're really running around between the overs here. Leicestershire, the last thing they want to do is incur any penalties for slow over eights. At the minute they're level. 209 for 7, with 6 overs remaining until tea.
I'm pretty sure they're not. I know it's showing level, but I'm pretty sure that's because of they only updated it during the intervals business. Because how can there be 6 overs to go and we'd be 5 minutes past the?
I'll see if I can find out.
I'm pretty sure that they're behind now, at least -2, maybe even -3. But as you say, Rahan improves matters, although the introduction or the reintroduction of Scott Curry won't. He's going to come back on, and he's going to have the slope to come pounding down for the first time. His first 10 overs, bowled in 2 spells, were all from the C end. 10 overs, 2 for 43, which are a little bit better figures than may have deserved, actually. Down the slope he comes and bowls, and the thick inside part of the bat from Hudson Prentice sees the ball roll slowly out towards mid-wicket. There isn't a mid-wicket, or there is, but he's on the boundary. So Hill has to move across from mid-on to field. Hudson Prentice takes his single, moves on to 45. Nando's coming back on. Adrian's going to have a pre-tea break. Message for you on the stream, Sando, from a big fan of the Caribbean cricket for podcast called Ariane. In goes Curry down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it. Carvelos, as he rather airily tries to help it on its way. He says he's hoping you might be able to explain some Caribbean slang to the stream for a bit of fun. Stuff like cuss out, teefs and licks. If you can, without straying into slightly awkward territory, but by all means tell Ariane what it's about. In goes Curry, and that one is nicely turned into the leg side off his legs by Ari Carvelos, down towards deep backward square, where Umar Amin has been spending much of the afternoon.
Yeah, a cuss out, as the name suggests, is when West Indian fans express their displeasure in certain ways against performances. Let's just say there's been a lot of cuss outs in the last 20 years with West Indies cricket.
Understood. And is it sort of referring to sledging a bit as well? Can it refer to sledging as well?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Curry is in, bowls, a little bit of bounce there, dropped out towards mid-on, then suddenly realises Hudson Prentice has a single in it because Hill was quite a long way back at mid-on. And he's right, he takes his single. And teeth, presumably.
A teeth is just is when a decision doesn't go your way. So it's like you've been robbed of a decision.
Okay. Thief.
Yeah, essentially.
Thief. Yeah. Okay.
You're picking it up.
And licks, I think I know that one.
Go on.
Is a shot to the boundary, essentially giving it some hard shot to the boundary. And Curry goes past the outside edge. That's a better line. That's a better delivery.
Yeah, so if you ever see Chris Gale or Kyron Pollard coming towards the crease, you know that there's about 3 licks delivered on the opposition.
Edwardian House tells me that it's about 25,000 capacity at Welford Road these days with the new stands, because there's one behind one of the was going to say goalposts, but they're rugby posts, of course. I think they're still called goalposts. In goes Curry, bowled short, pulled, bottom edge, and it trickling down to fine leg. So didn't get all of that at all. Carvelas, but he got enough of it, just about. Picks up his single, moves on to 4, keeps the strike, 213 for 7, and we have 5 overs now until tea.
Rayan Ahmed about to bowl his 6th over of the day. Yeah, as you and Adrian were saying, he bowls his overs very quickly and ensuring that the match finishes on time today.
Hopefully,
or at least it won't speak too soon.
No, indeed.
In comes Rayan Ahmed to Carvelios. Just a gentle block there from Carvelios. I don't think he's extracting much, but I don't think you can expect much from a leg spinner on this pitch at the moment.
First day.
Carvelios just strikes it down to leg side, doesn't take the run.
Here's one whether Ackerman might just have an over or 2, just see if there's anything there for finger spin. Sometimes it's a different sword, isn't it?
Rayan Ahmed again, and again blocked. They're just seeing him out at the moment, not taking any risky shots against his leg spin. And again, blocked once again, and he takes a quick single. Carvelios.
Mid on and mid off, both sort of deep-ish. Hill came scampering in and underarmed the ball at the stumps, but Carvelas had long since made his ground, but they're deep just in case they do go for that sort of lofted, straight drive and skew it a bit.
Rayan Ahmed in again, and swipe down to cover, takes the single. It's Hudson Prentice edges towards a half century. Invaluable in this inning so far.
Carvelas in 10 innings this season, his highest score is 9. So he's due a score, as they say. He's clearly got the ability, to have an average like that and still be coming in at 9.
Rayan Ahmed found, pulled over and just blocked out by Carvelios there. So Sussex 215 for 7, 60 overs gone. So we've still got around 30 left in the day. 36, I should say.
4 till tea.
4 until tea. And yeah, good to see Rayan Ahmed playing first-class cricket again. We were just talking, myself and Adrian, about how important he's going to be for that India away tour in January, 5 tests. He's going to play a critical role, so good for him to get some red ball experience as well in the build-up to that.
Yeah, you would think so. He's played 8 of Leicestershire's 11 first-class games, Rahan. He scored exactly 500 runs. As in goes Curry bowls, and it's a leg stump Yorker, thumps into the bottom of the pad, trickles out to square leg, leg by is taken. There's an appeal, but mainly from behind the stumps that is ignored by umpire Baldwin, and he's taken just the 6 first-class wickets in those 8 innings of 8 matches, 8 innings in which he's actually bowled as well. 6 at 67.66, so he has not bowled on a wicket that's given him anything very much really so far this season at all. Curry is in, bowls, clipped over, square leg stroke mid-wicket into the stand for 6. Beautiful pickup by Ari Carvelas, who races past his previous best score of the season and into Wisprett double figures for the first time this season. But he really did use the extra little bit of pace from Curry nicely there and picked it up. It's a short boundary there into the Spen Karma Pavilion, but the big man timed it to perfection.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of boundaries today. That was the first 6 coming from Carvelios, and as you said, his highest score of the season so far. He'll be looking to push on and frustrate the Leicestershire bowlers.
And having seen that, Curry sends, and Hill, a combination thereof, send the mid-wicket back to the boundary, Salisbury that is. Curry is in. Carvelis gets a delivery down the leg side and doesn't get anything on it, taken by Cox falling away. And almost as he bowled that one, Curry sort of was turning away in disgust. Just hasn't really found any rhythm today. It's not that easy at Hove because from the Cromwell Road end you're coming down quite a pronounced slope actually, and obviously from the sea end you're going up it. It's less pronounced from the sea end than it is coming down from the Cromwell Road end. In he goes and bowls for no ball, so he overstepped on that occasion the extra sort of momentum from that end, the first no ball, overstepping no ball of the innings. But he just looks out of sorts to me, and he just needs searching for rhythm, and he needs overs, he looks like to me. And in those circumstances, 2 for 55 is probably not a horrendous return. And he comes and bowls again down the leg side. Again, Cox athletically flings himself away to his left to make this stop, but he's all over the place at the moment. Tom Curry.
Yeah, as you said, he's sort of trying to find his groove, but at the business end of the season, it's not really what you want from one of your strike bowlers. But he's got 2 wickets, so as you said, it's not been horrendous, but you'd expect more of a disciplined performance from him.
He comes and bowls, goes past the outside edge, but it's another no ball. He's overstepped again, and there's no point scraping at the crease. The crease didn't move. Well, it doesn't, does it? They do this, and it's your feet that overstep, mate, not the crease that naughtily moved forward an inch or two. The difference with Mulder is marked. Mulder's economy rate, 168 overs at 2.76. In goes Curry and bowls forward. Leaning is Carvelos with an angle back, pushing it out towards wide third man and taking 1, as well as, of course, picking up 26 wickets at 18s. So they will miss Mulder. Had Mulder been bowling in this match, you kind of feel that Leicestershire might be batting by now, on the way that he's bowled this season. Curry is in. The scoreboards have given up the ghost temporarily and are showing the marklets, the 6 marklets badge of the county. As Curry now has a gully as he comes into Hudson Prentice, who digs out the Yorker. It says, "Can I pick it up?" "Yes," says Budinger. And there's a certain amount of gentle byplay between Budinger and Hudson Prentice before the ball is returned to Budinger, and a somewhat shoulders slumped figure of Tom Curry makes his way towards backward point and third man, and Lewis Hill, I think, might be saying, that'll do for now, Tom. I'll give Ackers an over or 2 from, it is going to be Ackerman from the Cromwell Road end, and I'm going to go and update BBC Radio Leicester as you see us through to tea.
Well done, Richard. Great timing. As Rian Ahmed is in, played down the track by Harry Carvelos. And there is no one. I tend to agree here with Richard. I don't think this is a disastrous score for Sussex. I still think they're below par, don't get me wrong. Ahmed in bowls, Carvelos is forward, punches into the offside, there is no run. I think there is a bit in the pitch, and the overheads are such that you would think that the ball may do a little bit, particularly when it's new.
Yeah, it's something on the board.
I don't think it's probably a 400 pitch.
No.
Ahmed comes in bowls and played nicely by Carvelos. The ball's a lot softer now. It's in its 62nd over. But I still think Leicestershire will be pleased. I think when you win the toss and you decide to stick the opposition in, I think you'd settle for this.
Yeah.
2 overs before tea, you've got 7 wickets in the bag. Ahmed in again, punched away onto the onside. There is no run. Lunch came at 115 for 4, so Sussex have added 113 in this session. It's been a fairly steady run rate. Ahmed Ahmed in bowl, stretching forward is Hudson. Prentice plays into the offside. There is no run. What Sussex need to do, though, is not just to win. I mean, the important thing is that Sussex win from their point of view, but they'll also want to pick up as many bonus points as they can.
Of course.
As yet, they haven't got any. They need to get to 250 before they get their first batting bonus point. Ahmed in bowls, and Hudson Prentice leans back and plays that to points, picks up a single. He goes to 48. He's Sussex's leading scorer in the county championship this season, Finn Hudson Prentice. If he goes through to a half century, that will be his 8th of the season, and I think you'd definitely take that from your number 7 bat. I'm just looking here. This is his 12th game, so he's played in all the games so far. Over 700 runs at 51. I think that's a pretty decent return.
Is that Ackerman coming on for some off break?
I think it is. Because of the hasteness towards tea time, I think. Tea really should have been at 3:10 if you're bowling 16 overs an hour, but I think maybe a count being taken. I heard the umpires chattering away to the skippers before the game when they were talking about the heat and everything else. So I don't think there's going to be too many penalties when it has been as hot as it has today. So, you're right, Colin Ackerman, and there are 2 overs to go until tea. We'll have an update in a minute, so if you don't mind, I'll do this over Sandoki. Just the one slip in place. Here comes Colin Ackerman, bound for Durham next season, but keen to do his best here for Leicestershire. Now,
attempted reverse sweep.
Do you know what, Sandoki, if that goes for 4, I say great shot, but 2 overs before tea, I'm not sure that's, I like Finn enormously. He's a nice guy, but I'm just not sure.
No, I agree.
In he comes again, bowls, and now he plays an authentic shot, just punches that to mid-wicket. I just think it's the sort of shot that if you get yourself out then, people say, what are you
ridiculous.
doing? You're on 48 rather, and there's 11 balls to go until tea. Why are you playing that shot? Ackerman in again, bowls, Hudson Prentice picks up a comfortable single, just plays it through mid-wicket. He goes to 49. These two coming together when Jack Carson was out on the scores 200. So a valuable 30 these two have added. Just waiting for the travel. I can hear it. I can't hear the studio too much. There we go. Got it loud and clear. Well done, Mel. Thank you. Celsius tonight. In comes Ackerman. Bowl to Ari Carvelas, who's on 13. He's in the bowls. Carvelas stretches forward, punches that into the covers, fielded by Ahmed. And there is no run.
Still a muggy 13 degrees. Tomorrow morning, areas of cloud
Ackerman again.
To start with, but they will seem clear to leave plenty of sunshine.
In bowls, Carvelas plays to mid-on.
24 Celsius, 75.
And there is no run. Just hit much cooler tomorrow.
Mixture of sunny spells and heavy thundery showers, more likely though in the afternoon. Sunshine between
Ahmed again in bowls. And Carvelas glides that to backward point. There is no run. So just the 1 run coming off the over. 1 over to go until tea. 230 for 7. There we go.
Cricket update.
Well, Sussex are playing Leicestershire at home in the county championships. Guess who's got his eye right across the game? It's Adrian Harms.
Yeah, hi Sylvie. Sussex 230 for 7 here at a cloudy Hove. Would you believe we started the day in bright sunshine? Now we've got the floodlights on. It's been that gloomy for the last hour or so, but mercifully no rain. Sussex lost the toss this morning. They were asked to bat first. Lots of players have got themselves in, then got themselves out. James Cole's making 44, Tom Haynes 39, Cheteshwar Pujara 26, but Finn Hudson Prentice going along really nicely. He's on 49. Sussex 230 for 7, 1 over left until tea, and hopefully some cake.
I was about to say, come on, it's got to be tea time and hospitality talk.
Well, I hope so. I mean, just 1 over. We had a very nice lunch, I have to say, Sylvia. We had a very nice pasty for my lunch. So I don't really feel like much cake. So I might send some up to you. You never know.
That sounds good. I shall look forward to its arrival and talking to you again in an hour.
Thanks, Syl. In comes Ahmed, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who plays it away into the offside and picks up a single, and Finn Hudson Prentice goes through to his half century. It's his 8th half century of the season. He's the leading run scorer for Sussex in first class cricket this season. He raises his bat I reckon that's a really good effort by Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Yeah, really good effort from Hudson Prentice. Much needed for Sussex.
Yeah.
At a time when the match is in the balance. So really digs in, but he needs to put up a big score. You'd think edge towards a century if he can, if the tail end can survive with him.
Well, he said to me at Durham last week, I can't get beyond 73, which was his highest score, as Ahmed is in, bowls to Carvelos, who plays it down the track. Rian Ahmed fields off his own bowling. I think Leicestershire will still feel they're in the driving seat here, but it's slightly frustrating with this partnership between Carvelos and Hudson Prentice, which is now worth 31. Ahmed bowls and Carvelos plays it down the offside of the track. There is no run. 2 balls to go until tea. Flag lights are still on. It is a little brighter out to the west. There's lots of cloud. I think the forecast for tomorrow I was just hearing is good. As Ahmed in and Carvelos stretches forward, plays to mid-on. Lewis Hill comes into field.
I think the pitch isn't offering, as you'd expect on day one in England, not offering much to leg spinner Ahmed. So it's just allowed Sussex to sort of gently pile on a few runs.
A new ball will be available after another 16 overs. I think you'll want to polish it off by then.
Yeah.
As Ahmed is in. Stretching forward is Carvelos, plays into the offside, and that will be tea. As the umpires move in Ben Debenham and Paul Baldwin and remove the veils, and the players leave the field. 2:31 for 7. Richard's just showing us the weather forecast for 90% chance of rain. At 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock today.
Is that quite an accurate app? Right, so there's a bit of rain drifting its way in, so maybe that will come during the tea break, Rich. Oh, that does look a little nasty, doesn't it? It sort of seems to be edging its way towards us. So thank you, Richard. So we'll hope that isn't the case as the players leave the field.
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Well, a very good afternoon, late afternoon, early evening. I think we still say late afternoon, don't we? It's only 5 to 4. It just feels like it's about 6 o'clock at night because it's still very grey and overcast and the floodlights are on. But welcome back to our coverage here from Hove. Myself, Adrian Harms, and Richard Ray, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester, live from the county ground at Hove, where Sussex are 231 for 7. Hudson Prentice on 50, Erica Bayless on 13. I've got Leicestershire with their noses in front, Richard, but not by a huge amount.
No, I think there's not much in it at all at the moment, and especially if Sussex go on to something around about 300. I think that is a pretty decent effort after being put in tricky conditions, tricky for sort of both batting and bowling, and because of the heat. The humidity as well didn't make it that easy for Leicestershire seamers. And the pitch has played reasonably well. There's been a bit there for the bowlers, a little bit of swing as well. And in the circumstances, Finn Hudson-Prentice's unbeaten half-century off 81 balls as he comes out to resume his innings. Gold as far as Sussex are concerned, and he's had good solid support from Ari Carvelas, who's into double figures for the first time this season in first-class cricket. He's a better batsman than that.
Yeah. It's going to be opening, it's going to be Matt Salisbury, 13 overs, 1 made and 2 for 55. It's really quite gloomy here. As Richard was saying earlier, we are looking from behind tinted glass here. But you can just see the lights reflecting in the flats around the ground. So it is gloomy. There is blue sky over the downs in the distance, but we're getting underway as in comes Salisbury with 2 slips and a gully. Bowls to Hudson Prentice, who picks up his 51st run. He's Sussex's leading run scorer in the county championship now, Finn Hudson Prentice, over 700 runs. So I don't think he's one of the players who's perhaps feeling he's got a point to prove over these last few games.
He was a good, back to his home county, but he was good at Derbyshire. They were really disappointed to lose.
Yeah, and certainly our colleagues at BBC Derby, Dave Fletcher and Dave Griffin, were saying as much. He was very well respected. I'll tell you what I like about Finn is 2 slips and a gully go down, and Salisbury is on his way to bowl to Ari Carvelas, who's 13 not out. Light shining really very brightly in and bowls. Carvelas is 4 plays to bid on. There is no run. Yeah, Finn left here and then went and played. He was playing around the MCC before Derbyshire picked him up. I hadn't seen Finn for a couple of years. I wandered out to the toss at Derby. I think it was during Jason Gillespie's last bit of tenure, and Finn actually came up and said hello. I thought it was rather nice. You know, he sort of, oh, hello, Adrian. He's just a thoroughly nice guy. And I'm glad that he's done well. I think he struggles with a foot injury, which is hampering his bowling a bit. In comes Salisbury bowls. Cavelos just leans forward, plays to mid-on. There is no run. All I would say about this pitch, and I'm bearing in mind here that the ball will be 65 overs old after this, is that Ari Cavelos is playing very straight, and he's playing comparatively easily here, getting on the front foot. It just strikes me as not masses in the wicket. There was probably some earlier on, and there may well be when the new ball is available. But when you get a number 9 playing as comfortably as he has, it makes me think, well, maybe it's not seaming all over the place. Salisbury in bowls. Cavelos drives aerially to mid-off, having famous last words, very nearly offering a caught and bowled. There are some spotlights down by the Players Club, which is a little tented area away to our right-hand side. Those spotlights are getting brighter and brighter. The light really isn't that good. I know we are looking through a frost glass here, and Richard was saying about possibly some rain on the way, and it's really quite gloomy in the distance. The wind has dropped almost completely as Salisbury is in bowls. Cavelos defends into the offside. There is no run. I'm just seeing if they're playing down at Southampton, which they've been on and off for rain. England 103 for 6. Crumbs, that's not good, is it, against the New Zealanders? 140 for 6 now in the 25th over. Liam Livingstone making 53. He's 53 not out. Pretty disappointing from England. Bairstow 6, Brook 2, Root 0, Stokes 1. Salisbury, right arm over the wicket, in and bowls. Cavelos drives comfortably enough to mid-on, and there is no run. Joss Butler made 30, Moeen Ali 33. Sam Curran is in with Liam Livingstone. Raining now up at Old Trafford, where Middlesex are 124 for 7 in the First Division. Middlesex in real trouble towards the foot of the table, but a good day for Kent and Zach Crawley. He made 158. Kent 260 for 3 off 64 overs at Canterbury. Salisbury in bowls. Cavelos again solidly forward, plays onto the onside. There is no run. I did miss up, and I do apologise. The first ball after tea was a no ball, so that was bad of me not to recognise that. 234 for 7. Cavelos is on 13. Hudson Prentice is on 51. We've got 31 overs remaining in the day. The over 80 showing us -1.
Yeah, they changed again. Go figure, I suppose, with those 7 wickets falling. But given that we had tea best part of half an hour late, then a little bit hard to understand. But there you go. The vagaries of the over rate. Rehan Ahmed is going to continue. Foxyville wants to know how the pitch has been playing. Not too badly. I think there's been a little bit in it. Decent cricket wicket for me.
Yeah, so
I would say.
Yeah. This was the same pictures as used for the Worcestershire game here in the Championship.
Ahmed is in back carefully. Goes Finn Hudson-Prentice and defends the ball that doesn't really turn. It's straight, but that is about it in terms of the threat it poses. Just the one slip now for Ahmed, who bounces in and bowls, gives it some air, clipped out towards mid-wicket, who dives across to his left. Tom Curry, I will call him probably Brad at some stage. He manages to get his left hand to it and deflect it. Hill had been running around behind him from mid-on, so he had to sort of reverse, go into reverse, go back to mid-on, and by the time he did so, Hudson Prentice had taken his single. Brings Cavelos, who, despite playing for Greece, is essentially a South African. In goes Ahmed, bowls to him, slightly wide, slightly short. Cavelos up on his toes, and then turning it out towards the man. Budinger has a long chase to get to the ball, does do so. He's going to have to hurry a bit there, Cavelos, who turned slowly for the third. Hudson Prentice didn't quite lap him, but he was catching him rapidly. Cavelos made his ground. Cox fielded the throw and hurled the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but missed them. And as I say, the South African who plays for Greece had made his ground. In goes Ahmed, short, wide, cut for 4 by Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Good shot.
It was. But it was out there to be hit to the short boundary, out there at backward point, and it was stylishly put away. by Hudson Prentice, who moves on to 56, 242 for 7. Bonus point ahoy! As Ahmed is in, bowls forward, firm push. It's Hudson Prentice as far as Patel, who's at that deep-ish mid-off position, about halfway back. Mid-off and mid-on. Maybe a third of the way back. In goes Ahmed. Bowls. Little bit of bounce there outside off stump, but playing forward with an angled bat is Hudson Prentice, steering it down towards short third man. Budinger runs to pick it up. Hudson Prentice takes one, and with it, the strike. He moves on to 57, 243 for 7.
Useful runs, these.
Yeah.
43 for the 8th wicket. Just looking back on your correspondent, they're talking about the track. This was used for the game against Worcestershire back in June. Sussex made 348 first up. Worcestershire then made 410. Second time around, Sussex made 447 for 7. They declared there was a run chase, and Worcester almost got there. They needed 386 to win in 79 overs. They got to 381 for 8. It was a brilliant game of cricket. Here comes Matt Salisbury running him down the hill, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who was thinking of pulling the ball, but he couldn't, because I don't think Matt Salisbury let go of the ball.
No, he didn't.
Did he run straight through the crease?
Yes.
I thought, blimey, that's quick. I didn't even see it.
Light is getting bad, isn't it?
So he didn't let go of the ball. So yeah, so you know, it was a good track for that game. It was a really good run chase. You know, I mean, Worcestershire really went for it, and the game was really in the balance until the last couple of overs. It was tremendous stuff. Comes Salisbury, bowls, Hudson Prentice, drives firmly into the covers and just waits till they get one. They're going to come back for 2, actually. There should be 2. They're comfortable 2 as the ball is fielded. Out on the boundary, bowl Sol Bullinger, 345 for 7. Yeah, in that run chase, 97 for Jake Livy, who I think is a very underrated opener for Worcestershire. He's had a good season.
It's got a bit lighter, you know.
Yes, it has. Yep. You can almost see the light drifting in and out from inside our. A few people are just getting up and moving around. Some
Might be spotting with the rain now.
Yeah. In comes Salisbury bowls, and Hudson Prentice drives beautifully. That's going to go away for 4 runs. Nothing wrong with that. Too short from Matt Salisbury, and Hudson Prentice fair belted that away through the covers for 4 runs, all through extra cover. Good shot. He goes to 63. Sussex 249 for 7, and within 1 of their first batting bonus point. They wanted to be sort of reaching into bags. I don't think it is raining. It'll be a shame if they come off for light, because there could be a lot of people in here today who've just claimed their free tickets and might be here for the first time or
demanding their money back.
Well, I just think it's always nice if you can play if the lights are on. You know, keep on playing as long as you can. Salisbury again. In and bowls. Hudson Prentice drives to short extra cover. Fielded there by Rian Ahmed. There is no run, so we're not going to get any cake on a Sunday, which is a shame. Sorry about that, fellas. Richard looks downcast.
It's nice to get a little energy boost, isn't it?
Yeah,
2/3 of the way through the day.
Yeah.
Not to worry.
Salisbury wheels around. 2 slips and a gully go down. He's running in and bowls, and Hudson Prentice drives slightly up a sheet through the covers. There's going to be a couple of runs here. It's been good by Hudson Prentice here. And the applause around the ground is to the 250 coming up for Sussex, and more importantly, perhaps a bonus point and a 50 partnership between these two, who came together when Jack Carson was out for 5, just clipping a ball to mid-wicket. But Harry Gavalis has just got his head down here, 16 off 47 balls. He's provided the support for Finn Hudson Prentice. I perhaps rather ill-advisedly said in amongst the Sussex bowlers, but I think we all know these days that bowlers can bat, and Gavalis has just played very sensibly. And Hudson Prentice has picked up the runs where he can. 251 for 7. Salisbury in again, bowls, and he's caught a ball. Just as I say that, Hudson Prentice looking to clip the ball away on the leg side. He gets a leading edge and he's caught and bowled. But another wicket goes down. Hudson Prentice on his way for 65, which perhaps shows that. I wonder if that just stopped on him a little bit. He was looking to clip that one through square leg, leading edge, A good caught and bowl, because that came to him quite quickly to Matt Salisbury, who picks up his 3rd wicket. And Sussex are 251 for 8.
A huge wicket for Leicestershire. Who were beginning to struggle, really, to a certain extent. 50 partnership for the 8th wicket, and Hudson Prentice was playing really, really nicely. He hit Salisbury away through the covers, I think 4 times in that over. May have, just as you say, have stopped on him. 5th ball, as caught and bowls go, in as much as there ever is, a reasonably straightforward one. That wasn't too bad, and Salisbury clung on. 3 for 66 for him now. They needed it. Leicestershire 251 for 8. But as I say, I don't think that's a horrendous score after being put in, and if they can still get to 300,
Oh,
they can.
So Nadcat's going to come in at number 11. He batted. Henry batted 11 at Durham, so changing the batting order here. Henry Crocombe is coming in.
Tall young seamer.
Hey,
Crocombe.
he can bat a little bit, Henry. Made some runs up at Durham last week. Never easy against the likes of Potts and Rain, but he...
25 not out, his best so far this season.
Yeah, and he made up at Durham last week in the 2nd innings. He finished 16 not out in a partnership with Finn Hudson-Prentice at the end of the Sussex innings. They had 45.
Well, 4 not outs out of his 8 innings, so he's clearly can hang around.
Yes.
And with Carvelis going well at the other end, Leicestershire still have work to do. Salisbury, maybe just sniffing a 5 for here.
Yeah.
3 for 66 for the former Durham man. And he's telling Tom Curry actually to stay. Curry was moving across to gully, but he's keeping him at 3rd slip. Very staggered they are.
In comes Salisbury, final ball of the over, in and bowls, and Crocombe defends onto the onside, no run. So there we go. 251 for 8 at the end of the over. Salisbury's figures are 15 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 66. Eric Avalis on 16, Henry Crocombe yet to score, and Finn Hudson-Prentice out for 65 in that over, but a very good innings from Finn Hudson-Prentice.
His best this season, Matt Salisbury, is 3 for 56, so 1 more wicket would be his best return of the season, though this just his 6th first-class game and the 9th innings in which he has bowled. Rehan Ahmed will continue as Leicestershire look just to try and keep a lid on things almost at one end while they get a little bit closer to the new ball, though that's still 13 overs away. Forward goes Carvelis, a bit of a thick inside edge, pushes it out to Curry at mid-wicket. No run. Come on, Ray. Is the call from the slips. Ahmed is in, draws Carvelis into a drive, reached for it a little bit, but got on top of the bounce, got to the pitch of it, steered it out to Salisbury, who's on the cover boundary. Hill wanders across, has a word with Ahmed, because he's got the new man to bowl at now, so he brings Scriven in from the boundary at a square leg. Says you're very welcome to try and sweep me over there. Ahmed is in outside off stump. Delicate little cut down towards short 3rd man by Crocombe. He picks up 1 because Budinger had to move to his left to field. That isn't Budinger actually at backward point at the moment, unless he's changed his sun hat for a cap, which he may well have done actually, because there is no sun-hatted figure out there. There it is, Budinger. He's got his cap on instead of the sun hat that he's favoured for many of the last few weeks and matches. Now he's got a short extra cover in Ahmed now for Carvelis. Goes in and bowls short outside off stump, chopped away off the back foot by Harry Carvelis to Salisbury, moving up to the point boundary.
I can see some umbrellas up at the far end. And the seats right at the very back. There's a red umbrella and a beigey umbrella.
Yeah.
Oh, and some in the southwest corner as well. There are a few spits and spots of rain, I think.
Might just be only that. Fingers crossed. Ahmed is in. Goes past the outside edge of Crocombe's bat. Cox doesn't as much take off the bails as demolish the stumps. Left no cause for a doubt that he'd hit the stumps there. Off stump and middle stump out of the ground. The bail went about 30 feet away. Picked up by Paul Baldwin with a smile on his face, and Cox begins to repair some of the damage. Requires the presence of Baldwin to complete the repairs. Umpire Debenham says, yeah, they look pretty straight. Ahmed in again to Crocombe, who leaves outside off stump. It was just the leg spin. It didn't spin back. It wasn't the googly. And he'd have done well to have spun the googly back in that far anyway. End of the over. The Ahmed over. 10 overs, none for 31. I wouldn't say that was necessarily the first time he's beaten the bat, but hasn't been often. That is for sure. 254 for 8. Leicestershire looking for these final 2 wickets. Messrs Carvelis and Crocombe looking to take Sussex towards a sort of 300 score, and if they can do that and then pick up a couple of Leicestershire wickets before the close, then very much a level day, if not in Sussex's favour.
Seems to be getting a bit brighter, actually.
Yeah.
As in comes Salisbury. Despite a few drops of rain, Inham bowls and Carvelis defends to mid-on. There is no run. It's just one or two people just got umbrellas up in the southwest corner, so it's not hosing it down by any manner of means. And just at the back of in fact, there's another umbrella going up. I see someone walking along the back of the deck chairs in front of the coffee concession at the far end of the ground.
Oh, just spotted that.
Yeah, and I was just going to say that. I might have to have a little cup of that tomorrow. Do you like your coffee?
Yes.
In comes Salisbury bowls. Carvelis defends into the offside. No one. What's your particular favourite, Richard? Are you a flat white man or a...
Oh, no, I thought you meant actual sort of coffee, as in the origin there of a Colombian...
Well, both,
or
yeah.
something like that, but nice and strong.
Right. Okay.
I don't mind the odd affogato as well. You know, when you get an espresso just with a little ice cream on it.
And you spent quite
delicious.
You spent quite a bit of time in Spain as well. They get good coffee out there?
Yes, they do.
In comes Salisbury bowls. Carvelis defends down the track. There is no run. They've had some weather out there, haven't they? I was looking in Madrid a week or so ago. I mean, horrendous floods.
Yeah.
And then
it always tends to be extreme one way or the other.
Yeah, and then that spread across Greece into Turkey and Bulgaria as well last week. I don't know whether things have been restored now. But... I thought particularly in southern Spain there were problems with water, weren't there, earlier on this summer?
Yeah.
Carvelis waits. As in comes Salisbury bowls. Carvelis drives to mid on the game. It's not really going anywhere at the moment. From a Leicestershire point of view, not really from a Sussex point of view. Carvelis doing a good job. He's on 18. But with no Hudson Prentice, he might have provided a little... You just wonder whether now... What does Sussex do here? Do they think, do you know what? A quick 20 or 30... And let's get Leicestershire batting. I just wonder whether that might be a tactic, or do they think, well, no, these two could pick up 20 or 30 just nudging and learning. I'm not sure. A conundrum. Salisbury in bowls. Carvelis drives. That's a pleasant enough stroke, but very well fielded in the covers by a tumbling. Who's tumbling away there?
Ranger.
Good stop. It's not easy out there, and from the Leicestershire boys' point of view, I mean, I know in any sport you mustn't look ahead too much to the next day, but I'm sure that big game at Trent Bridge next week will be on their minds on Saturday. I want to pick up an injury, but by the same token, often if you try to avoid an injury, often that's when it happens, doesn't it? So I guess they've just got to concentrate on this game, because they're still in with the shout of promotion. As in comes Salisbury bowls, pulled away by Carvelis, so I thought it was. but he missed it, and the ball rattled through into the gloves of Ben Cox. So a maiden over. Salisbury has bowled 16 overs, 2 maidens taken, 3 for 66, 254 for 8. Carvelis is on 19, Crocombe is on 1. Have you got a half 4 to do, Richard?
I do.
Right, I've got a half 4. So should we bring Santuki back in for 15 minutes here? And then we'll have a little change around. You stay on, Rich.
Here's a little bit lighter. Rehan Ahmed will continue from the C end to bowl to Henry Crocombe. And he goes, tosses it up. Crocombe does edge, but it's going out towards, along the ground, towards backward point. So no run on that occasion. There's some more Caribbean expressions for you to explain, Santo. In goes Ahmed, and back foot defensive shot from Crocombe on this occasion. Drop down at his feet. Cox comes out, picks it up. Ahmed, just a couple of strides in and bowls. Flattish goes past the outside edge. Was that a chance? Did it take the edge? I don't think so. There's a sort of there's a big smile from Ahmed, so one assumes it wasn't taken cleanly by Cox, and it was fielded by Ackerman at slip. Ahmed is in. That was the googly, I think. It bounced a little bit, but that is all. And Crocombe played it slightly tentatively, but in the end successfully. Whipping through the overs, which is good to see, is in. Bowls a flatter delivery. Crocombe hits it up into the air, but it's going to be well short of Patel at mid-off, moving around to his left. He has not convinced against the leg spinner, Henry Crocombe. He went striding forward there, looking for the big straight hit. Didn't get it at all, and could have gone straight to Patel at that deepish mid-off position, but skewed it wide and short of the Leicestershire opener. So he picks up 1. In goes Ahmed and bowls. Carvelis, who looks more comfortable against the leggy, just goes back, plays him off the pitch, back down the pitch to Ahmed, and it's the end of the over. Yeah, Ariane says, how about explaining a bag? Presumably that's a bag of wickets, is it? Or
Bag of money.
Ah, okay.
So if you're
in the cricketing context.
In the cricketing context, so if somebody joins a franchise team, they're doing it for the bag, doing it for the money.
Okay.
Something which has often been said of West Indian cricketers when they go and join a franchise team and don't play for West Indies, it's often you've gone for the bag.
A dunce, which we know what it means literally, but in the cricketing Caribbean context.
When you play a silly shot, so for instance, if you try to launch a 6 in the opening over, for instance, you'd say it was a dunce shot.
This one I don't know, okay. So I'll come back to that one after this delivery from Matt Salisbury. Comes down the slope and bowls to Crocombe, who's much happier against pace. He goes back and blocks it down towards third man, and it's going to run all the way down the slope with Ackerman in slightly weary pursuit. Rather gave it up, and a nice shot from Henry Crocombe. Moves on to 6. Ute, Y-U-T-E.
Oh, you just a young person, a youth.
Oh, okay. So it's the pronunciation, really. Okay.
Basically, essentially, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Harry Carvelios, technically an international opener. He opened for Greece last year, I believe, against Italy.
Did he?
In a World Cup qualifier in Greece. Gareth Berg was captain in the Italian side for that match.
And Carvelis opened for Greece. Salisbury is in. Bowls. No, says Crocombe, having played it again off the back foot towards backward point. Where was that game played?
I think it was in Italy. It was last
in
summer.
Italy?
Yeah.
Okay. Not in Corfu or somewhere like that.
No, it's just the one game he played, so he's got one international cap.
I have seen Italy play. I saw them play in Yorkshire many years ago. They did have one genuine Italian, if that makes sense. All the others were sort of expats, really.
I think Jay Dernbach turned out for them.
Did he?
At one point, yeah, not too long ago.
Salisbury is in. Bowls, beats the outside edge comprehensively. I don't know quite what shot Henry Crocombe was playing there. Whether he was trying to whip it away across the line and it just held its own off the seam. I think he was, and a very ambitious shot, if so, for a number 10. He missed it by some margin, and everybody looks a little bit puzzled. A dunce shot, maybe.
Yeah. Good use of the word there.
Yeah, he's just done by swing as much as anything. Very nearly bowled him. Salisbury is in and bowls, and there's an appeal for leg before he's gone. Wasn't sure that it might be a little bit too high, but that one went straight on, and that's Matt Salisbury's best figures of the season. It was straight enough, but Henry Crocombe is quite tall, and it did look to hit him maybe just above the knee roll, but the appeal was one that sort of expected an affirmative response, and it got one pretty quickly from umpire Baldwin.
So Sussex 259 for 9. Just over 70 overs played, 70.4 overs, and Leicestershire will be looking to wrap this up pretty quickly.
Yeah, no, fair enough. It was about knee high in the end.
That coming out to bat at number 11.
And we were just talking about it, Adrian and I, that it may not be a bad thing from Sussex's point of view if this innings does. You know, they're a long way away from another bonus point, and these are good conditions in which to bowl.
Yeah.
And rather than sort of hang around, pick up, you know, a handful of more runs, waste a few overs, we might as well get out there bowling.
I agree, yeah, completely.
Crocombe goes for 6, and Salisbury now has 4 for 70, as I say, his best bowling of the season.
I would imagine Carvalho and Unak are not here to hang around, so expect some big shots attempted at least.
You're popular on stream, Santo.
Oh.
Rachel says you're a great addition to the team. Let's see more of him. I don't think we've got a commentator cam. We do it at Leicester, Rachel. So
you don't want to see me on camera.
I don't know. They'd see us and think, oh no, let's get that switched off. It's all right for Santa. These young men, these youths. They're all right. It's us old men.
Rich, you've become an honorary West Indian as this show comes.
Less so. I'm learning all the time. I really miss the West Indies being at the top of cricket. I think they're, you know, growing up, they were such a strong side, the best side in the world, frankly. Salisbury looking for a fifer is in and bowls undercut, drives, gets a thicker outside edge. It's in the air for a long time, but it's wide of Budinger, who chases it back to the wide third man boundary, picks it up about 5 feet or so inside the ropes, and Unadkat picks up 3 slightly fortuitous runs.
Your personal favourite West Indian player growing up? So many to choose from.
Yeah. Well, there were an awful lot to choose from. I was scared of the fast bowlers, the great quartet, really. You know, you're always tempted to say someone like Richards, but Richards played with as Salisbury comes down the slope to bowl to Ari Carvelas, bowls. Doesn't bowl. Again, he's done that twice now. Runs through the crease. Richards was just sort of on such a different planet in some way that it was hard to sort of identify with him. Probably, I know it sounds silly, but someone like Kanai or someone like that who worked for their runs, you know, you could sort of vaguely identify with someone like that, or even someone like Larry Gomes, or, you know, who wasn't a sort of attack destroyer.
Yeah.
But that's purely on a personal thing. In goes Salisbury, bowl, bounces a little bit on Carvelas, but he plays it well, stands up tall, plays it out into the off side. Or one of the all-rounders, perhaps. Who was the all-rounder who destroyed England in the World Cup final? In the in 85, 80, got a century when West Indies were 120 odd for 7 at one stage, and he came in and could have been Collis King.
Collis King?
No, I think it may well have been King, but yeah, so many brilliant players, and there still are. Everybody, all the West Indies top players would play for them. Ahmed is in forward. Is it me? Sorry, I'm chuntering away his tube, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Rehan Ahmed coming in. Yeah, Rohan Kanai went to school with my grandfather in Basil Butcher. Rohan Kanai in Berbice, Guyana. The master blaster, such a great player, such a great technique. As Rehan Ahmed comes in to enact that, just hits down to leg side and see if Rehan Ahmed can get a wicket here, bowling at that at the tail end. Oh, attempted sweep. Faint LBW shout, nothing given.
Yeah, no shout from Ahmed, was there? Was going on down, I assume.
Head in again, and just a block there from that.
Change of in comes Ahmed bowls, an attempted sweep from the Nagcat. Dribbles back down the pitch and there is no other. The light's improving here. Just need to switch your button at the end. No, the green one. That's it.
Perfect.
Waits. Maiden over so far. Leicestershire will deal up to wrap this up. He's in and bowls, stretching forward is in that cat beaten outside the off stump, taken by keeper Cox. There is no run. 262 for 9. Difficult to. I mean, I think you'd fill in the first innings of a championship match. 262 for 9 is under par. I just think we all feel with the overheads, with maybe a little bit in the pitch, that it's not quite as bad as it seems. But at Durham, Sussex played 266 and Bull Farbury said we're out the game.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to tell, sort of. It's sort of a middling score at this moment. I'd still say slightly under par.
Yeah. Yes.
But considering the position Sussex were in with 7 wickets down, I think they'd be happy to sort of get to this stage with something on the board.
No, I agree. So it is going to be Matt Salisbury who's on a fifer here. 4 for 73. We might go for an update in a minute. So you start with this over.
Yep. So Salisbury coming in to Carvelos, the Greek international. 18 or 58, I think his highest score before this season was 10, wasn't it? So
Ari Carvelos.
Yeah.
He has made a half century. He made a half century at Lords last season.
Okay.
I think it was on his debut.
This season it's been 10, I think.
Yeah.
And bowls in and edged and gone.
Oh, what a catch.
Gone. He gets
Brilliant.
the fifer.
Wow, what a catch that was. He
Stunning
hung in
catch.
the air then, Colin Ackerman. That was right in front of us,
We had
wasn't
such
it?
a great view, I was going to say.
Oh, amazing view. What a brilliant catch that was. He's off to Durham next year, Colin Ackerman. That is a brilliant catch. He's hung in the air like a goalkeeper.
And his teammates come around to handshakes, given a round of applause.
That was amazing,
Well,
wasn't it?
what an end to the innings.
Oh, fabulous stuff.
Just watching the replay now. Delivery. Oh,
Brilliant.
Wonderful dive.
Yeah, that-
Full stretch.
Catch of the day, that was.
Yep.
That was real. And a fiver for Matt Salisbury.
Yep.
So Sussex bowled out for 266 last week. Matt Salisbury taking 5 for 76. And Ari Carvelos on his way for 18. So the players make their way off. I think we could have a little breather for a couple of minutes. Sentoki, you could... I'll do an update to listeners on BBC Radio. Just while we're waiting for that update, just your thoughts on how things have gone today?
Yeah, I think obviously Sussex got off to a fast start with the openers, and then, as has been the theme across the season, lost a lot of wickets in that middle order. Slight rebuild with Hudson Price, but I think generally 262 all out, you'd be disappointed. As you said, if Paul Farbrice was saying 266 was a disappointment against Durham last week, I don't think he'd be happy with 262. I think it's slightly under par. Yeah. But, it's a good time to bowl at Leicestershire coming towards the end of the day. If they can get some early wickets, then they're right back in the match. So it's set up to be an enticing tie. Both sides really need a win. I don't think either was going to be happy with a draw. So we're expecting an exciting contest over the next 3 days.
And you haven't said anything of Sussex this season, and just so... some people don't think I'm being critical. I just try to observe and describe what I'm seeing in front of me. Oh, hang on, just do this update.
The update. Well, Sussex are playing Leicestershire at home.
Yes, hello, Sylvie. You joined us just as Sussex have been bowled out, actually, for 262 in 72 overs and 1 ball in their first innings. Asked to bat this morning, it's been a familiar story, really, of Sussex players getting themselves in and then getting out. Finn Hudson-Prentice, the pick of the bats, he batted beautifully for his 65, but James Coles, Ollie Carter, Tom Haynes and Jack Carlson really giving their wickets away when they were well set. So Sussex were out for 262. We're about to see Leicestershire start their reply, and there are another, how many overs? Let me work this out, Sylvia. I think there can be another 22 overs to be bowled tonight. Look forward to it. So just to finish off, Sandy, I was sort of, I've said consistently this season that the Sussex players have looked good and got themselves out. Would that be your sort of take on things?
Definitely. I think starting from this morning, Tom Haynes looked very fluent with the bat, excellent shots. James Coles impressed me, Hudson-Prentice, but they've got the shots, but it's sort of that consistency and that composure has been lacking. Just a lot of wild shots we've seen throughout the top order, middle order, sort of swiping at the ball. So I've seen a lot of potential, but it's just they've not been able to build on it and capitalise on it in this innings. Okay. And I'd imagine that's the story of the season for them, pretty much.
Yeah. So what we're going to have a little break and just have a quick cup of tea here. We'll leave the effects microphone bubbling away. When we come back, we'll have Richard and Santoki will start off for the first 15 minutes or so after tea.
cooling drink or two, some of them.
Sun's come out as well now.
Yeah, beautiful conditions now. I think we are going to be lucky. Cat mops his brow because with the single leg bye being taken, we have a change of batter. It's going to be Saul Budinger to face for the first time. Budinger. Oh no, they took two, didn't they? In the end, in goes Unadkat, but from around the wicket, so it was still Patel on strike. I was going to say Budinger is a left-hander, so it must have been two because Carvelas, having made the stop, did take a while to pick himself back up, so Patel turned for the second. So 10 off the over in the end, 2 4s and the 2 leg byes.
Interesting career trajectory for Jaydev Unadkat. Got his first test cap in 2010. It was 12 years until he got his second one last year against Bangladesh. Recently played in a series against West Indies. So Sussex will be relying on him to sort of lead in terms of taking wickets for this match at least.
From what Adrian is saying, he didn't overly impress in his first game.
Avelias takes the ball. And it's going to be Budinger on strike. Carvelias in. Just a gentle stroke down to the leg side.
Yeah, don't anticipate seeing many gentle strokes from Saul Budinger. He will go for his shots. That's what he does. And Unadkat 1 for 102. Well, his match figures last time out, so he'll be very determined to, I'm sure, improve upon those.
Carvelos runs in again to Budinger. Just gets the edge of the bat, drops down from slip.
A bit of bounce for Carvelas, as you would hope to see. Saul Budinger this season, 386 runs at 21. Just a couple of 50s. He's had plenty of sort of quick 25-30s. Struggled to go on.
Carvelos runs in, third ball of the over to Budinger. Just hit off the offside.
Trying to work it. He's got the sort of left-hander's grace and he plays some glorious shots. Budinger's been very effective for the most part in the one-day team. He's getting a good run against the red ball as well, and it's a different demands, if you like. But if he does get in, then Leicestershire will get off to a flyer.
As Carvelos runs in once again to Budinger. Over, and that looks like it's going to be caught. Yeah, there we go. Reckless hit from Budinger, and Leicestershire lose their first wicket, 10 for 1.
Yep, top-edged pull, climbed on him a little bit. He got plenty of it. It went high, and it was good effort by, I think it was it Crocombe running back? And he kept running backwards. He didn't turn and sort of run back towards the mid-wicket boundary, so it dropped over his shoulder. He rather cleverly, easy to fall over running backwards like that, but he managed to backpedal very effectively, and in the end got underneath it, took it 2 hands pointing up, round about chest high, and Budinger once again spends a very short time at the crease. Leicestershire at 10 for 1. Leicestershire supporters will not be entirely surprised. Just isn't coming off in red ball cricket at the moment for Saul Budinger.
And that's just what Sussex needed to start their innings. Is it Ackerman coming in next?
It usually is Hill coming in at 3, the skipper, but he's very used to being padding up, for getting padded up early, because of the way that both Budinger and Patel plays. It usually comes off for Patel. It doesn't usually come off for Saul Budinger against the red ball, and it didn't on that occasion again, unfortunately. Fox is 10 for 1. Been a A good couple of hours for Harry Carvelas. Some good runs and now a wicket.
Still 19 overs left in the day, so plenty of time for Sussex to make more inroads.
And the lights have been switched off.
Yep.
In bright, bright sunshine, one is not surprised.
And Carvelas runs in to Hill. And Hill leaves it. Dipped low.
Good theatre from the Sussex fielders. 4 slips alongside Ollie Carter, giving it the beans as Carvelas bowled a perfectly innocuous delivery outside off stump, but you'd thought it had trembled the off bail left by Hill.
Final ball of the over for Carvelas. Runs into Hill. And just a block from Hill to see out the over. Leicestershire 10 for 1 after 2 overs. An eventful first 2 overs.
Yeah, wicket maiden for Harry Carvelas, greeted with a huge round of applause by both his teammates and the Sussex faithful. We've had a good day's cricket for their free tickets. Carvelas has got a fan club down there now. That long leg, they're applauding him when he's still 20 yards to go to the ropes. And he raises his hand, he's playing up to it, which is good to see. Jaydev Unadkat, can he get onto the stage as well? Comes in and bowls to Patel, who is up on his toes, defending that one on off stump. Again, it threatens just to rise on him a bit. Doesn't really, plays it sort of tolerably comfortably in the end. Budinger will hope for some runs in the second innings because he needs a bit of confidence to take into the one-day final, in which he will play for sure. Cat down the slope, charges in and bowls. Patel looks to force off the back foot, doesn't time it, might just have shaped back in a little bit to him. Forces it down into the ground, back past Indian international.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few Indian internationals join the county circuit this season. Arshdeep Singh at Kent, obviously Pujara and at Sussex. We saw Shaw play for Northamptonshire in the 50 overs.
Leicestershire we're going to get as Unadkat is in. Patel is taking his hand off the bottom hand off the bat as he pushes that one off his hip down towards Crocombe at mid wicket, and there's no run. We're going to have Ajinkya Rahane for the second part of the season, but who wasn't playing international cricket, then suddenly came back into the international India picture and vice captain now in the end. So played a lot of international cricket, and in the end, at the end of that international season, was a little bit too tired to take up a continued appointment.
That's a shame. Very, very high quality batsman.
So Leicestershire extended Peter Hanscom's stay, and they can't complain about that. So fourth slip has gone out and gone to leg gully as in goes Unadkat and bowls, suggesting, and then it's defended by Patel. So there is in swing for the left armour from that top end.
And Hanscom signed on for next season, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. Yeah, he has. I was saying, it's going to be a slightly different dynamic for Leicestershire next season with Hanscom as a batter only, because obviously they've signed Ben Cox now as well. So Hanscom both batted and kept brilliantly, frankly, but it did free up a place in the side. Unadkat is in two. Patel leaves outside off stump, pushed across the right-hander by the left armour. You've got your mates on the stream.
Their checks are in the post.
Santo, I tell you. Sachin's on now, loving.
That Mr. Tendulkar himself, or?
Yeah, that would be impressive. Loving Santo's commentary and a refreshing perspective. Great asset to the team. There you go.
Thank you, Sachin.
Unadkat bowls. Patel is turning it just slightly wide of Crocombe, behind square, has to run 10 yards or so to his right. By the time he does so, Patel can take one. Keeps the strike in so doing, and Lewis Hill won't be entirely unhappy about that. I suspect he can get a longer look at what's going on out there. 11 for 1 after 3, the Foxes.
And it's going to be Carvalhos bowling again. Seems to be sort of a cult hero here. A lot of fans appreciate him.
They've certainly adopted him down there, haven't they?
Either that or he's got a very large family independence.
Yes. Yeah, this is true. Greeks are out in force.
So Patel takes strike, Carvalhos runs in. And just blocked by Patel. No run. So, do you think Patel should play his natural aggressive game, or in the context of the scenario, sort of restrain himself or play more attrition?
He usually combines. He always does tend to play the same way.
Carvalhos in again, and then leave by Patel.
If it's there, he will sort of go for it, but he has become a little more selective, I think, this season, and I think that has made the difference. That has seen him make the big stride forward. I think the runs he made at the start of the season, particularly the century at Headingley against Yorkshire, probably really did boost his confidence markedly.
Yeah.
And as you say, that was when he learned to get across the line, how to get across the line.
Carvalhos again, and another leave from Patel.
Because Adrian will remember him scoring 99 here last season in that massive innings of Leicestershire's 700 odd, when he should have made his first class century, didn't. But he's made 4 now this season, also centuries in the T20 and the Metrobank One Day Cup.
Carvalhos' 4th delivery of the over into Patel, and that's gone for 4 from Patel.
He'll put those away, short and wide, all day. He got up on his toes and cracked it away through extra cover to the boundary for 4. Did you go and have a look at the museum, by the way, during
Yes, I did.
Nice, isn't it?
Really nice. It has a good range of history, so from Lily White in the 19th century all the way to Sussex County Championship winning team of 2003 with Matt Pryor. Saw a bit of T20 stuff, so really well put together as Carvalhos goes in 5th and blocked this time by Patel. Yeah, massive thanks to all the volunteers who put that together. It's a really good collection, and it's a shame more counties don't have museums like that, because every county has such a rich history. That,
absolutely agree. Absolutely agree.
I know Surrey has a really good one.
It does. I say Leicestershire doesn't at the moment. They have a sort of, I think there is a collection somewhere. They used to be in the restaurant a bit.
Final delivery of the over, Carvalhos in, and a leave once again from Patel. So well played from Patel. Leicestershire 15 for 1 after 4 overs. Patel and Hill at the crease. And I guess it's all down to the willer. How many volunteers you can get and sort of that time needed to invest in putting together such a collection.
You also need a location, a sort of room that, or a couple of rooms that the public can sort of access fairly easily, which isn't always easy to find at the smaller county grounds. But they've developed that room down below at the sort of on the ground floor. Well, actually, it is on the ground floor, isn't it? Or is it halfway up the stairs here at the Spenkarma Pavilion?
Just on the ground here, isn't it?
Yeah. Runadkat is in 2. Leicestershire skipper Lewis Hill goes past his outside edge of a ball pushed across the right hander. Might just have seamed away a fraction, and Hill, who has been having to sort of graft for his runs. He's had a very good season, Hill, as skipper. Hasn't always looked at his most fluent in recent games. 781 runs at 45 is a pretty good return. Well, 46 really. for Hill, and he's often been in relatively early, as you've seen, so he's usually against the new ball. Unadkat is in bowls, Hill is forward, inside edge and pad, back down the wicket it goes to the left armour. 19 innings. Only Patel and Ackerman have played more. Both played 20, or 21 now for Patel. Hill has done a very, very good job for his side, just steadying things when he's had to. And he's been called on a very good unbeaten half-century last time out to win the game. In he goes, Unadkat dropped by Hill out into the offside, calls Patel through for the quick single. Crocombe to point is on to the ball, but not the quickest over the ground, the tall young seamer, and he underarms the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Hill had made, who is quite speedy between the wickets, had made his ground and the throw missed. Anyway, 16 for 1, Hill off the mark with that push and run.
Early impressions of Unadkat so far? I've seen him bowled a bit.
It's the first time I've seen him sort of in the flesh, of course, and this just, what's he had now, 15 deliveries. He looks solid, and he looks to swing it a little bit. It's sort of lively. Just waiting a moment or two as short leg is padding up and putting on the protection and the helmet before going in to Rishi Patel. How far back is he standing? He's 1, 2, 3, 4. He's only, I say short leg, he's short square leg really. Unadkat is in. Patel is looking to push it back past him. Should get a single there because it's not taken cleanly and he's followed through. Hill wants a second. Now he's going to have to scurry there, but that is really good running by Lewis Hill, in fact, in the end. I think it was Pujara who went chasing back very straight mid-on, picked it up about halfway back. Looked like a tightish one. Hill judged it much better than I did, managed to make it into 2 for Patel. But quite what the necessity of short leg sort of padding up and helmeting up and then standing 5 strips back is it Hudson Prentice there?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. He's almost at square leg. Unadkat is in. Patel is solidly forward in defence, out into the offside, picked up by Pujara at mid-off, and there is no run. Only just needs the helmet on. There'd be a few fruity comments at club cricket level if you were padded up and helmeted up and fielding that far back at short leg, wouldn't there? he's a good. He's 12 yards from the bat, isn't he? At least.
Maybe just like the feel of a helmet.
One cannot be too safe. Unadkat's going to go around the wicket to Rishi Patel in bowls. Patel can leave that one much more safely and does. Outside the off stump, end of Unadkat's 3rd over, none for 12. His figures: Leicestershire after 5 overs in reply to Sussex's first innings 262 are 18 for 1.
Yeah, it's interesting. Unadkat is actually captain of his regional side in India, Saurashtra, who they did the double. They won the 4-day famous Ranji Trophy earlier this year, and they won the 50 over as well. So he obviously has great leadership experience, and maybe that's also part of the reason why Sussex have got him in. As Carvalhais runs in to Lewis Hill.
Yeah.
And just drifted down the offside for a 1-run single.
Yes, we worked it off his hip, backward of square.
Again, though, as an experienced overseas bowler, you'd be expected to take wickets, so there will be some pressure on him.
That's why they've got him in, isn't it? The leadership or sort of senior and tactical awareness is great, but he's there to take wickets, fundamentally.
Carvalhais runs in, second ball of the over, into Hill, and just left, dipped low.
Yeah, the big suggestion that it was close to off stump, and it certainly was taken by Carter sort of falling to his left. It did come back a bit, but I don't think it was quite as close as the slips are in playing. 3 slips now instead of 4 with mid-wicket now in place. Beautiful evening.
Yeah, lovely. As Carvalhais runs in once again to Hill. Oh, Patel, I should say. Sorry, left by Patel.
Might just have shaped away a touch there. Debate about Bodinger's position among some of the Leicestershire faithful. Generally feeling that he's not really an opening batsman in red ball cricket. Leicestershire looking for him to get them off to a flyer.
As Carvalhais comes in to Patel, left once again.
And again, you would think it had absolutely shivered the timber. Carvalhais down on his knees
sheer
almost. Patel knows where his off stump is.
Yeah, I guess Bodinger, who would you promote someone up the order to open? What would you do in this scenario?
We can't keep failing in the end.
Carvalhais runs in again to Patel and left once again.
You know, they do have an opener who scored 3 centuries last season, Sam Evans, a completely different type of player. I'm trying to think of a word other than grinder, really, for Sam, but he digs in, doesn't give it away, but he does score slowly, whereas Bodinger might get you a quick however many. Sam is a very different sort of player, but sometimes that's the sort of player you need.
Yeah. Final delivery of the over from Carvalhais. In and just drifted down straight by Patel, no run. Leicestershire 19 for 1 after 6 overs.
Santo departs for a few minutes. Have another burst before the close. Just keep yourself limber, keep yourself warmed up.
Yeah. Aaron Carvalhais, that's his 30th wicket from memory this season. So he just bowled this sort of lagging 9 and length, Richard. He sort of nips the ball around a little, but he's certainly not express pace. But I think if you've got someone, quick at the other end, he's someone you probably think, I might get a few runs the other end. But when you get Harry nipping the ball around...
30 wickets at 25.
Yeah,
with still 2 games, in an innings, 3 innings to bowl. Sorry, 6 innings to bowling. Then
yeah, and he's
get 40.
He had a nasty knee injury last year as well. So he's spent much of the winter doing rehab. So he's done really well to come back, and he's a nice fella, as most cricketers are.
And Adcat continues from the Cromwell Road end. Hill on the back foot drops it out into the offside, takes half a step down the wicket, but no more than that before realising that mid-off, who is Tom Haynes, is closing quickly on the ball.
I'm just watching carefully here in terms of because last week at Durham, he was painfully slow walking back to his mark in between balls, and it just took forever to bowl his overs. And I just wonder whether someone might have had a word and said, actually, you can't do that in the Championship. You need to get a bit of a shifty on. So we'll just keep an eye. He looks to be walking back a little quicker today.
In he comes, again round the wicket, slightly short of a length. Hill on the back foot blocks it out to backward point, where Henry Crocombe is lurking.
My favourite bowler, for going back to his mark quickly, is Ed Barnard of Worcestershire, or now Warwickshire, because he delivers the ball and he sort of marches back to his mark. And it's great. If he comes... Well, he's one of my favourite cricketers anyway, but he just... he's quite slow, isn't he?
Who was the slowest? It was the New Zealander who used to play for Gloucestershire a few years ago, and I'm trying to remember his name. And Adcat is in. Hill is turning him to short leg, who has come half a pitch closer now, Finn Hudson-Prentice. He doesn't look quite as silly, helmeted up and padded up and what have you, although he is still sort of 2.5 pitches away. It is genuine sort of short-ish leg now.
Yeah, there was a
West Gully is there as well.
There's a West Indian who played for Gloucester probably 3 or 4 years ago, and I remember one over took something like 6.5 minutes. He was terribly slow. I can't think who it was.
I can't think who
it was.
Our dear colleague Bob Hunt. In goes Unadkat and bowls. Hill defends on off stump. He used to be in absolute hysterics at the pace at which this chap walked back to his mark or off at the interval.
Come on.
He was almost crying with laughter by the end. Tears of joy.
Bob, bless him. Yeah, bless Bob. Sorry?
Shannon Gabriel is.
Yes, it was Shannon Gabriel. Yes, it was. Great. See, that's why you pay the big bucks.
Yeah.
Shannon Gabriel. He was very slow. Is he renowned for being slow? Oh wow. Yeah, he was very fast, but he was also very slow.
Unadkat is in, bowls to Hill, who jabs at that one rather, gets a thick inside edge. A few hands go to heads behind the stumps. It is picked up by Hudson Prentice to his right at that shortish leg position, and there's no run. I'm thinking, it'll come to me, the New Zealander as well.
New Zealander played for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, only 4 or 5 years ago.
Right, okay, and he was slow.
Something black. I'm sure it was hyphenated, the name.
Right.
The problem is there won't be any Gloucestershire followers listening. I don't think we're on 5 Live Sports Extra.
No.
I suspect that is still reserved for England.
Yes.
But you never know. Unadkat is into Hill, who is playing outside off stump. Patel, seeing it go towards backward point, advances a couple of steps down the wicket. But you heard the bellow from Hill, sending the young opener back into his ground. End of the over. 19 for not a bad over at all from Unadkat, and he has got a little bit of swing, but not too much or not enough at the moment to overly trouble Hill. Sometimes it takes a few overs, doesn't it, just for the lacquer to come off and the.
And also, he wouldn't have bowled here before. It's interesting when you were talking about who was bowling. Brad Curry today. As in comes Ari Carvelas running up the hill, in and bowls, and he beats outside the off stump. Good delivery, beats Patel, taken by Carter. There is no run. It's often easier here at home, perverse though it sounds, to bowl up the hill, because a lot of bowlers coming in here playing for the first time really struggle to bowl down the hill. So Unadkat is bowling here for the first time. I'm not sure whether Brad Curry would have bowled here either, but often you can overstep and then you try to make adjustments and your line and length goes all over the place. So it does take a bit of getting used to. Carvelas, it's a lovely evening now. Runs away from us. Up the hill, bowls. Patel lets that go outside the off stump, no run.
Mickey Hoss on the stream. Jonathan Agnew, he said, was really slow at returning to his mark.
Was he?
He obviously used to watch Leicestershire in the older glory days.
Talking of Jonathan Agnew, talking of England. England 226 for 7 in their 34 overs down at the Ageas Bowl. Liam Livingstone, welcome return to form. 95 in 78 balls, 9 fours and a 6. England 226 for 7 in their 34 overs. In comes Carvelas bowls. Patel is forward solidly, soundly. Plays to mid-on, fielded by Pujara, no run. In reply, New Zealand 5 for 1 in the second over. Finn Allen, the man out bowled by David Willey, off the second ball for a duck. So England fighting back. Elsewhere in the county championship, Kent 3-3-3 for 4 at Canterbury against Notts. So on course there for you'd imagine for maximum batting bonus points. Carvelas in bowls, Patel lets that one go outside the off stump, no run. Off for bad light at Old Trafford, Middlesex 132 for 8. So in terms of the battle to avoid the drop, Kent certainly having the better of days today. Really, we're just concerned about this game because certainly were Leicestershire to win this game with maximum points, they would be level with Worcestershire in the county championship with 2 games to go,
with both sides playing the same.
Which is, and do you know, I think that's the same in the first division as well. As in comes Carvelas and bowls, a punch by Patel. That's a super shot. That's a classy shot. Off the back foot, drilled away to the covers. Beautifully played by Patel. He goes to 19 and Leicestershire to 23 for 1. Because I think Surrey and Essex have both got to play Northamptonshire and Hampshire in the first division. So that's how it's all worked out. The first division far from done and dusted, which is good going into late September. Everything up for grabs. Carvelos in bright sunshine in a bowl to Patel, who's forward, plays to backward point. There is no run. I was really impressed by Rishi Patel up at Grace Road, Richard, where he made a very good 100 in a situation, that's the end of the over, I should say, 23 for 1. Carvelos, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9. Leicestershire 23 for 1, Hill 2. Patel 19, in a situation, if you remember, where actually Leicestershire were in a little bit of danger early on of almost losing the game or going down to an innings defeat, but he just batted beautifully. Made exactly 100 before he got himself out, but it was a quality innings. Under a bit of pressure.
He is now 17 short of the 1,000, becoming the third player in the second division to go past 1,000 championship runs. Alex Lees of Durham and Leos Duploy of Derbyshire already past that landmark.
Lees has been excellent for Durham this season.
Yeah,
really very good indeed.
And with Potts and Rain top of the wicket-taking charts, then with 51 apiece, well, you don't have to look far for the reasons. Durham are top. Change of bowling at the top end. Bowls down the leg side, though, Hudson Prentice. And Hill steps inside the line, makes sure that it doesn't get any bat on it. It bounces through to Carter. Carter's mullet isn't quite as... It's still there, isn't it?
It's not quite as pronounced?
It's not quite as... It's not quite the long mullet, but it is still long-ish. So... Maybe it has just been trimmed fractionally. Hudson Prentice is in, bowls full, outside off stump, goes for the big drive, gets a bottom edge hill, and that's going to run down through the slips for it. Bounced well short of the slips, and one or t'other, I think, perhaps should have stopped it. They both, or one way or another, seem to get some sort of hand to it. Allsop was one, but all they did in the end was slow it down, and Hill picks up a slightly fortuitous boundary to move on to 6.27 for 1.
No, I agree. I think a few spectators sort of maybe it was a chance, but it wasn't a chance.
Oh no, it was a long way short in the end. Hudson Prentice is in. Hill goes back, gets a ball that bounces and leaves him and drops his hands, but it was a good ball.
David Sharp's been in touch, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, thanks for the update on the cameras worn by the umpires up in Durham last week. We, Durham and Sussex spectators, wondered what they were for. We couldn't think they were worn by the umpires just in case they were going to be attacked by the players. Sorry, we couldn't think they were worn by the umpires just in case they were attacked by the players. No, it's to track every ball, and I'm understanding it goes back to some sort of central database. See who's doing what.
Hudson Prentice is in onto Hill's hip. He steps slightly inside line, just helps it around the corner. Triples down to Ari Carvelas, who runs in to meet the ball, throws it to the slips, who are looking directly into the sun, so couldn't see it, and they all had to sort of duck there. He just lobbed it in their general direction, and there was a sort of general scattering of slips. Allsop and Clark and James Coles, and a few resentful looks down at Harry Carvelas, though, didn't really think what he was doing. In goes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Patel, who drives in the air, just wide of backward point. That's going to run down to the wide third man boundary. 4-4. That would have been a great catch, flinging himself across to his left. Yep, Carson, and might just have brushed his fingertips, but he couldn't quite get there. It was slightly aerial and a little bit loose from Rishi Patel, but he's got away with it. Will that be a key moment potentially? He's moved on to 23 now, 13 short of the 1,000.
Yeah, wasn't that far away from Jack.
Absolutely wasn't, and it was in the air. In goes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and a very correct, nice high left elbow, back foot defensive shot from Rishi Patel, plays the ball out towards mid-on. End of the over, the 9th of Leicestershire's first innings reply to Sussex's first innings, 262, 32 for 1 is the Foxes' score. How many overs have we got to go today? 12 overs to go today.
Yeah.
and we are 11 minutes from the scheduled close, so we're going to go as ever. A good half hour past the close.
I can see an umbrella up at the far end, but rest assured it's not for rain. It's because someone has probably got the sun beating down on them. It's now a lovely early evening. Clive Jacobs has been in touch. Hello, Clive. A little while since you sent this email, but I'll read it out over the course of the over. He says, many thanks for the comms over the course of the season. For Sussex, the first home match at Durham to saw Sussex win, which surprised many. In comes Carvelos, bowls defended by Hill, down the track, no run. To date, this has been the only win, and a succession of indifferent batting performances have become the norm, and too often respectability with the bat has been achieved by the tail that has had to wag too often. Any side would miss the services of Ali Orr, and by his own high standards, Tom Haynes has had less than a vintage year. Tom Clark, Alsop and James Coles have had some success, but often the batting has not batted as a unit. A lack of grit and adhesion seems to have blighted Sussex this year. Well, interesting you should say that, as in comes Carvelos in and bowls. And very nearly plays on. It was a big, thick inside edge, to be fair. It was a good stop by Carter, actually, going down the leg side. He could have easily chopped that on Lewis Hill. The ball goes past the stumps, and there is no run. The attack without Ollie Robinson and the much-missed Nathan McAndrew added a much-needed cutting edge to the side and offered control and threat. Without them, the attack is too light and often seems to lack a cutting edge. Two opening bowlers with pedigree may make a positive change for next season. Thank you, Clive, for your email. Much appreciated. Nathan McAndrew is still the leading wicket taker for Sussex in the Championship. As in comes Carvelos bowls, Hill is solidly forward and punches to mid-off. There is no run. I was looking at his stats a little earlier on, Clive, and he has bowled. Nathan McAndrew took 31 wickets at 24, and he just played in 7 matches, so I think he was a very good acquisition. Whether he'll come back next season, I have no idea, but he certainly did his bit. Carvelos runs away from us. Lovely sunshine in and bowls to Hill, who's solidly forward, punches into the offside. There is no run. Nice and tidy here from Harry Carvelos. He's into his 5th over, figures of 1 for 9.
They'll be a bit frustrated, though, Sussex, because the conditions that were ideal for bowling in when they came out, i.e. cloudy, humid, floodlights on, suddenly we have a glorious evening. The cloud has cleared, the humidity has lifted a bit, the lights are off, and the ball's not doing as much.
Terry's been in touch. Hello, Terry. As in comes Carvelos again, and Hill clips this one nicely to mid-on, picks up a single. Pujara is round, quickly gets in the throw, but there was never a chance of a run out, really, and Hill goes through for his 8th run. 30, sun's shining right on the score. Is that 33 for 1?
It is.
Yes, thank you. You were talking about a slow New Zealand bowler, and Terry says, is it Kieran Nima Barnett?
Yes, Kieran Nima Barnett. That's the man.
Well done, Terry Owen. Thank you,
Terry.
Yeah.
I'm going to write that down so I don't forget.
Well done. In fact, you had got in touch a few minutes ago, Terry, so thank you. In comes Carvelos bowls and let go by Patel outside of the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter. So, end of the over. We have 11 overs remaining in the day, so we're going to be here till about 6 o'clock tonight. 33 for 1 are Leicestershire in reply to the Sussex total of 262. I think if Leicestershire could negotiate these final 11 overs, Richard, without losing a wicket, they'll feel they've had a very good day.
They will. But can they do that? Patel has 21 off 35. Hill, doughty as ever in the Foxes' cause, has 8 off 21. Afternoon to Martin Barry. I've neglected X, or whatever we're supposed to call Twitter these days, shamefully today. I've just signed on and seen a load of messages from all sorts of people. Hudson Prentice is in, bowls. Hill just dabs it off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket, slightly wide of undercut, and calls for the single. Just keeps the scoreboard ticking.
And Scott Curtis said Kim Nima Barnett as well. So thank you.
Well done, guys.
I don't remember coming across him. I'm sure I would have remembered.
I partly remember with great fondness purely because of Bob, who used to almost sort of collapse in tears.
He's such a lovely guy. Well,
wandered off the In goes Hudson Prentice, bowls, looking to drive Patel, but he just checks the shot, steers it out into the covers. Poor Bob's been very ill.
He has, yeah. He's a miss to us on the county circuit. I used to...
Indeed.
You know, I enjoy my dripsicles. Ed Seaborn is a nice guy as well, does it? But there was something about Bob. He used to make me chuckle.
You couldn't help but laugh.
No.
When you were in his company.
Lots of funny stories he had, Bob. Just a long list. I feel like Dave Bradley at Worcester. They do make me laugh. But very good at their job.
3 slips go down as in goes Hudson Prentice, and bowls turned into the air wide of mid-wicket by Rishi Patel. Is going to pick up a couple. It was sort of lobbed into the air again. Just once or twice the ball seems to stop when it's bowled from the Cromwell Road end. In particular, we saw that caught and bowled. Hudson Prentice got one a little bit like that, got a leading edge, didn't he, back to Matt Salisbury. That may have stopped a touch on Rishi Patel, and he was a bit lucky, as he was in the previous over, that it didn't go to hand. But it didn't. Perhaps it's going to be his day. He moves on to 25. Hudson Prentice is in and bowls wide outside of stump, swinging further away. Patel on the walk, but leaving it.
That game between Pakistan and India in the Asia Cup. I don't know if there's a reserve day in that game. There is, yeah. India 147 for 2 in 25 overs. That came in Colombo, but there's been a lot of rain around. In the H.O. Flint Trophy today, South East Stars have beaten the Blaze by 107 runs.
St. Prentice turns. Angled run. In. Oh, that cuts in and hits Rishi Patel amidships, as they say. Went down on his knees, but he's picked himself straight back up. But that one really did cut back in.
Yes.
And Patel got something behind it, but that something will be hurting at the moment.
Yes. I don't know if it was full on in the unmentionables.
No, he's picked himself up tolerably quickly, which had it been full on, I think he'd still be grovelling.
Yes.
Needs to take a little bit of time, though.
He does. Had some predators on as well. I'm not sure he's ready, but he is.
Bowls and Patel solid in defence out into the offside end of the over. I'm going to go and update BBC Radio Leicester, but I'm going to come back afterwards if that's okay with you, Adrian, because Rishi Patel closing in on that 1,000. He's only 11 short now, and it'd be lovely to see him over the line. It's been a while.
Let's bring in Santoki just for 5 minutes or so, just while you're doing your update, Richard. I've got an update to do as well. Elsewhere in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy today, Central Sparks making 227 for 8. The Sunrisers 204 for 5, so they need another 24 to win in 8 and a bit overs. You'd think the Sunrisers ought to do that, but they've just got a wicket, 204 for 5. And the Western Storm with it all to do against the Northern Diamonds. Northern Diamonds 281 for 3, the Western Storm 169 for 4, needing 113 in 10 overs. Now, this is interesting. Tom Haynes with a bit of right arm medium going to come in from the C end of the ground. He does wobble the ball a bit around Tom Haynes. You never know, Sanduki.
Yes.
Keeper Carter will stand up to the stumps. Lovely evening now, look at this.
Beautiful, really nice. It's been a day of up and downs in terms of the weather.
It has. In comes Haynes. Ball clipped away down to fine leg by Lewis Hill. He goes into double figures. He's on 10. Leicestershire 37 for 1. Tom Haynes is spelt with an I, not like the great Desmond Haynes with a Y. What an opener he was.
Currently the West Indies selector, Desmond Haynes.
Haynes and Greenwich. When was that amazing game at Lords? Where didn't England declare and Haynes and Greenwich, I don't know, the West Indies had to get about sort of 350 odd in half a day, and they just smashed it all round Lords. Haynes involved, clipped away again. That's going to be 4 runs. Nice juicy half volley, and Patel says thanks very much, and he goes to 29. He's closing in on this 1,000 runs. We need to get Richard back here fairly quickly.
7, I think he's 7 away at the moment.
Okay, lovely shot. When was that game? Haynes and Greenwich.
I'm trying to think what year it was.
I just remember England declared, thinking, well, the game's probably safe, and the pair of them just smashed it all round Lords. Richard's coming running back in, so we'll get him back in on commentary in a moment, and I'll get you in as well for some commentary before the end of the day's play. Here's in comes Haynes, bowling to Rishi Patel. He's in and bowls, and Patel pulls this one away. Is it going to go for 6? No, it's going to go for... Oh, it's a good bit of fielding, actually, by Unadkat down on the fine leg boundary, but not before Patel comes back for another couple. Richard is back with us, and just in the nick of time, Mr. Ray, because Rishi Patel is closing in on this 1,000 runs. Oh, and you just turn your Billy Do up.
He needs another 5 by my calculations. Having begun this innings, 964. Oh, don't say he's going to be out. No, he's not. Leg before appeal, and it was, well, a concerted one, wasn't it? Haynes went up, he was convinced, so was the wicketkeeper and the slips. Patel forward.
960. So, yeah.
Not quite sure, really.
964, so he needs 36, you're right. Yeah,
Yes,
so he needs
another
5.
5.
Yeah.
For Rishi. He could get there with a 6.
What's he averaging, Richard?
He is averaging over 50.
Wow,
He's
that's very
averaging 50.73
Right.
coming into this innings.
That's very good. Oh,
Update. Cricket update.
Time for our final catch-up with the one and only Adrian Harms. Sussex play Leicestershire at home in the County Championship. How's it going, Adrian?
yes, thanks, Sylvie. Well, we're on the bridge here, on the brink, I should say, one of the Leicestershire players getting to 1,000 runs for the season, which is no mean achievement. Leicestershire 47 for 1 here in their first innings. Sussex bowled out earlier for 262. We've got 11 overs to go. I'm going to leave the commentary, Sylvie, because I want my colleague to see if he can commentate on this batsman getting to his 1,000 runs for the season. But well done, Leicestershire. Let's just break off the commentary for a moment.
Haynes goes in, bowls to Patel, who's forward in defence. He stays
Right.
on 999.
So there we are. We can leave that. What I just wanted to say, Sylvie, was that this is the last Sunday cricket of the season. There are 2 more matches left for Sussex, away at Derby next week, and then Gloucestershire, the last match of the season. But none of those games are played on a Sunday. So I just wanted to say a big thank you to you and to producer Mel for all your help during the season. It's great fun, and it always works seamlessly. So from me, thank you.
We love having you on, Adrian. Thank you so much. In fact, you get one of these for doing an amazing job and bringing cricket to life for us on a Sunday afternoon. I look forward to the next season when we can do it all over again. Adrian, thank you so much.
Thanks, Sylv. So there we are. We covered all bases there. A thank you, and we nearly saw Rishi getting his 1,000 runs.
We did. He stays on 999, having played one glorious cover drive that actually wasn't that far from going for 6 off Tom Haynes. Hudson Prentice is down the slope, bowls to Lewis Hill, who defends on off stump, and this little kick of the back heel up there from Lewis, a little bit of a flourish as he pushes it out into the offside. And there is no run. Picked up by Haynes. 47 for 1 remains the score.
I did rather wonder, and we said this in commentary, didn't we, when Carvelos was batting, and we said, he looked pretty comfortable, and is this actually a pretty good pitch? Certainly these two maybe are putting it in a little bit of context here, Richard.
Possibly the case.
We'll see.
Hudson Prentice into his 3rd over, bowls to Hill. It just drops the delivery out into the on side. Crocombe bounces in from mid-wicket to field, and again there is no run. Clapping his hands there at second slip is Tom Clark.
Mike in North London's been in touch. He said, I enjoyed your colleague's appreciation of Patrick Patterson. Sandoki was sitting... It was
terrifying.
Yes, he did. He said, he was fearsomely quick, says Mike.
And mean with it. In goes Hudson Prentice, bowls. Hill drives, but doesn't put his weight into the shot, only goes as far as Haynes at extra cover, and there's no run.
Mike said he was fearsomely quick. I saw him bowl during England's tour of the West Indies in 1986 at Bridgetown, Barbados.
And he used to bowl from wide, so it used to these sort of bounces into the... Remember Edmonds showing off his bruises after that? Phil Edmonds, great huge purple bruises. That was the tour that Francis Edmonds wrote quite a famous book about. Another Bloody Day in Paradise. It was called, yeah. In goes Hudson Prentice, bowls on, driven by Hill, dug out a little bit. Undercat gets to the ball, shies at the stumps, but he'd missed, and Hill had made his ground anyway.
He says here, now I don't know the truth of this, Mike says he allegedly wore a box because of the pace and pointedness of the elbow in the follow-through. I don't know the truth of
To
that.
protect himself. Interesting story.
He says, I witnessed an exhilarating spell at Lord's further down the line, bowling at Alan Lamb, who took him on and won that particular contest. Now, that would have been a contest. Lamb against Patterson.
Right, Rishi Patel on strike then.
Oh, come on.
To Finn Hudson-Prentice on 999 championship runs. 3 slips behind Patel as he waits. Hudson-Prentice is in and bowls, and it's a little bit short outside off stump. He steers it, but only as far as backward point. Straight to more or less backward point, where Jack Carson is the fielder. That was a bit of a chance.
Do you think the Leicester boys know up on the balcony?
They're out there, aren't they?
They might be listening to us.
Let us see.
You never know.
Martin Smith was convinced that leg before was out. He says it was plumb. Plumb in the last over. Haynes to Patel, but not given by umpire Ben Debenham. In comes Hudson-Prentice. Bowls. Patel drives. Times it sweetly, but only as far as mid-off. It's not coming in this over then. End of the over, 48 for 1. Patel 35. Hill 11.
Well, he's batted very nicely. And for those Sussex supporters who don't know, Rishi Patel began his career at Essex. And I suppose we can say had to move on from Essex, went to Leicestershire, but he's done really, really well. I was so impressed with him at Grace Road, Richard. I thought, the first time I'd really seen him make some runs, and I thought he was mighty impressive. Tall, strong man as well.
Yeah.
In comes Tom Haynes, running in and bowls to Lewis Hill. And, well, that lacked conviction, that appeal. The crowd joined in about half an hour too late then. There's quite a crowd of stay behind, 1 or 2 beginning to drift away. But, that looked to me from this angle as if it was probably drifting down the leg side. I can't be sure. But, it lacked the conviction of the appeal against Rishi Patel in the previous over.
Sure on that one.
Haynes in again, bowl. Oh, and he's... Well, do you know what? My eyes deceived me. I thought that was flying over slip for 4 runs. But it was played to mid-on. So what on earth's the matter with me? Crumbs. That is a bit worrying. Richard gives me a glance as if to say, what are you on, Adrian?
It's a funny seeing ground. I'm with you, actually. It is just...
You don't have to be kind, Richard.
No, it is slightly misleading.
Haynes in again, bowls right up in the block hole, play to mid-wicket. I thought that was a bad ball, but he's given out. And Lewis Hill has gone. Well, he's waited for a long time as Lewis Hill, but it was clipped. I thought it was a bump ball, but clearly not. And the umpire immediately has a word on his little microphone, which might have been saying Lewis Hill hung around a little too long when that decision was given. So Tom Haynes, in his second over, picks up a wicket. And Leicestershire 48 for 2.
It may have been inside edge onto pad and then looped up to short mid-wicket.
Finn Hudson-Prentice.
And it was a very simple catch for Hudson-Prentice.
Was that? No, I'm sorry. No, James Coles. I do apologise. Just seeing it come
Coles. We'll see the replay on that one in due course. But Haynes will feel he was unlucky with the leg before against Rishi Patel. May have got a little bit of a break there. Hill not convinced. Let's have a look-see. Bobbed up into the air, inside edge and pad. Hill deliberately didn't look up at the umpire.
No.
Remarked his guard, then looked up and quietly walked off. In the end, the skipper. So scrapped his way rather through. He began to look a little bit more fluent, Hill, but couldn't hang on in there. And he goes for 11. So second breakthrough. The match moves on. 12 wickets for the day now.
And here comes Colin Ackerman, who last year here made 277 not out. And a record 5th wicket partnership of 477 with VM Mulder.
Yeah, fond memories.
Yeah. Today's another day. In comes Haynes, bowls to Ackerman, who's beaten first ball outside the off stump. And nipped away a little bit. He does bowl this sort of medium pace as it nips it around as Tom Haynes. So maybe a good bowling change here from Cheteshwar Pujara. 38 for 2. We did say if Leicestershire could reach the close 1 down, they'd have had an excellent day. 2 down, they'll still feel they've had a good day. But if Sussex could get Ackerman, it may be sort of even Stevens. is in, bowls, Ackerman is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run.
17 wickets at 47 for Tom Haynes, but this may be his sort of wicket.
Yeah.
Bit of extra grass left on it. A little bit of nibble.
Yeah. It's back to his mark. Runs away from us. In and bowls, and Ackerman drives to the covers. That's 4 runs. Slightly over pitch from Tom Haynes. I guess when you bowl at Tom's pace, you're looking to pitch the ball up and make the ball do a little bit. So I don't think there's anything wrong with getting driven away through the covers. It's when you bowl short, you can't afford to, when you open to a bit of criticism. That's a big wicket. Lewis Hill out for 11. And the 50 up for Leicestershire, 52 for 2. And we have 7 overs remaining. And is this the moment for Rishi Patel? We shall see.
He's going to be on strike to Finn Hudson-Prentice. 3 overs, none for 13 for the former Derbyshire all-rounder. Batted very well for his half-century earlier today. Henry Crocombe starting to warm up a little bit. But he's bowling to Rishi Patel on 999 first-class runs for the season. Bowls, Patel defends on the back foot. Back it goes to Hudson-Prentice, who has his hair in a sort of... it's not quite a ponytail, is it? It's just sort of gathered at the back with a sort of band around it. It's a little fat ponytail, if that makes any sort of sense. Some interesting hairstyles among the Sussex fielders. Holly Carter obviously leading the way. Patel bat raised, waits as Hudson-Prentice comes in, bowls to him, thick outside edge along the ground all the way. Nice fielding at third slip, diving away to his right, ensures that Patel remains on 999 runs. And fielder James Coles gets high fives from Carter and from Allsop and from Clark as well. Wicket-keeper, first slip, second slip and third slip. Hudson-Prentice is in, bowls, driven, but he got half a hand on it. Hudson-Prentice slowed it, the ball, and it ran through to Pujara at straightish mid-off. Again, no run for Patel. He faced 7 or 8 balls now on 999 first-class runs. In and of itself, obviously it's not a sort of innings landmark as such, but it's a career landmark, and it's an important one potentially for Rishi Patel. Waits with a bat raised, club-like, as in goes Hudson-Prentice, bowls to him, full, comes down on it latish, jams it back out down the pitch. It's a good over this from Hudson-Prentice, keeping Rishi Patel very honest. 4 balls bowled. All dot balls.
Yeah, I mean, the Sussex players, I'm sure, are not aware that he's on 999, but I reckon Rishi Patel is.
I think he wouldn't be human if he wasn't.
No.
You know, he's been asked about it often enough in recent weeks. So he waits as Hudson-Prentice comes down the slope, bowls to him. He takes a couple of steps down the wicket, but defends with a slightly angled bat. Out it goes towards backward point, where it's fielded by Jack Carson. Elastic bandage on his left arm, Sussex cap on.
Doing a good job here at Hudson-Prentice.
He is.
Just
He
keeping
is.
it nice and tight.
Yep, he's giving Patel nothing to get away. Patel having to be patient. And that's sort of part of his improvement. That's one of the reasons that he's scored the runs he had, because at times he's prepared to be. Hudson-Prentice down the slope, bowls to him. He leaves outside off stump, so maiden over at Rishi Patel on 999 first-class runs. And he stays on that. But the reason he's on it, one of the reasons he's on it, is the fact that he has managed to stay out there at key times. And he has managed to do so again tonight, and there are still, let's face it, 6 overs left to be bowled today.
I'll do one more over, and then I'll bring in Sentoki for the final 5 overs of the day. Just looking at a little video that's circulating on Twitter, the game between India and Pakistan today. In fact, one thing played in front of a near-deserted stadium, which is a real shame over in Colombo in the Asia Cup. In comes Haynes, running in and bowls and driven straight down the ground by Ackerman, 4 runs. Class shot, class player. He goes to 8, 56 for 2. And it says, moment of the day, Shaheen Afridi gets a gift for new dad, Jasprit Bumrah. And how lovely that is. He comes along with a gift for his really, really nice, a lovely video. So it just goes to show that sport can reconcile people, doesn't it?
What is the gift?
No, it's just in a red parcel. So,
oh, okay.
So I don't know what it is, but presumably for the new arrival. In comes Haynes, in and bowls, and Ackerman plays to square leg.
Did he present it on the field?
No, he just they sort of met each other, just sort of walking across it, maybe sort of before the game, and he just gives him the present and shakes hands, and that's really lovely to see. Haynes wanders back to his mark. I still think if Leicestershire are just 2 down here, therefore they've had a good day. The game's in the balance, though.
Yeah.
A couple of wickets can make all the difference. Good game shaping up this, both sides needing to win. Haynes in, bowls, and beating outside the off stump is Ackerman. He played at that.
Springsteen's telling me there are no comms on BBC Sport on our match. All the other matches still going. Now, whether...
That's because the line has dialed down.
The line is... I
wonder if after my last report they inadvertently dialed the line down.
I think they may have done,
Let's just see
It's
what
not getting
happens.
the codec.
It should reconnect in a mo. Here we go. Hopefully you're back with us. Haynes in bowls and punched to mid-off by Ackerman. There is no run.
Apologies if we just dropped out there. Thanks to Springsteen, we're now back with you.
I'm hoping we are. Could you let us know, Springsteen, if... Presumably Springsteen is a Springsteen fan.
You presume correctly.
Thank you.
Oh, it's Bruce. He loves his cricket, Bruce.
Haynes in again, bowls and tucked away down the leg side. That's going to run away possibly for just a couple of runners. And that cap comes running round and fields. And they are byes down the leg side. Of course, Springsteen won't be able to hear us if it isn't going out.
If he's left it on, he might be able to hear us now. He just sent a message saying that we'd dropped off when others were on.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to have a little listen as well. One more ball to go in the over from Tom Haynes. It'll be frustrating if we have dropped out. In comes Haynes. He doesn't get through his overs quickly, Tom Haynes. Bit of an ooh and an ah. He gets a couple of runs, just Colin Ackerman through point.
Straightened on him a bit.
Yep, he goes to 10.
Squared him up.
And it is the end of the over. So 5 overs remaining in the day, and Leicestershire are 60 for 2. It's a good night from me, and it's a good night from him. So I'm going to leave you with Richard for the last 5 overs. Have you got a 6 o'clock to do, Rich, or are you?
No, not. But basically, I put off the 5:30 because they started to play the last of the night of the proms, and I said that Rishi Patel was drawing on his drawing in on his 1,000. Well,
we'll get
17 minutes later, he's still drawing in on his 1,000.
We'll get Santoki on comms, but we'll leave you with Richard. So when Patel's on strike, Santoki, it's over to Richard.
Hudson Prentice to Patel on 999 runs, comes running down the slope and bowls. Patel is turning it to a long leg, and that is his 1,000th first-class run of the season. Applause from the Leicestershire balcony in particular. Gentle applause from round the ground, but Rishi Patel raises his right hand to the balcony. He's aware. Leicestershire supporters will be aware. That is a real landmark in a very promising young batsman's career. Well played, Rishi Patel. Well done, young man. He's averaging over 50 for the season, and he's passed 1,000 runs with plenty of innings to spare. Hudson Prentice comes down the slope and bowls to Ackerman, who is solidly forward, playing it out into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, fantastic achievement from Rishi Patel, the opener. It was certainly a prolonged period to get that final single, so he was definitely aware that the milestone was coming up.
Long shadows now being cast across this fine ground. That's Hudson Prentice Casting one of them comes running down the slope and bowls to Ackerman, who leans forward in defence. Ackerman's been in outstanding form in recent matches in the One Day Cup and also in the County Championship. He too has a chance of reaching his 1,000 for the season. 829 once he came into the game on in 20 innings. He's averaging 46, 2 centuries, 5 half centuries. Big half centuries, most of them have been as well. 93 not out, he finished in the win against Gloucestershire last week. As Hudson Prentice is in, bowls to him. He's turning him wristily out through backward square, running across from mid-wicket. Momentary confusion before it's left for Carvelis, running up from wide long leg to field. Ackerman, in the end, did he just settle for 1 in the end? He did. Well, they might get at least 2 there, didn't. So Ackerman moves on to 11, brings Patel back down on strike.
Just going on with that India-Pakistan match in the Asia Cup, if anything highlights the sometimes absurd nature of cricket, it's the fact that India-Pakistan is the only fixture in that tournament that can have a reserve day.
Some Prentice is in, bowls to Patel, who's up on his toes, defending on off stump out into the offside.
So if Bangladesh are playing Sri Lanka and it rains off, that's just a match over. But there is a reserve day in legislation for India-Pakistan, I'd imagine, just because of the audience it brings.
And yet not a big crowd, from what Adrian was saying. Hudson Prentice comes in to finish his 5th over, bowls to Patel, who is defending slightly on the walk as he pushes it straight back down the wicket towards Finn Hudson Prentice, and promptly or carefully retreats back into his ground, determined to get through to the close. Rishi Patel, which is now just 3 overs away, 4 overs away, beg your pardon. 4 overs away.
Yeah, the Asia Cup was initially meant to be scheduled completely in Pakistan, but for complicated political reasons, they have had to move the India leg to Sri Lanka, and unfortunately there isn't much of a crowd from images and a lot of rain.
Okay.
As Tom Haynes comes in to Ackerman. He just hit off the leg side. Is he going to get 2 off this delivery? Yep, 2 runs for Ackerman. Yeah, big few weeks coming up for Ackerman with that ODI World Cup stint for the Netherlands. He missed the qualifiers due to his county commitments with Leicestershire, but he is back in the Netherlands squad for those World Cup games next month in India.
So he's then going to have 3 more innings potentially for the Foxes.
As Haynes comes in once again and swiped on the leg side, no run.
Goodness me, laced that one, didn't he? Good piece of fielding at extra cover. Cleanly taken. Good job it was as well.
Yeah.
Is that Carson there? It is.
Haynes in with the 3rd of the delivery and blocked by Ackerman. No run taken. Yeah, I think Netherlands for that World Cup qualifying series in Zimbabwe, what was even more remarkable was they were missing 7 first-team players due to county commitments, including Ackerman, and they still prevailed ahead of West Indies, unfortunately for myself. As Haynes runs in. Beautifully hit as well, but again stopped at cover. No run.
Very elegant driver of the ball, Colin Ackerman.
There was a social media debate as to whether Netherlands should have recalled the players who had county commitments or stuck with the same 15 that got them to the World Cup through that qualifiers, which is a complicated debate in itself. As Haynes runs in once again. And again, just blocked by Ackerman. Trying to ensure no more wickets are lost before close of play here, Ackerman.
Less than 200 behind now, 198 in arrears, the Foxes. Yeah, 1 more before the close, and it's a level day for me.
Yeah, same, I would agree. Final ball of the over from Haynes here. Again, elegantly driven, but no run. Straight down from Ackerman. And Leicestershire, 64 for 2. After 18 overs, just 3 left remaining in the day. Still a fair few amount of fans here at the ground, seeing it out to the close of play.
Well, it's been a pretty good day's cricket for them to enjoy. At the best part of, 330 runs, 12 wickets, free entry, some fine catches. Ackerman, noticeably, 3 good catches. The last one was a super one. Barry Carvelas to give Matt Salisbury his first 5-wicket return for the Foxes. Jaidev Unadkat is back at the Cromwell Road end of the ground, so he's going to have 2 overs before the close. He's going to bowl around the wicket to Rishi Patel. In he comes and bowls. Patel leaves outside off stump. Haynes on 36, the 36 runs he needed to go to his 1,000 for the season. He'd dearly love to be there tomorrow to try and build on that, Rishi Patel. He knows it's centuries and big centuries that really sort of catch the selectors' eyes. Rate of runs is great as Nadkat is in, bowls to him. Good bit of extra bounce from outside off stump, and again Patel can leave safely and does. It's the big hundreds that really sort of have an impact.
I guess now as well, with players wanting to make the England team, the strike rate is being looked at as well, I guess, by Brendan McCullum.
Yes,
so Rishi Patel
absolutely. And he's up there.
Yeah.
His strike rate coming into this innings, I say it's up there, 62.71, but with those boundaries and maximums as well. But that is in first class cricket. Unadkat is in, bowls to him. Again, he leaves outside off stump.
Zach Crawley for Kent today, 158 off 153 balls. So the Baz ball philosophy being taken there by Crawley.
Great when it works. Which, in fairness, it seems to do most of the time. Not always for Zach Crawley. It's been under previous regimes. I think it'd have been dropped on a number of occasions.
Yeah.
In goes Unadkat, bowls. Patel's looking to drive, shapes back into him a bit, so it's a bit of a thick inside edge as he rehearses the drive through the covers. It actually ran it out to mid-on in the end, where Haynes is the fielder.
It's been good bowling from Unadkat, but he hasn't really asked many questions so far of any of the batters that he's bowled at.
He does wander very... slightly lazily back to his mark, but he's harbouring his energy for his run-up. He comes down the slope and bowls to Patel, who again looking to drive, but checks the shot, punches it back past Jaidev Unadkat to Cheteshwar Pujara at mid-off, and again there's no run. Patel, one feels very conscious of the proximity of the close of play. Coming up to 6 o'clock. So we're going to be 35 minutes past the close of the scheduled close. And Nadkat is in to finish his over. Patel drives, but again doesn't really time it. And mid-on running across to his left, Haynes can make the stop. Maiden over from Nadkat. Leicestershire remain 64 for 2. Are you back with us tomorrow?
No,
you're not. So
not, no.
just
the one
these
day, yeah.
part-time. You've probably got a real job to go to. Bless. Can't call this a job. Watching and chuntering about cricket on a day like this at Hove.
No complaints. What a day.
Definitely there are worse things to be doing for what we laughably refer to as a living.
Okay, Henry Crocombe coming on for the penultimate over of the day.
1 over. That's a big ask of the youngster.
Gibson to Ackerman. And just blocked out by Ackerman there.
That's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
First ball on the money.
On the
Bang,
money.
on off stump. Make Ackerman play, and does. He always seems to have done fairly well against Leicestershire in his young career to date, Henry Crocombe.
Crocombe in again to Ackerman. And driven, is it going to go for a 4? Yep. 4 from Ackerman. Reaches the boundary.
Yeah, a bit of width there. That wasn't quite on the money. Ackerman too good a player to miss out. Eastbourne boy, of course, Henry Crocombe.
Does he have a nickname along the lines of Jack Sparrow as well?
Not along the lines of Jack Sparrow. Apparently it's, remember the players for Croaks or Crocs or Croaks, presumably along, as in the shortening of Crocombe, Croaks. His perfect breakfast is Eggs Benedict.
Oh.
His first cricket club was Hellingley at Hailsham, East Sussex.
Crocombe in again to Ackerman. Just swept down to cover. No run.
Just examines the bottom of his bat there. Ackerman, by his standards, didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked, but I'm not going to tempt fate, but he is in super touch. Ackerman 17 off 21 balls. Martin Smith isn't impressed with giving Crocombe 1 over. What's the point? What's he supposed to do with 1 over, he says. Watch him take a wicket now, Martin.
Crocombe running again to Ackerman. And just blocked out by Ackerman.
Keith Innes agrees. Poor bowling choice, he says. You know, with Pujara's impressed as a captain. Yeah, Pabu sort of not particularly, one would suggest from that reaction.
Yeah, I wonder what the strategy was behind bringing Crocombe in just for this 1 over. And blocked out again once more by Ackerman. Just 7 balls left in the day, so this will be the final one from Crocombe. I'd imagine it'd be Unat cat ball in the final over of the day.
Unless the ball is thrown to a spinner, but just to see. But there wasn't much there for, well, there wasn't anything there for Rahan Ahmed earlier, was there?
Crocombe runs in and left by Ackerman. Leicestershire 68 for 2 after 20 overs, and that is it from me for tonight. So it's been an absolute pleasure, Rich. I'm going to hand over to Adrian.
It's been a pleasure meeting you and commentating with you, Santa. It really has, and I look forward to
Couldn't agree more.
many such occasions in
Really been fun.
in the future.
All these listeners who got in touch with your Caribbean knowledge have been fabulous. So thank you. It's been a real pleasure to have you here today. Yeah, I don't think Cheshire Pujara's a bad captain. He doesn't strike me as a particularly natural captain. I sometimes question some of the things, but he's okay. The final over to be bowled by a cat. Is this you, Rich?
No, you take it if you like.
Okay, comes in and bowls to Patel, who defends him to the offside. No run. I think you'd have to say this is Leicestershire's day, maybe sort of 55-45, a couple of wickets in the morning.
I was just about to say, only by sort of 60-40.
Yeah.
And if tomorrow they're 90 for 4, then all bets still on. Sussex very, very much still in this game. It's been a nicely sort of balanced first day, really.
Yeah.
On a good cricket wicket, I like it.
Yeah, and it's a game that both sides need to win. A draw really no good to either side. Leicestershire with 3 bonus points nicely tucked in the bag. And Nagcat is in and bowls and defended by Patel. I'm pleased. I'm pleased that Pujara's brought Nagcat back into the attack, because I thought to bowl your strike bowler to bowl just 4 overs, then come out of the attack and be replaced. I thought that was slightly odd. So I'm glad to see he's been brought back in to the attack. because you're certainly looking for your strike bowler. He's been brought in just for these 3 games. You know, Sussex, he's here to get wickets, and he's not going to get wickets if he's not bowling. So I'm glad to see Cheteshwar Pujara has brought him back into the attack.
He has got slower and slower.
Oh, it's funereal. Oh, Lord, yeah. At Durham last week, you can imagine Martin Emerson. I mean, Martin had the clock on him. He was that slow. He's not got a very long run-up. He's in and bowls, and Patel, I'm just impressed by Rishi Patel. I thought he batted beautifully at Greystoke. We're seeing a slightly different side to his game here. I mean, he's playing for his side here.
Yes, absolutely he is.
He's playing for his side. He doesn't want to get out. It's a good weather forecast tomorrow. It's a pitch you've got to work hard for your runs. It'd be interesting. We're going to talk to Finn Hudson-Prentice at close of play and get Finn's views on the pitch. I think there is a little bit there, but there's runs if you play nicely. And so we'll see how he goes tomorrow, but he's got to survive these final 3 balls of a lovely sunny day we've enjoyed here. As Anakat is in bowls to Patel, who just stretches forward, bat and pad close together, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. What I also like about Rishi Patel is that, you're at Essex, a fine club with a great tradition, but you know that to perhaps progress your career, you've got to go somewhere else. And that's pretty brave, Richard, to take that step and say, I'm going to go somewhere else. I believe in myself, and I believe I can go to another county and score runs. And he's gone to Leicestershire, he's had the opportunity, and he's made the most of it. How old is he? I'll just check his age. As in comes Anakat. He's going to come around the wicket. July 1998, he comes bowls and played by Patel down to mid-on. There is no run. So he's 25. He was 25 this year. Yeah. So he's a sort of similar sort of age to Tom Haines. That sort of, so we're talking about openers who, can make an impression, there's a guy, he's in opening and batting, he's scoring 1,000 runs and he's averaging 50. That's really good going. And when you're in the company of Alex Lees, who I know England have a settled, Duckett and Crawley at the top of the order, but as you said under previous, I think Alex Lees has been pretty unlucky, if I'm being honest, to miss out at the top of the order.
I agree, yeah.
Anakat in again, bowls, and Patel defends into the offside. So Anakat finishes with a maiden over, 6 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 12. That is the end of what has been a thoroughly enjoyable day's cricket. Sussex making 262, 5 wickets for Matt Salisbury, 65 for Finn Hudson-Prentice. James Cole's making 44. Sussex rather guilty of giving some wickets away with some poor shots. Fighting back with the ball, but a very good partnership between Ackerman and Patel, seeing Leicestershire through to the close. I've got Leicestershire ahead on points at the end of day 1, but it's been thoroughly enjoyable. Richard, thanks for, as ever, always a pleasure to see you down here at Hove. And again, thanks again to Santoki Hu joining us here, and you're welcome down at Hove anytime. So thank you very much. So we're going to go into our interviews. They will be posted online. So from a Sussex perspective, we're going to speak to Finn Hudson-Prentice. But thank you all for listening. Thank you for your emails, texts and tweets. And we'll be back tomorrow morning, bright and breezy at 10:30. So look forward to speaking to them.